Hello, welcome to today's stream. Um, Welcome, my friends. For those who don't know what this is about, my name is Faisal Milenkovic. I am a marketing agency owner, also software dev at the site. I go through news, articles, research papers, and all of that almost daily because of my job. I need to know all of the trends and stuff. And so I thought it might be an interesting idea to just live stream myself going through all of the articles. I make little clips out of it, post them on YouTube later on with added commentary, so to speak, my experience, my opinions on all of the stuff, so you can learn from my experience and what my clients and I paid for to experience. Sometimes I will agree with the articles, sometimes I won't. I have not read those articles beforehand, so I go through it live with you guys. And that's pretty much it. With that, I'll be jumping right into it directly. So let's get us started. This is our first article today. Start recording too. And with that, we're getting started for today. Article: the Google Ads mistakes costing SMBs time and money. Sounds interesting. Like that topic already. We'll see how it goes. Just let me get all of my little notes and everything ready too. And with that, we're gonna jump right in. All right. So, the Google Ads mistakes costing SMBs time and money. Written by Sarah Lietstra. I apologize if I budget the name. Table of contents. From weak strategy to poor user experience, these are the Google Ads mistakes draining SMB budgets. Learn how to fix them and grow smarter. After months of work, your website is finally live. But how do you get people to see it? Google Ads looks like the perfect solution, yet many small business owners quickly learn it's anything but set and forget. This is something for many new business owners. They burn money trying it themselves. It's really something that you need to understand how it works. But let's go through it. The platform is complex, the setup overwhelming, and costly mistakes are easy to make. Absolutely. Having guided many SMBs through this, we've seen the same pitfalls again and again. Here is what to avoid if you want Google Ads to work for you. All right. Let's go through it. Number one, lack of strategy and goal measurement. One of the biggest mistakes businesses make is launching campaigns without clear goals or a way to measure them. Without this, you can't know whether your ads or your website are actually working. Here's how to avoid this mistake. Define website goals. Aside from your offer, website setup and goal measurement are critical contributors to campaign success. What do you want users who visit your site to do? Is it to fill out a form, make a purchase, or sign up for your email list? Whatever it is, it has to be measured. Absolutely. I would even take a step back with clients that I've had and say, what is the main goal of the website in general? Is it just being an online business card for people that already know you to be able to contact you again and have like a way to make sure that they can reach you? Is it to get new people to know about you? Is it to sell your products? Is it to get people into your funnel for other stuff? There's like many different things that could be the main goal of the website, and depending on it, the website should be created and designed and done a bit differently. Just saying. So this is important to already know even before you go and make the Google Ads campaign. Let's go further. Make measurement a priority. Knowing how well your website brings users to your end goal is a key component of any strategy. Measurement shows you whether your site is effective at completing the goal you have in mind. While Google Ads can drive traffic, it's your website that handles the traffic and ultimately determines the success of your campaign. Absolutely. Dig deeper. Google Ads for SMBs, how to maximize paid search success. Oh, good. Sounds good. Set up conversion tracking. Setting up a tag to measure website performance can be difficult on its own. This is typically done either by creating a conversion in Google Ads and using the website tags provided, or creating one in GA4 and linking GA4 to Google Ads to import that goal. And that's something that can be quite a bit confusing to beginners, because there's so many things that just sound so close to each other. GA, Google Ads, what is Google Ads? What is the Google Ads Center? What is this? What? Just saying. If you want me to go through it in depth, maybe go through one whole campaign or something, leave it in the comments below. I'd be open to it if there's enough interest in these kind of topics. If you assign value to your product or service, make sure to account for conversion value in that tag. This helps Google's bidding strategies determine which events are most valuable and also helps you measure your return on ad spend. The Google Ads Support Center has solid instructions on setting up conversion actions and website tagging. If you're on Shopify, the Google and YouTube app offers a more seamless option with minimal coding. Align campaigns with your goals. Every campaign you create should be built to attract users who are likely to complete your end goal. The best way to approach this is to ask yourself, who is my target audience? What sort of people are they? And what problem am I trying to solve for them? What would my ideal audience be searching for? Is the problem my website and that my website addresses something people already know they need to solve, or is my product or service something they don't even know they need? Important where they are in the pain cycle, it's called. Should I focus on awareness through a display campaign, or will users actively search for me with keywords on the search network? What keywords do I want my website to be found for? Do enough people know about my brand to justify bidding on branded keywords to deter competitors who might be doing the same? As in, for example, my agency, Face Media, and when someone looks up for Face Media, another competitor could buy that tag and say, like for example, agency X says, if someone looks for Face Media, I want to be in place number one because I want to take Face Media's clients away or potential clients. So that's the question of branded tags. Or is my agency so unknown that if you just type in Face Media, no one else will show up anyway, so I don't need to extra pay for it? Is there enough search volume for the keywords I want using Keyword Planner, or do I need to create demand through YouTube or other targeting methods? If I have a limited budget, should I start with more exact match terms that have proven effective in my site data? Also interesting. Am I ranking organically for these keywords? If so, should I focus on other terms where I'm weaker, as in to pay for them? Keep in mind though that even if I rank well organically, competitors' ads on the same terms may still appear above my results. Also about the results right now, just a fresh thing, Google changed from showing results for the first 100 pages to results for the first 10 pages, which make a lot of the tools that you use to know your placement have a bit of a problem right now. Just saying for those who witnessed huge spikes or losses in the last week or so. Poor account and campaign structure. Another common mistake is trying to do too much at once. Once your strategy and goals are in place, it's tempting to target every product, service, and location where your customers might be. Okay? But without enough budget to support that scale, campaigns quickly become unprofitable. The solution is to start narrow and structured campaigns for focus. True. I also already got another video about if you got a very small budget, how to do Google Ads spending, like for the total beginners where just get $100 to $300 a month. Start with small budget and targeting. When you're first starting out, you won't have unlimited resources. Use your budget wisely by focusing on fewer keywords or a smaller geographic area at first. This gives you a better chance of seeing profitable results before expanding. For lead generation. If your goal is to generate leads for a specific service, narrow your geographic target. Don't try to cover the entire US at once. Same with the entire country. If you're from Germany, Italy, Austria, no matter where. Instead, focus on the area around your business or regions with the highest need, then expand as you see success. This is especially important if you're bidding on more expensive keywords. For e-commerce, if you're an e-commerce brand selling across the US, you'll need to narrow your targeting to make your budget go further. A few ways to do this include focus on hero products first. Starting with your flagship products can give you cleaner data and a stronger chance at profitability. Just know your budget may not go far with this strategy. Target specific geographic markets. Instead of blanketing the entire country, begin with your top 3 target cities or regions, then expand as you see success. Of course, for this, you already need to know which are your top cities. Depends a bit. All of these strategies depend a lot on what kind of data you have. So usually it's a very smart thing to, before you do anything digital, go through the information you already have. Go through it once, really look up who has ordered, from where did they order, who buys, what are the orders usually, where's the best return of investment, what are the products you sell that make a good profit against what is sold the most, for example. You will rather sell 50 of something that gives you 80% of profit than sell 200 of something that only gives you 1%. Of course, depends on the absolute numbers too. Like 1% of 10,000 is better than 50% of $1. Just saying. But like, you know what I mean? Mm, use highly specific keywords. Include key differentiators that set your product apart from competitors. If you're using a product data feed in Google Merchant Center, make sure your product titles align with the keywords you want to be found for, and fill out every recommended field to maximize visibility. Built on strong foundations, campaign structure and setup are essential to Google Ads success. Along with an easy to navigate, functional, and optimized website, they form the two pillars that support the rest of your strategy. About optimized and functional, also consider how it's built, how it's done. I've done over 250 website audits in this year. Over 90% were completely screwed up simply when it came to the age structures of the header titling and everything, and the web accessibility, which is an important part for Google ranking. And not just that, and pretty big amount of people are, for example, visually impaired. They don't have perfect eyesight. It's like, depends on where you're from. I remember I'm from Austria. We've got like 8 million people in this country, and of them are 300 to 500,000 people are impaired in sight. Doesn't mean they're immediately blind, but like colorblind, bad view, thick glasses, and so on. So optimizing your page for these things is also important. You don't want to lose sales because someone couldn't read the header, you know? Not focusing on user experience. Another common mistake is driving clicks without considering what happens next. Even if your ads are well targeted, poor user experience can cause people to bounce before taking actions. Here's how to avoid it. Keep the journey consistent. It's not enough to get the click. You need to make sure the keyword, ad copy, and landing page all align. If your keyword is gadgets, your ad talks about widgets, and your landing page shows trinkets, users will be confused and leave. About confusion. I want to explain a bit what confusing the user and client means. Whenever I have to use any intellectual power, any intellectual processing to adapt something, to map X to Y, that can lead to exhaustion and confusion. It's that easy. Yes, so many of my clients, yeah, but you can understand what is meant. Yeah, of course I can understand it. Yes, of course I do. If I'm going, if the keyword is gadgets and on the website it's written trinkets, I will be able to perceive it. I will be able to map it. But it costs energy and it costs intellectual processing power. And sometimes, quite often, it's enough for a person to just have that intuitive, I'm not interested anymore. I don't want it. Something pushed me away. I don't know why, I just didn't like it. And often these are the reasons. Okay? Make it consistent. Take as little intellectual processing power as possible for your users and clients. I know I'm not good at this in my stream and in my videos and my website, and I'm faulty for this myself, but I'm telling you because my job is to tell you how you can make money. It's not about me fooling around on my own. Match ads to landing pages. Google rewards strong alignment between keyword, ad, and landing page with higher quality scores, which often lowers your cost per click. More importantly, it improves the user journey. For example, if someone searches for a unicorn rainbow shirt, clicks on an ad that mentions it, and lands directly in the product page for that exact shirt, not a generic collection, they are far more likely to stay, engage, and convert. relying on Google Ads to be the end all be all. The final mistake is assuming Google Ads alone will grow your business. While it's a powerful tool, it's primarily a demand capture platform. To succeed long term, you need to support it with other marketing channels and strategies. While this is absolutely true, absolutely, if you're already a bit ahead, this is absolutely true, and I tell it to all of my clients. But if you're just starting up and your budget is minimal, don't get lost on trying too much at once. Don't do meta ads, TikTok ads, LinkedIn posting, email marketing, Google ads, everything at once. Decide one method. Decide one method and focus on that for like a month, 3 months, maybe half a year, and really try to iterate on it and make it work better and better and better and better instead of going into all of the different fields. I mean, you can do it for like 1 month and say, hey, we're testing 5 different platforms. And after this month, we will go with the one platform that was the best and we will iterate on that. Just seen way too much money being burned on trying out all of these things at once, because Google Ads, the Meta Center, Ad Center, all of these different platforms, they need data to work. The more data they have, the better they work for you and the more cost efficient the ads will be. Not necessarily, but in general. So pushing $100,000 per month into one platform tends usually to be much better than putting 100 into 10 platforms. Just saying. Think beyond Google Ads. Even though Google now offers brand awareness and consideration campaigns, relying solely on ads limits growth. Content marketing, Meta, YouTube, and other platforms are practically essential for building awareness and feeding demand into your funnel. True, you will find a lot of that on my channel too. Just saying, focus still in the beginning. Usually you will go with, I say it like, what is your goal? Do you need money fast or not? I know branding is important, awareness is important, all of these things are extremely important. True. Absolutely true. All of that is true. Just let me create something. Sorry, I'll need a second. All of that is absolutely true. I forgot to set the Twitter stream live. Now we're in Twitter stream. But awareness campaigns, branding campaigns, they take a long time. They take some time to work. It's like I usually ask my clients, what is your lift off ramp like for a plane? It's a big difference if we can say, hey, I've got the money I don't need to be profitable in the next 12 months. It's a completely different campaign and a different marketing setup than if my client tells me, well, we've got money for 4 to 6 weeks, and if we don't make money back in that time from the marketing budget, we're going bankrupt. Completely different setups. Where I say ads, PPC, paid ads, is if you need money fast. It's like for breathing. It's oxygen. Money is the oxygen of the business. You need fast results, then go paid. If you have more time, more efficient and long lasting are brand awareness and all of that kind of stuff. Okay, content marketing and so on and so on. But if you need to survive fast and make money, paid. It's like you gotta know where you stand. There's no right or wrong in general. Okay, just so you know. Because I see too many of my clients tried it. Like, oh, we thought brand awareness is important, and then I'm like, hey, you started your YouTube channel to get brand awareness, which is fine, but it won't convert in the next 4 weeks. You need to plan this for a year maybe. Oh no, we can't afford that. Well, then you better put that money for the videographer into paid ads, for example. Just saying. Okay? So let's continue. Don't overlook SEO. Google Ads also doesn't operate well in a vacuum. Many new features depend on strong SEO and on-page content. For example, ads can pull images and text directly from landing pages. Dynamic search ads rely on how your site content is categorized. Automation uses on-page markup to train algorithms and generate assets. Running Google Ads without proper SEO is possible, but PPC and SEO work best together, especially as automation becomes more central to campaign performance. Absolutely true, and also it tends to make your ads cheaper. Don't forget that. It makes your ads cheaper, often, what you pay. Build brand awareness across channels. The broader your exposure, the better your Google Ads will perform. Consistent brand awareness across multiple platforms makes it easier and cheaper for Google Ads campaigns to convert. We've seen this play out repeatedly. Businesses that invest in multi-channel marketing consistently see stronger ads results. Again, how does that work? And why does it work? Consider this. I'm looking for a new agency. The best agency in Vienna, Austria, for example. I'm from Vienna. That's why I'm saying that. Best Vienna agency. And then I see the results, and I don't have to automatically click at the first one. I might look at the first 2, 3, 4 results. And now the question is, if I already, for example, read Face Media, oh, I've seen content from them, and I've seen YouTube videos of his, and I've seen they won an award recently. Well, even if it's place 2 or 3, I might very well click on it, because this brand I know already. The brand on place number 1, I don't know, never heard of them, have no clue with it. So it depends a bit. People like to go with what they know and what they trust, just so you know. Avoid pitfalls, maximize results. Mastering Google Ads isn't about steering clear of every single mistake. It's about learning from them. You can shift from wasting money to generating valuable leads and sales by laying out your strategy, setting measurable goals, structuring campaigns wisely, prioritizing user experience, supporting Google Ads with SEO and other channels. Keep these pitfalls in mind as you launch, and you'll set yourself up for long-term success with Google Ads. I like this article. It's generally good. Sarah Lietstra, well done. I like it. Let's see. You're not on Twitter. Well, gonna follow you on LinkedIn. I like that article. I hope you like it too. Let's connect. Also, for all of you, of course, you can connect with me too. You can find me on all of the different social media, LinkedIn, X, and so on and so on. Feel free to add me. And with that, we're finished with this article. If you like what I do, if you like me going through this kind of stuff, through the articles, through the research papers, all the different fields of marketing, from email, SEO, websites, content marketing, consider supporting this channel. Leave a like, follow this channel, subscribe, follow whatever is said on the platform you're on. It just costs you 1 or 2 clicks. It's completely free, but it helps me tremendously, and I see that someone wants me to do this, so I will do it even more. And with that, we end this little article and jump right to the next one. And I wish you all the very, very best. Until next time. So, this article is finished. Let me just make a few little notes, because I always save up the article that I'm working on. It's this. That was nice. This. This is not the one that I want to try. Or is it? Asset Studio Beta. Well, let's see. Let's go through it one by one. Let's go through it one by one. Let me just get a glass of water. As usual, stay hydrated, my friends. For those who are curious what is standing there, it's Glückspilz. It's a German word. It's a lucky mushroom. It's about someone being lucky. And I am a lucky little mushroom, I think, and that's why I have this little mug with the words on it. Also, you might absolutely not believe it. I'm not sure if it's true or not, but like, I want to stack up as much positive stuff as possible. Emoto Masaru has had research about how water like keeps energies and words and whatever. And so I think it's good to have a mug that has a positive message on it for my water. Yeah, I know. Weird, but that's the way it is. Let me make it a bit lighter. Yeah. Just added the light. Nah, I don't think there's a big difference. So, let's go. Let's go through the next one. Next article we go through. Google Ads for SMBs, how to maximize paid search success. Absolutely great. I love everything that has to do with being more efficient. January 10th, a bit older. Matt Bowen. I hope I pronounced the name correctly. Let's go through it. Are big brand PPC strategies wasting your SMB's ad budget? Learn techniques to boost ROI for small business advertising. I like that. That is a very important thing to differentiate between being a small business that has small little budget and being a big business that has a lot of budget. It's not the same moves that you should make. It's the same with, is your brand known or not? Something that is completely unknown and small has to act in different ways than something that is very well known. Okay? So, small and mid-sized businesses, SMBs, face unique challenges when it comes to PPC advertising, pay-per-click. Unlike big brands with massive budget, SMBs need strategies that make every dollar count. I would say big brands should have that sentiment too, but whatever. It's how to optimize Google Ads campaigns to deliver real results for small businesses. Why SMBs need a different approach to paid search success. SMBs are the backbone of the economy and the core part of Google's advertising ecosystem. Yet when it comes to Google Ads, most attention is focused on the biggest advertisers. While companies spending 300,000 or more monthly dominate the conversation, SMBs, local plumbers, small clothing startups, family-owned auto shops, and Shopify artisans need strategies that make every dollar count. Unfortunately, they often receive advice from paid search veterans who build their expertise managing massive accounts or from Google teams focused on big brand needs. What works for a national retailer like PetSmart rarely applies to local businesses like Met's Pet Supplies. Worse, SMBs are often managed by junior PPC specialists, juggling numerous accounts due to the lower fees small businesses can afford. I would say here, junior PPC specialists is even already a bit of a misnomer. It's usually beginners. Let's be honest, it's not specialists at all. They are not specialists. It's pretty often people who are completely new at the job, like just starting out. This lack of tailored guidance and limited time per client makes it even harder for SMBs to compete effectively in paid search. Effective strategies that work for SMBs. To maximize the value of every dollar invested in Google Ads, SMBs require a distinct set of best practices tailored to their unique challenges. Unlike larger, high volume accounts often featured in case studies, SMB accounts with fewer clicks and conversions demand a more customized approach. I think, for example, is exactly this. The fewer clicks and conversions also mean that the data for the platforms is smaller and less, so they can't optimize as good. Here's a breakdown of common recommendations versus proven strategies that work best for small businesses in both lead generations and e-commerce. Lead generation for SMBs. Most lead generation advice designed for large accounts goes like this. Build a branded search campaign and set it to TCPA. Build several generic search campaigns with themed ad groups using broad match segmented by offering and or service locations and set them to TCPA. Add a performance max campaign with assets. Implement offline conversion tracking. This structure casts a wide net across queries and ad formats and relies on Google's machine learning based bid algorithm to narrow the targeting down over time. The problem for SMBs is they have neither the time nor the ad budget to burn through a broad match campaign. They may return results, even if they install showers. There, shower, broad match, broad match, broad match. Wouldn't do that. Small businesses typically don't have the capital to teach broad match what is and isn't relevant. It's the same with Performance Max. Performance Max placement contains shower, for example. Below are some realistic lead gen recommendations for SMBs. Build a branded search campaign on manual bidding. Build a branded search campaign on manual bidding. I've often seen searches like brand name plus phone number charged at 10 times the normal rate. Why? Google's algorithms bid up these searches due to the high likelihood of conversion to meet CPA targets. However, this spend is wasted as it isn't incremental. Worse, it can result in inflated costs when someone calls to cancel a service, as Google continues to bid up these terms. Search and cancellation. I didn't even know people do that. That's a bad idea. generic search campaign with a few key SKAGs focusing on exact match, set it to TCPA with a CPC cap. Create one generic search campaign with a few SKAGs focusing on exact match keyword. Avoid broad match to keep search terms, landing pages, and ads maximally relevant. While this approach reduces volume, it results in higher quality scores, making ad dollars stretch further. Set the campaign to TCPA bidding with a CPC cap to prevent overspending on irrelevant traffic and to avoid situations like the one below. Search roof, broad match roofing. Like for example, for me, I don't go for marketing agency. I only go for stuff like best marketing agency to hire for small company. Or like here, you could say roof renovations in city, or hire best roof renovator, or whatever. Something that is clearly a more intentional keyword to someone who is looking for it right now to buy or to order. Build a DSA targeting all web pages and set every conservative TCPA cap. This setup ensures DSA only picks up highly efficient volume that might otherwise be missed by a generic search campaign. Note, Performance Max and OCT are excellent at products for larger accounts with high conversion volumes. However, SMBs without at least 30 conversions at the campaign level often don't perform as well as traditional campaigns using form fills and phone calls. I encourage testing these tools. If they work, great. However, in most cases, a more human-centered approach will stretch small budgets further. E-commerce for SMBs. Let me check out. Yep. Typical e-commerce advice for large-scale accounts often includes building a branded campaign set to TROAS, creating multiple PMAX campaigns segmented by top performers and the rest of the catalog, relying on Google's AI to manage and optimize performance. While this advice may work for larger accounts with diverse product types, profit margin, and higher budget, it falls short for SMBs. Performance Max's bid algorithm must learn across the entire product catalog and all Google ad inventory, which is challenging for smaller businesses with limited budgets. Instead of functioning primarily as a shopping campaign, PMax often ends up filling budget gaps, reducing its efficiency for SMBs. So what do I recommend? My advice aligns with the approach I suggested for lead generation. Focus on the core of your product offering and avoid over-relying on automation. Build a branded search campaign on manual bidding. Use manual bidding or a CPC cap for branded campaigns. Without this control, Google may overbid on terms like brand name plus coupon, driving costs unnecessarily high. As you can see here, the X coupon code, X discount code, and so on. Even though $5 might not seem like a lot when it amounts to 10 times the campaign's average. Small adjustments like using a CPC cap help control costs without sacrificing volume. Let me check the screen. Just make sure it's being live and well and healthy. Nice. That's always taking 1 or 2 seconds. You know how it is. Build one generic search campaign with a few SKAGs focusing on exact match. Set it to conservative TROAS with a CPC cap. Like lead gen, this setup reduces irrelevant high CPC broad match traffic, often arising from automated systems lacking sufficient signal volume. Search term rain, 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 for example. This is working. This is working. Nice, 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 nice. In the example above, the e-commerce firm doesn't sell rain-related or similar products. Build one feed-only PMax campaign targeting the entire catalog of standard shopping with TROAS and a dynamic remarketing campaign. Focus on shopping investment through either feed-only PMax or standard shopping combined with TROAS and a remarketing campaign. If TROAS targets are the same, use a single campaign to aggregate data, which will allow the algorithm to learn more effectively. Avoid spending time trying to learn how to leverage PMax's expanded inventory, as shopping is the core driver of its performance, unless it's absorbing all your branded search volume. Shopping delivers high ROI and since clicks are pre-qualified by both the product, image, and the price. For example, in a search like best running shoes, you're likely to click only a listing whose style and price match your preferences. Like here, for example, you can see the price, you can see the style, so it's like much closer already to what you want and what you're looking for. Human touch excels for SMBs. To maximize PPC investment, SMBs are often more successful when prioritizing a human touch. Limited data volume can restrict the benefits of machine learning, and small budgets can't absorb costly mistakes an algorithm might make without context. If your ad spend is 3,000 per month, avoid managing them like those with 300,000 monthly budgets. Focus on what works, even if it means deviating from widely accepted industry best practices. Matt Bowen, I like your article. I like your article. Well done. I agree with a lot of it. Quite a lot of it. You have to have a different strategy if you're small than if you're big, and if you're fast growing, and a lot of different variables that you have to consider. I like that article. Was great. I think it could go a bit deeper into what to do if you're a total beginner. But I think it was great. Great. Matt Bowen. Am I LinkedIn already? Am I following you already or not? Let's see. Also, I think you can always give positive news. Like, I mean, he's not on. Like, give them positive feedback. Connect with him. I liked what he wrote. Quite liked it. Also for you, you can of course always connect with me on LinkedIn, on all the different social media platforms. You can find me there. And if you like what I do in general, if you like that I go through these articles, through these papers, researches for marketing, be it websites, SEO, paid ads, PPC, email marketing, content marketing, many other things, then consider supporting this channel. It's easy. Like this content, follow the channel, subscribe to it. It's 1 or 2 clicks for you, costs you absolutely nothing, but it helps this channel tremendously. And with that, I'm finished with this article and we jump right on to the next one. Wish you all the very best. With that, this little article is finished and we are going right to the next one. Just let me see if I that everywhere, everything. Yeah. You know what it's like. Got to make sure that all of the information is spread on all of the different chats. There. All right, and with that, I am in the middle of it. Let me drink another glass of water. Stay hydrated. Makes you quite, how should I say, quite thirsty to talk as much as I do right here in the videos. So, I like that one. That was a nice article. I liked it. So, a little article that is more on point with just something new that happened, like new, it's August 20. So, another article. Google Ads rolls out Asset Studio Beta. That's written by Anu Adegbola. I think I've got you on Twitter already. The new tool positions Google Ads as a built-in creative hub, streamlining how advertisers produce and scale ad assets with AI. Google's long-teased Asset Studio, first announced at Google Marketing Live in May, has now surfaced in accounts. How it works. Asset Studio appears under Tools, Asset Studio, and gives advertisers native creative tools directly in the ads interface. Here's what advertisers can do with it. Generate images with text prompts, create lifestyle product visuals, edit images, remove objects, swap backgrounds, tweak colors, bulk edit assets at scale, create and trim ad-ready videos, add voiceovers for video and audio ads. Asset Studio Live, here's a little screenshot, what it looks like. Looks nice. Why we care. Google Ads is shifting from just a sorry, let me make it a bit bigger so you can read it easily. There. Google Ads is shifting from just a media buying platform to creative production hub, powered by AI. Okay, interesting. The use of Asset Studio will be for those who want to cut time and cost in creative production, letting them generate and edit images, videos, and voiceovers directly in Google Ads without third-party tools. It also means faster testing and scaling of assets, especially for Performance Max, where variety drives performance. The big picture: Asset Studio reduces reliance on third-party creative tools, making Google Ads a one-stop shop for both media and creative. What's next? Expect broader rollout beyond beta and deeper integration into Performance Max campaigns, where Google already leans heavily on asset variety. First thing, we were first made aware of this update by Thomas Axel, head of the Google Ads at JVM Impact. LinkedIn. But the author, well done, nicely written little article. I think it's a very interesting thing. This is interesting. I'm curious what you guys think. Guys and girls, do you want me to do a deep dive into Google Ads Asset Studio? If you want, we can do that once live. Just leave a comment, tell me about it. Anu, I think I've got you on X, right? As usual, I think you can be positive on the internet. I'm already following. Yeah. I'm already following. I think you can be nice. Again. There. I think it's good to share something positive. If you guys want to, of course, you can always follow me on all of the different platforms. You see my name. Just use my name. It's the same everywhere where I am. With that, I think I'm finished for this article. If you like what I do, if you like that I go through all of the different news, research papers for marketing, be it websites, SEO, content marketing, PPC, and so on, consider supporting this channel. Leave a like, follow the channel, subscribe to it. It's the easiest way for you. It costs you nothing. It's just 1 or 2 clicks, but it helps this channel tremendously and shows me that you want me to keep doing all of that. And with that, this article is finished, and let's jump right over to the next one. So, let me just save this up, because as usual, I save it up in my little notes. I really have to create a little bot for this, so I don't have to do this by hand each time. Maybe a little plugin programming for myself. Yeah, that's a good idea. I could do that live. Yeah, I should do that. Give me a moment. Absolutely. Little plugin. And then connect it to StreamerBot. Plug in Chrome and StreamerBot. I could do it live if you're curious. Leave me a little comment if you think it's interesting. So. Next. Yeah. Yeah, this is something I like, but we will do that a bit later. Give me a moment. I just wanna give me a moment. Where was it again? Rendering. Where is it? No. No. Performance. No. Accessible web is from one of my. I tend to sometimes forget. Google dev window. Rendering tab overview. That's what I want. Where was it again? Run rendering. Run. Pages workshop. No. Where is it? Where is that one thing? Elements? No. Layout. Nope. Just a second. Where's the rendering for the I'm using it so often and still I forget it again and again. And we in German say Nudelsieb, as in a sieve for noodles, where all the water goes through because you don't remember stuff that you keep doing all the time. There. So. Where was it again? There it was, because it's not in the standard stuff. That's why. Okay, okay, okay. Thank you very much. So let's go into it. Let's go into it. This is important. I like this topic. Web accessibility is something that I like. I feel it's an important topic. And that's why I am going to jump into it. So, let me save it. Let me save this one. People. Okay. Yeah. So, okay. Let's go through it, huh? Let's start recording. And with that, we're going to the next article. One of the topics that I personally think are important, web accessibility again. This time I found an interesting little article about how people with color blindness see your holiday email campaigns. Quite important. We're going to have the Black Friday soon, Christmas, and so on. Big events, big marketing campaigns, big email campaigns. I've been going through web accessibility for websites a lot, not for emails. I think I overlooked an important topic there. As usual, I have not pre-read the article. I'm going through it live with you all. But it's an important topic. I think it's really important, so I want to go through it with you all. I'll make it a bit bigger. So you have it. Yeah, easy to read for you like that. Great. Written by. I see no name yet. Well, maybe at the end, but by email on Acid blog. So let's go through it. The holidays are colorful time of year. Or very? I feel like there's missing a word, but who cares? It's the perfect opportunity to showcase festive and vibrant email designs. But not all of us perceive colors in the same ways. Color blindness impacts how millions of people experience the holidays. As you prepare to send seasonal promotions to the inboxes of your subscribers, it's important to keep email accessibility in mind. Especially now with, like, there are quite a few web accessibility laws that even came into power, interaction, well, that are working now. Let's say it like that. In the EU and in America, North America, USA for sure. Red and green are absolutely everywhere during the holidays, on signage, in decor, in magazines and catalogs, on websites and in emails. In fact, you've probably used this color combination in your own holiday marketing campaigns. However, according to Healthline, about 1 out of 12 men and 1 out of 200 women have red-green color blindness. That's interesting. Such a big difference between men and women. Wow. Gotta look it up. Why? I'm curious. It's the most common color vision deficiency, CVD, in the world, and it could represent a significant portion of subscribers. I mean, just 1 of 12 men, 1 of 12, that's a big chunk. Like, big in the world, and could represent a significant portion of your subscribers. So how exactly does this affect your holiday email campaigns, and what can you do to create more accessible holiday emails? What is red-gray color blindness? People without color blindness are able to see and tell the difference between 3 colors, red, green, and blue. Nerves in the retinas of our eyes, called cones, perceive the colors, send a message about them to our brains, then convert them into color vision. People with red-green color blindness are born with either no cones to perceive red or green, or simply a shortage of those cones. All About Vision lists 4 ways this occurs. Red blind, protanopia. Red can't be seen. Green blind, deuteranopia. Green can't be seen. Red weak, protanomaly. Some red is visible, green and blue are normal, and green weak, deuteranomaly. I'm surely butchering the Latin names. Or English, because half English, half Latin, that's hard for me. Some green is visible, red and blue are normal. So depending on the type of color vision deficiency a person has, they might see things that are red and green all in a kind of murky green tone, or they may have trouble differentiating between shades. How people with color blindness see the holidays. Let's put ourselves in the shoes of an email subscriber with color blindness. How would this person experience your holiday email designs? First, here's how someone with the color vision deficiency might see one of the most popular figures at Christmas time, Santa Claus. Notice how the vibrant colors are muted and there's no clear distinction between red and green. The jolly old elf looks a little more like the Grinch, doesn't he? Here we have the different versions. As you can see, it's just a little bit smaller so you can see the whole image at once. There you go. Now, it's true that someone who's dealt with red-green color blindness their entire lives may be accustomed to seeing Santa like that. However, the color choices you choose to use over the holidays and throughout the year could affect the way certain subscribers engage with your emails. The impact on holiday email designs. Take a look at a couple of holiday email campaigns through the lens of someone who's colorblind. Here's a campaign featuring the famous red cup from Starbucks. And here is the image. Our gift to you, stop in, that's the image. Like, open image in new tab there. So that you see it in one little. You have the cup, you have the text and everything. Notice that pretty much everything is red or green. A red, white, and green holiday cup sits on top of a background that fades from green to red. Now check out the filtered version of this email that simulates how someone with protanopia sees the campaign. This holiday email certainly doesn't have the same impact for someone with red-green color blindness. And here's that image. Open image. There we go. Here we see it. Like, all of the effect completely lost. Here's another holiday email that uses lots of red and green in the design. This time, however, there's an important element that red-green color blindness could affect. The email's call to action, CTA, which is green and stands in stark contrast to all the red. That's an effective way to draw attention to a button and increase the click rate, but it won't have the same impact for subscribers with the color vision deficiency. There we go. Yearly gift. We've got 50% off all the subscriptions. You're on upgrade now. On behalf of the entire team, The example below shows how someone who struggles to perceive the color green, deuteranopia, sees this email campaign. That CTA button doesn't have quite the same pop, does it? There's really no contrast at all. Of course, this isn't the end of the word, but when every click counts, it's worth considering how color choices and accessibility go hand in hand with email engagement. As we can see here, nothing pops out. Absolutely, that's the point. We're not trying to say you should never use red and green in holiday email campaigns. However, it's wise to avoid using those colors for important elements or to convey essential information. That's solid advice for the entire year, not just the holidays. Using certain combinations for your email campaigns, text and HTML background colors, for example, could render the message unreadable for certain people. A good email accessibility best practice is to avoid using color to convey meaning. Tips and alternatives for accessible holiday emails. Inclusive email marketing means keeping subscribers of all types in mind as you design and develop templates and campaigns. So it's worth considering ways to create holiday email campaigns without focusing too much on red and green. Here are a few brands that found other ways to deliver emails that are merry and bright. Rely on holiday-themed copy and icons. Instead of sharing holiday cheer through color, consider using things like symbols. Think wreath, candy canes, snowflakes, gifts, and stockings. Apple did this in a really unique way in one of the email campaigns. Look at it this way. Most wonderful gifts of the year. Shop gifts, something, a watch. And did like, okay, I see. Like with the snow symbol of this, and here with those symbols. Well, I think it does not deliver as much of the holiday feeling, but I understand what they mean. I hope to give other examples too. So they stuck to the typical brand colors, they turned the products into wreaths and snowflakes, highlighting the holidays in a fun way. Bicycle accessory brand Rafa didn't even get close to traditional holiday colors in this email, yet it still captures the spirit of the season because the copy makes it clear what the gift guide is all about. Rafka. Yeah. Rafa gift guide, shop gifts, forward to a friend. Okay, just using terms like gifts and everything. Rafa gift guide. Okay. Not quite as holiday feeling, but all right. I think the examples are not the grandest. Sadly, I can't give you examples of our campaigns because I've got a lot of NDAs for my clients. Usually, I work a lot with other agencies as a white label agency, and we do work for their clients. So, bit of a hassle to show our stuff often. But I think you can, it's just not declared right now. I think you can also combine the colors, have it in the normal way, but make it so that in the relevant field, like in the CTA, you use another thing that it makes it pop out, like another grayscale, another contour, another form, something else, so that for the people who have normal vision, they still see that old-fashioned, nice, intuitive green red combination. But for people who are blind to it, they don't see this brownish same color thing where it's not popping out. You use other things to make it pop out, even if it's not good. I'll show you a few tricks on that a bit later. Consider other holiday color combinations. There are other colors that can communicate that Christmassy feeling. You might use blue and white to depict the snowy scene, silver and gold for a classy Christmas, or black and white in Black Friday emails. Not only will this make things easier for your entire audience to consume your emails, it can also help you stand out from the hundreds of red and green emails they'll get this season. Barkbox embraced this concept in the holiday email. All I want for Christmas is a chew in my front teeth. Okay, then the gift box. They went with the blue color scheme, adding white snowflakes and music notes to make it seem wintry. It still feels festive, but works for everyone on the list. So I gotta say, it's a big difference because we don't go into the holiday, we go into the winter feeling, which is not the same. Yes, it is a way to do it. I'm just not a big fan of saying, hey, here you can do X and then it's Y. It's a completely different thing. Doing a Christmas feeling campaign is not the same as doing a winter feeling campaign. Just saying. Use patterns or textures. Patterns and textures are another great way to add holiday flair without using red or green. Create your own branded pattern or find a great texture from a stock library. Bathlife used the classic gold pattern as the background of the holiday email. Nice. Merry Christmas from everyone at Bathlife. Da, 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 da. For example, looks good, nice. All right, we can work with that. For this, I will show you. I will go through it at the end of the video for a few different takes, okay? Because there are other things that don't work for the eyes, and I will show you how you can check it out very fast on yourself with tools that you already have installed and just didn't know about. This design choice is sort of like creating your own gift wrap for an email. Find out how to code background images in emails so you can pull off a look like this. Use more than colors to distinguish links and CTAs. Exactly. The goal of most holiday email promotions is to convince your contacts to click links and CTAs that send them to a landing page on your site. While it may be tempting to make your links red or green this holiday season, make sure you're distinguishing them in other ways too. Consider adding an underline, an arrow, or another symbol to make links stand out. That's what I was talking about. Someone dealing with color blindness, your green or red buttons may look the same as the rest of your email, but you want them to stand out. Don't think of other ways to highlight them. Make them big, add an icon, include a border, switch up or emphasize the font, place them in their own area of the email. And of course, writing creative email CTAs can do a lot to boost your clicks. Instead of buy now or read more, write CTA copy that gets a laugh, makes a promise, or stirs up curiosity in your subscribers. Accessible email matters now more than ever. Accessibility isn't just good practice, it's becoming law in some regions. That's what I said. Starting June 2025, the European Accessibility Act, EAA, requires digital communications, including email, to meet accessibility standards. If you'd like a full breakdown, check out Sinch Mailgun's webinar recap on what the EAA means for email. It doesn't apply to all companies though, okay? Just saying. The best way to know that your emails look good for every single one of your subscribers is through pre-deployment testing. That's where Cinch Email on Asset shines. The accessibility features in our email readiness tool. Check your email for color contrast, code for screen readers, title attributes, alt text, and other accessibility factors. Shameless self-plug, but it's fine. They can do that. You can even preview the email with filters that display different color deficiencies. That's exactly what I was talking about. Enjoy unlimited testing with every one of our plans. Link to the article below. You can test them out, I guess, if you want. Casey Steinbrick. No link to the author. I like the article. In general, it's important to get an awareness for this kind of stuff. But I want to show you something now. Yeah, let's go. I'm just testing my page. It's in German because I run a German agency, German-speaking agency. So, sorry, it's not in English yet. I take international clients, but those usually contact me not through the website, but because of my YouTube channel and the streams and so on. Okay. So I want to show you something now that is very important. For example, I need to get the new award on it. We won another award already. If you're in Google Chrome, for example, you press F12 and then you get into this DevTools window. In DevTools, you can click on these three buttons, go to more tools and go down to rendering. Okay. Then you get this little thing here, down here. And here you can decide a few different rendering methods. Okay. It's usually for web designers and everything. It's important because you can see the borders. It shows you the borders, layout, shift regions. It's like for example here, it helps you understand where the borders of elements are. Okay, just saying, this is like a handy little tool for stuff. But what I want to show you now is like we can disable local fonts and so on and so on and so on. But what we want is, where is it? Media feature color gamut. Yes. How different that vision deficient there at the low bar. Emulate vision deficiencies. And this is how we can look at our own website. You can usually for an email you can use the CSS2 and do it, and then emulate vision deficiencies. You can also emulate people that have bad vision tend to have in the browser to be bigger or smaller the text. So you can, but here, for example, people who don't see well, and now we see how good can we look at the whole page when it's blurry, like we've got bad vision. Or another example, blurred vision, we go reduce contrast. What if we don't perceive contrast that well? Can we still see it? Can we see what is going on the page? As you can see, some things can be really hard to read. Another thing, no red. If you see no red, this is what the website would look like if you have the color vision of not being able to see red. I mean, of course, on my page, we did it so that you will see everything still very well. The contrasts are picked so that it works well for no red, no green, still works. You can still see every element. It's still a good contrast between everything. There's no green. There's, what if you can see no blue, for example? Also still things were picked so that everything important has still a very, as you can see now, it's a big red. It's still always a good contrast between, or what if they're completely colorblind? Here again, at least they can still see this is clearly another element. And so on. You go down, you can see everything is still very much readable and looks very good. You understand what is where and how to work with what. Okay? Just wanted to show you these things. Like here, for example, let me go to this page so that we can test their examples now. Go down, vision deficiencies, blurred vision. Or like, as you can see, for example, here, no blue. That little, you can't see it because my face is in there. See this image not working as easy. Because now I want to go through these little, through the campaigns that they had picked already, and like this, for example. This one I wanted to look at. Let me scroll back to it. Yeah. It jumps so much. Here, how does this look when we have the different colors? No green works. No blue works. No red works. Reduce contrast. Slightly harsher. The yellow links hard, but it works still very well. Blurred vision. Oof. That's what I was thinking. Now, because it's so filigrane and so small, we have an issue even seeing the backgrounds. We have nothing. Bathlife works, but the rest will be very, very hard. Very hard. No color works well. This one works well. Though, again, the contrast is not as clear on what is clickable and what is not clickable. I mean, we've got the underline, but this is something that I meant. As you see, the color, the gold color, is not that contrasting when we have color blindness completely. Again, how can you find it? The three dots, F12, to go into the DevTools window. Most of you won't have it visible. Under More Tools, and there you go to Rendering. And then you can test your websites, whatever you want. Okay, I think it's a really, really great little tool. Check your websites. I check many websites that do audits and everything for other agencies and to do work for that and with that. It's really, really an important and nice little gimmick. And as usual, oh, wait, let me go up again. If you like what I do, if you enjoy me going through articles like this, giving additional information, sharing my experience and opinions on those articles, feel free to support this channel. Like it, follow it, subscribe to it. It's 1 or 2 clicks for you, costs you absolutely nothing, but helps me and the channel a lot, and it shows me that you want me to keep going with all of this. And with that, this article is finished for today, and I'll be jumping right over to the next one. I wish you all the very, very best. So, nice. I think I did this article well. I like this article. I should do an... Yep, I think I should do a whole video just about this little rendering tool in Google. Maybe I should do that. Yep, I think I should do that. So let's go on. Yeah, it's my page. My little German Austrian page. So, how to use CSS animations? Nah, not today. Yeah, I want to go into something with more information. That's like way too big up there. Way too big. You're annoying. Sorry. Gotta delete it. You know what? I'm gonna show you how it's done. I'm gonna keep that in the video because I want everyone to see it. How I'm doing that. I have 0 views. Oh man, that hurts. That hurts. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. No, but such is life. Such is life sometimes, right? That's just how it hurts. Nothing I can do about it. Such is life. Okay, let's keep going. Let's keep rolling. Let's keep rolling. All right. Wait. This is annoying. Really quite annoying. So, next article that we're going to go through today. Email authentication protocols in 2025. Your guide to SPF, DKIM, DMARC, and BIMI. Lovely. Nice to get into a more technical article today. It's important for many of us. A bit dry, but you guys need to learn that. And I want to refresh on it, if I'm correct or not. Often I read articles of stuff that I already know, but then I get a little snippet of extra information, and that's worth it. Also, I want to make sure that I'm not being blindsided by anything. Way too many people in my industry did, oh, I know that already, but no, it's changed quite a lot. This up here is way too big. Sorry. Article is by email on asset block as usual. You'll find the link in the description below. But your menu is way too big for me. Okay, I can work with that. Oh, wrong side. Let me get this. So let's get this part. Let's get this away. Now we have a nice, way more space to read it. All right, and like that we're going to go on. So email authentication protocols in 2025. Let's go through it. How do mailbox providers like Gmail and Yahoo know you are who you say you are? When an email arrives at the receiving mail server, what helps them figure out if you're a spammer, a scammer, or a legitimate sender? Email authentication protocols are the answer. Email fraud is a big problem, especially when it comes to issues like email spoofing. Protecting the safety of email recipients is important to mailbox providers, and it should matter to you as an email sender too. Example of what this means, like I have my email client, I use Thunderbird, I think. Thunderbird. Others use Outlook, Thunderbird. Others use Outlook. And when I send an email, how does Google or whatever domain I use know that I'm the real one and not just a fake, so that someone else can use my email address? Email marketers like you want subscribers to trust campaigns are safe to open, and you want the email channel to continue being a place where brands and customers can connect. As of 2024, all senders will need to have email authentication protocols in place if they want to reach people using major services like Gmail, Yahoo Mail, and Outlook. Again, it should have been done already. Some of you have not checked on this. I know you haven't. I know. Because I sometimes have clients that have still not done it properly, and they have problems of not getting all of their emails sent. Just saying, okay? Just saying. Yeah. But when you start hearing about protocols like SPF, DKIM, DMARC, and PIMI, not to mention other acronyms like SMTP and MTAs, it can feel like you're wading through a bowl of alphabet soup. Don't worry, this guide will shed some light on what you need to know and point you in the direction of how to set up email authentication protocols correctly. Some of you will just have your IT guide do it, but if not, it's still good to know how it works. And even if you got someone, it's not bad to at least know a bit about what is going on. Email authentication protocols are unsung heroes working behind the scenes to verify that senders are who they claim to be before emails reach inboxes. Implementing these verification methods not only shows responsibility, but also improves email deliverability. The protocols can get pretty technical. All the acronyms might remind you of a bowl of alphabets cereal. But let's start by exploring the basics. What is email authentication? Email authentication is the process of using multiple methods to ensure that messages are not faked or forged before they get delivered. Mail servers on the receiving end use email authentication protocols to verify the sender name in the from field and other information located in the email header. These protocols also check to make sure emails weren't altered in transit. And they inform mail servers what to do with messages that fail authentication. Email authentication protocols protect us from spam and phishing attempts, especially a type of phishing known as email spoofing. Here's a quick explanation of the main protocols and specifications connected to email authentication. Sender Policy Framework, SPF, a list of sources that are approved to send mail on behalf of your domain. Domain keys identified mail, a combination of public and encrypted keys used to verify the identity of a sender before a receiving mail server accepts a message for delivery. If you guys want to know in detail a bit more about the technical stuff of encryption and so on, leave me a comment. I don't want to go that deep because I don't think most of you are interested in the nitty-gritty of the details of the technical, but maybe I'm wrong. If you are, leave a comment. I would love to go through it in detail. Domain-based message authentication, reporting and conformance, DMARC, a specification that checks for SPF and DMARC alignment before informing receiving mail servers how to handle failures. DMARC also provides reports on email traffic to senders. Brand indicators for message identification, BIMI, an email specification that enables senders to have a verified logo displayed at the inbox level when they are enforcing DMARC. All these email authentication protocols and specifications are DNS-TXT records that mailbox providers and receiving email servers refer to when deciding whether to accept your message for delivery and whether it should be filtered into spam or reach the inboxes of the users. Email Authentication Protocol Requirements 2025. When Gmail and Yahoo announced new requirements for bulk senders that began rolling out last year, followed by Microsoft in 2025, the biggest change of all was about using email authentication protocols. For a long time, SPF, DKIM, and DMARC were strongly recommended but not required. That's not the case anymore. In 2025, all senders must be using some form of email authentication. If you're a bulk sender, which generally means sending thousands of emails every day, then you need to be using all three of these authentication methods. Even if you're not the bulk sender, I've seen companies and clients that just are your typical 1 to 5 emails per day. They also had trouble of their mails not getting through because of this. But even if you're not a bulk sender, implementing SPF, DKIM, and DMARC is a smart move. Mailbox providers are getting serious about stopping problems like spoofing and cutting down spam. When Cinch Mailgun surveyed senders for its exclusive report, The State of Email Deliverability 2023, results showed a significant portion of senders were not using SPF, DKIM, and DMARC, while many others were uncertain of how their emails were being authenticated. Using SPF, yes, 55%, no, 12%, unsure, over 30%. Using DKIM, yes, almost 60%, no, 10%, unsure, almost 30%, over 30%. Using DMARC, yes, 42%, no, 18%, unsure, 38%. That's a lot. A lot of people who are unsure. These findings, that's why these articles are important, just so you get a feeling for it. You don't need to learn all the technical details, but you should have a bit of a grounded information. These findings suggest there are many senders who need to improve email authentication, or at least check to make sure it is set up. In some cases, your email service provider, ESP, may be authenticating your emails. For more on what this means, we recommend watching a webinar from our colleagues at Cinch Mailgun. They hosted representatives from both Google and Yahoo to get answers about what senders can expect and what you should do to meet their requirements. Marcel Becker of Yahoo told webinar attendees that the new requirements sorry, a bit tired. That the new requirements are really about making sure senders do the things they should already be doing. All of these requirements have been well documented best practices for years. A lot of senders have already implemented them. Authenticating your email traffic should be something that you're already doing if you care about the health of your email traffic as well as your infrastructure. Marcel Becker, Senior Director of Product at Yahoo. What is email spoofing? Email spoofing involves messages that appear to be from a known or reliable sender, but they're actually an attempt to acquire sensitive data, such as access to a person's finances or online accounts. Email spoofing leads to a fake website with a bogus login page where targets are asked to enter credentials or other information. This is important. It's like you have a link to, hey, just log into your web account, to your mail account, to your web service, to Google, to Facebook, whatever. And the whole page you link to is fake. It's completely fake. It's designed one-to-one to look like the original. But when you add your information, it's being saved by that fake one. The one who are more mature even forward your information to the original page and then forward you to that page so you never realize that you were on a fake page. But now they've got your password and everything. These email phishing attempts often try to forge the sender name as well as imitate the look of emails from recognizable brands, including financial institutions, social media sites, or online retailers like Amazon.com. Amazon spoofing is so common, the company has its own email address for reporting potential scams and suspicious communications. Example of an Amazon email spoof. You see, it looks completely normal. Your account has been locked. How do you unlock my account? Log into your account. Even savvy internet users can be tricked with email spoofing. Clever scammers often prey on the fear of getting hacked to trick people. That's why email authentication protocols are so helpful. They keep malicious messages from ever reaching the inbox. Also, I think that is why it's such a bad thing that modern email accounts have this from, and you only see the from that the user types in, like Amazon, and not the email. Because if you look at the from and click on it, you will see, hey, the email address does not add up to who it is supposed to be from. But let's continue. I think it was a bad idea to even implement it at all. How does email authentication work? Email authentication involves several possible methods of validating the origin of an email and domain ownership of message transfer agents, MTAs. They were involved in transferring or modifying an email. Put simply, emails are sent from a certain domain or subdomain. Email authentication protocols are rules located in DNS, domain name system records, for descending domains. To authenticate an email, the sending mail server and receiving mail server talk to each other, double-checking protocols in the DNS for confirmation of the sender's identity. While each protocol is unique, it generally works like this. The sender domain owner establishes rules for authenticating emails sent from or on behalf of its domains. The sender configures sending email servers and publishes the rules in the DNS records. Mail servers that receive emails authenticate messages from the sender using the published rules. Receiving email servers then follow the published rules and either deliver, quarantine, or reject the message. In addition to verifying legitimate senders, email authentication protocols also help establish IP address and domain reputation so that malicious senders can be more easily identified. The 4 pillars of email authentication. Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, SMTP, is the standard foundation upon which email is built. It's what used to send and receive. It's what is used to send and receive messages. However, SMTP doesn't include a way to validate a sender identity, which is what makes it susceptible to spammers and phishing. Email authentication protocols emerged in the early 2000s as a way to enhance the security of SMTP and thwart the rise of email spam. SPF and DKIM were the first widely adopted methods. DMARC soon followed as a policy to confirm and extend SPF and DKIM. BIMI is the new email specification on the block. These email authentication protocols provide a standardized way for services such as Gmail, Outlook, Yahoo, and Apple Mail to verify the identity of senders, as opposed to using separate proprietary methods to authenticate an email. So, while email authentication might seem complicated, technical, and even a bit messy, these protocols do provide some standardization. Email marketers should be glad we don't have to follow different protocols for every mailbox provider. Let's take a closer look at SPF, DKIM, DMARC, and BIMI. SPF, Sender Policy Framework. The Sender Policy Framework, or SPF, is an email authentication protocol that provides DNS records specifying which IP addresses or host names are authorized to send email from a domain. Yep. SPF is a DNS text TXT entry that enables the receiving mail server to check that an email claiming to come from a certain domain is connected to an authorized IP address. Also, for example, the DNS TXT is like, it's a little, I simplify it now to the degree that it's wrong, but it's conceptually right so that you understand if you don't know what it is. Imagine it's a little text file on your server that just has a few key variables, like, hey, this is what I allow, who is my domain, which IP is allowed, is this public or not, and so on. And everyone who wants to know the DNS information, like the mail server and everyone, goes, hey, your email is at domain.com, and it says, okay, on the domain.com, there is the little DNS text file. It's always there. So when I get an email from domain.com, I check the DNS text file on the same domain that always exists and see, hey, do these values align that the email says and that the text file says? Technically, not quite correct, but I hope you understand what the DNS text is in general with that. The receiving server does this by looking up rules for the bounce or return path domain in the DNS record. That is compared to the rules in the SPF record to ensure there's a match. Without implementing SPF, mailbox providers are much more likely to mark messages as spam. How SPF authentication works. Yeah. Sender, inbound mail server, looks it up. Sorry, looks it up, gets a result back, authenticates, yes, it did authenticate into the inbox, does not quite work, spam, quarantine, or block completely. Plus, it changes the reputation data of the domain and everything. In some cases, email service providers, ESPs, handle SPF implementation automatically. That's because the ESP may provide the IP address and the return path. However, if you send a high volume of email, you likely want to avoid using a shared IP address. A dedicated IP helps you control sender reputation. Keep in mind that if you are on a shared IP address, your SPF record may need to be updated when you switch ESPs. One of the downsides of SPF is that it won't work when emails are forwarded. If your brand is one that relies heavily on email word of mouth, getting your audience to forward your messages, there is a decent chance of the SPF failing validation and never reaching anyone beyond your list. DKIM, Domain Key Identified Mail. The next email authentication protocol is the result of two methods developed to prevent email forgery. In 2004, Yahoo merged its domain keys with Cisco's Identified Internet Mail. Domain Keys Identified Mail, or DKIM, uses an encrypted key known as a digital signature. This signature is added to email headers to help verify a sender and associate a message with a specific domain. DKIM also needs to be set up inside the sender's DNS records. Again, it needs to be saved in this little text file, so to speak. You can think of DKIM like a watermark or a fingerprint that is unique to an email sender. Unlike SPF, DKIM signatures continue working when an email is forwarded. There are actually two keys that make DKIM work. Administrators generate a public key on the DNS record, as well as a private key that email servers transporting the email to the recipient use to verify authenticity. The private key is the DKIM signature in the email header. Again, this keys and the whole thing about cryptography and all of that, it can be complicated. If you want me to go into the details of how it works, what is a public key, what is a private key, and so I can do that. Just leave a message, just leave a comment, and I'll do that. Okay? But right now we're gonna gloss over that. We just accept it works somehow. Okay, something is public for everyone to know. They checked out this value, and we on our server check it and say, hey, if these two fit well, all right, like a key and a lock, it fits into each other, great. The digital signature lets the MTA or receiving mail server know where information on the public key can be retrieved for authentication of the email. Finally, the public key is used to verify the encrypted key in the DKIM signature. This shows a connection between the email and the sending domain where the public key is located. Again, email with DKIM signature, receiving mail server, DNS server gets a public key, matches, inbox does not match, up to the spam or even blocked. As secure as all of this sound, it's still possible for hackers to get a hold of DKIM keys and use them to impersonate the sender. For that reason, it's recommended that DKIM keys are changed a few times per year. According to a 2015 article on CircleID.com, some ESPs may share DKIM signatures among customers. That's no good because a compromised digital signature could impact a bunch of companies at once. Hopefully, this issue is no longer widespread, as the article states. Well, it's been 10 years ago, and as far as I know, in general, nothing gets better. But if your ESP is providing your DKIM signature, it's a question that's worth asking. Yeah? If you need to produce your own digital signature, there are DKIM generators that help create these email authentication records for you. You can also learn more about DKIM signatures and see an example record here on our blog. DMARC. Yep. DMARC, Domain-Based Message Authentication, Reporting, and Conformance. It was actually PayPal that led a group in developing DMARC technology to improve upon existing email authentication methods. PayPal was and is commonly impersonated by cybercriminals using fake emails. Several other big brands as well as major mailbox providers immediately adopted the method. Technically, DMARC isn't an email authentication protocol so much as a policy that mail servers on the receiving end refer to before delivering an email. DMARC helps determine how to handle a message when it fails authentication. This policy, also known as Domain-Based Message Authentication, Reporting, and Conformance, is yet another record that is published in the DNS. It specifies whether a sending domain is using SPF, DKIM, or both protocols for authentication. DMARC is often described as a way to get the best out of SPF and DKIM because it creates a common framework using both protocols. For many people, missing an important legitimate email is even worse than letting spam get through to their inbox. Real emails can sometimes fail DKIM and SPF authentication for various reasons. So mailbox providers may let emails through if they don't pass the test but appear to come from a legit sending domain. DMARC makes it more clear what to do. A DMARC policy allows senders to create a framework that defines its email authentication methods and dictates how to handle messages that violate the policy. There are 3 options domain owners can choose to specify the treatment of emails that fail DMARC validation. The 3 DMARC. P is policies. P none. P is none. Take no action. Treat the email as if there were no DMARC validation. This policy also helps gain an understanding of the email stream without impacting flow. P quarantine. Accept the email but send it to junk or spam folder instead of the main index, or isolate the suspicious message for further inspection. P is reject. Stop delivery of the email to any folder. The sender will be informed why the email is not getting delivered. A DMARC policy that rejects unvalidated emails is the strongest. But it can mean email from domain stops flowing if for some reason SPF and DKIM are failing. We can see it here. Email with SPF DKIM, mailbox provider, you get the, is it implemented in the header? Yes, no, no. Mailbox provider runs filter, yes. It checks out which it uses and it then applies either all of the policies it needs to do or not. Yeah. A benefit of implementing a DMARC policy is that senders get regular DMARC reports which provide the following information. Which service and third parties are sending mail for your specified domain? The percentage of emails that pass DMARC. What service or third parties are sending emails that fail DMARC? What actions receiving mail servers take on unauthenticated emails? DMARC still isn't perfect. Like SPF, it can break during email forwarding. DMARC may also be difficult for senders to set up. Concerns over stopping the flow of legitimate emails discourage stringent policies. However, if your organization manages to set up and implement a successful DMARC policy, you'll have an effective way to stop most phishing emails that attempt to spoof your sending domain. DMARC policy requirements in 2025. Because, for example, this year, like if you get it into a folder where a well-versed IT guy looks through them first and only then decides are they going to be forwarded to the employees or not, that usually helps a lot. DMARC policy requirements in 2025. Gmail, Yahoo, and Microsoft's new requirement for bulk senders require the use of DMARC along with SPF and DKIM. However, it is acceptable to have a DMARC policy of P is none, at least for now. The mailbox providers have indicated that this is just the first step towards requiring an enforced DMARC policy of either P reject or P quarantine. First, they want more organizations to adopt DMARC. Once the requirement is established, they'll take things a step further and the P none policy won't cut it anymore. To be clear, a DMARC policy of P is none is not the requirement. It is the minimum allowed at this point of time. As Marcel Becker of Yahoo told senders, enforcing DMARC is a win-win-win situation for mailbox providers, senders, and email recipients. The end goal is ideally a policy of P is reject. That's what DMARC is for, ensuring that your domain cannot be spoofed and protecting our mutual customers from abuse. BIMI, brand indicators for message identification. BIMI is the latest member of the email authentication family. Gmail, Yahoo, and Microsoft are not required senders to implement BIMI. That's because this specification is meant to encourage organizations to adopt all other email authentication protocols. It's almost like a reward for having strong authentication methods. Unlike other specifications, BIMI results in something your subscribers can see in their inbox. When implemented correctly, BIMI displays a verified trademarked brand designated logo next to messages in their inbox. The BIMI logo shows an email can be trusted because it means other email authentication methods are in place. It provides subscribers with a signal that an email is indeed authentic. This adds an additional level of trust because even if scammers manage to get a phishing email delivered, it won't display the logo. Like for example here. See, no logo with logo. In order to get mailbox providers to display a BIMI logo, you must have a fully functioning DMARC policy in place with SPF and DKIM record set up. I think I don't have that. I don't have that, and it's going to be something that we'll be setting up. Just let me write it down. Give me a second. BIMI for mails. Right? Yes, digital, but I still like writing on paper. I like analog stuff. The notebook is great. DMARC policy in place with SPF and DKIM records set up. In some ways, BIMI is to pay up for pursuing the other email authentication methods. Like the other protocols, BIMI is a TXT record tied to domain's DNS. But before you put a BIMI record in place, you need to have a properly formatted logo. Compatible BIMI logos are SVG files in the shape of a perfect square, which can be cropped into a circle. They require a solid background and should be published via HTTPS. BIMI logo files need to be small and shouldn't exceed 32 kilobytes. Finally, your logo. Sorry. BIMI logo files need to be small and should exceed 32 KB. Finally, your logo must also be a registered trademark to meet standards. Google launched a Gmail pilot program for BIMI in 2020. In July of 2021, news broke that Gmail was officially rolling out full support for BIMI. In 2023, Apple announced that it would also support BIMI logos in its Apple Mail client starting with iOS 16. That's big news because it's likely that a sizable portion of your list are using either Gmail or Apple Mail. It certainly makes the time and effort of setting up email authentication protocols seem even more worthwhile. Especially once more companies are used to it, you will automatically have the same connection. Like, oh, big brands do it, then I will be perceived as a big brand if I have it too. Implementing BIMI should ultimately increase subscriber. This is too big. This is too big, guys. This is too much. Implementing BIMI should ultimately increase subscriber confidence in the source of your emails. Get more advice, resources, and tools at bimigroup.org. You can also hear from two BIMI group experts in our AMA on brand indicators for message identifications. I like that. Gonna look sweet. Did you use all email authentication protocols? Short answer, yes. Period. You know how they say two heads are better than one? That's like using both SPF and DKIM. You know how Schoolhouse Rock and Blind Melon say 3 is the magic number? That's like adding DMARC to the email authentication mix. And as mentioned, you'll need DMARC to get the most out of both those protocols and to get a BIMI logo to display. While it could certainly take time and effort, setting up strong email authentication methods is worth it, especially if you have the resources. Email marketers shouldn't have to handle email authentication protocols alone. You'll most likely need to get your IT team or someone else with technical expertise to help you set up a DNS records. Your ESP may also need to get involved. Colleagues, vendors, or security consultants should be able to help you troubleshoot issues as you work to confirm that email authentication protocols are working correctly. Who should take email spoofing seriously? Whether or not you prioritize email authentication depends on how important security is to your brand and, more importantly, your customers. For major online retailers, financial institutions, consumer tech companies, and others dealing with sensitive personal and business information, email spoofing can be a big problem. Microsoft regularly tops a quarterly report from Check Point, a cybersecurity firm that lists the brands most often spoofed in phishing attempts. Other regulars on the phishing brands list include major banks like Wells Fargo and Chase. PayPal and Dropbox often make the list, as do social sites like LinkedIn, Instagram, and Facebook. Email spoofing even targets kids using the online game Roblox. However, you don't have to be a gigantic company to get spoofed by scammers. An article from Kelly Sheridan on Dark Reading says criminals are now using smaller brands for email spoofing. In fact, that includes Checkpoint, the cybersecurity company that publishes the brand spoofing list. See that? Many smaller companies don't have resources to detect fraudulent websites. As a result, A spoofed site could be up for days or weeks before the brand owner takes it down. It's incentive for attackers to avoid big brands with more sophisticated defenses. The Federal Trade Commission's FTC has more info on what to do if your business is spoofed. Also, your local, if you're like not from the USA, many governments have local, ask at your economic chamber and so on. The benefits of using email authentication protocols. If you're on the fence about email authentication protocols or you need a way to convince others in your organization that it's worth implementing, here are the key advantages. Protect your customers and subscribers. It may not be your direct responsibility to stop email spoofing from fooling people, and it's unlikely you'd be held liable for a customer who gets scammed. However, the fact that email marketers can do something means we should. Even though a phishing scam isn't your fault, that may not be how your customers perceive it. Certainly, customers who are scammed by email spoofing of your brand could become very hesitant to open and engage with legitimate emails from you, which leads to the next benefit. Protect your brand reputation. In a world where everyone faces cybersecurity threats daily, brands that have a reputation for being safe and secure are trusted. Phishing emails exploit trust in your brand. If you can stop these malicious messages from reaching inboxes, you're also stopping the erosion of trust. Email authentication protocols are tools you can use to stop phishing and protect your brand's reputation. Speaking of reputation, email authentication also helps you establish a strong sender reputation. That leads us to benefit number 3. Support email deliverability. Email authentication can have a direct impact on inbox placement. When mailbox providers can confirm the source of an email and the identity of the sender, it can be confidently delivered to inboxes. On the other hand, failure to implement email authentication protocols increases the likelihood of legitimate communications landing in spam or getting rejected by mailbox providers. Email authentication is one of the most effective ways marketers can support email deliverability and a good sender reputation. Manage email deliverability with Mailgun Optimize. Okay, here comes the shameless self-plug, but it's fine. They delivered a good article to us, so they are allowed to self-plug. With this, I'll link the article in the description below. You can read through it if you want it, if you want to use it. Casey Steinbrink was the author. Sadly, no link to her. Was a good article in general. I liked it. Didn't go too deep into the technical aspects. It explained well what the benefits are. That's important. There's much more to tell about the dangers behind it. I don't want to bore you. Set these things up. Really, there's no discussion about it. No benefit in not doing it. Do it. Just do it. Okay? But it was a nice article. I liked it. If you enjoy me going through these kind of articles, new research papers, getting the new strands of marketing, be it websites, SEO, content marketing, email, paid ads, whatever, then consider supporting this channel. You can do that with 1-2 clicks. Click the like button, click on subscribe or follow. It's 1 or 2 clicks, costs you absolutely nothing, and still it helps this channel a lot. And with that, I'll be jumping right over to the next article. Wish you the very, very best. So, let's go to the next article. Stream is working nicely. Nice. Everything works. Just checking it sometimes there. Let me. Well, I've got music hanging in my ear. I just realized if I summit, summon, like do that, would I get a copyright strike or not? Huh, interesting question. I should read about that. No, that's for another day. Aha, the link does not work. Oh, did I double open this one? No. Authentic marketing. How long have I streamed now? 1.5 hours. How many clips? Just thinking if it should do work or not. I think that's it for today. Sorry, guys. I've got work to do. I think that's it for me today. Sorry. I'll switch over. I'll be switching over now to my work stream where I just keep working. I've got work to do. I'm an agency owner. I can't just stream all day, every day. I would like to. And if you pay me, I can do that for the rest of my life. But no, it's just a joke. I've got to do work. And I'll keep on streaming and let content of mine run in the background so that you can still learn while I work. I'm reachable all the time. My mic is turned off while I work, but I can switch it on anytime and I read the chats. So if you've got any questions about the content that is running or in general about anything, you're an SMB, you're a solopreneur, you're a beginner, whatever, feel free to just throw your questions into the chat, okay? And with that, we're jumping right into this. I've seen so many people being lured in with false promises. That's why I think it's important. Wrong size of video. Yeah, that's true fitting. Start commissioning the new role that's of right SEO size in the for the video. I'll be working on a WordPress plugin in the meantime. All of that in this. Yep. Great. That was lovely. I mean, I would start now with the first things I will do is get the videos online of those clips. That's what I'll be starting with. You know? So there. With that, I start and I'm ready for all of you to talk to me. Learn why the SEO role must evolve from billing inspector to commissioning authority in an AI-first search ecosystem. Written by Bill Hunt. For most of its history, SEO has been a reactive discipline, being asked to make it rank once a site is built with little input into the process. Even crazier, most SEO professionals are assigned a set of key performance indicators for which they are accountable, metrics tied to visibility, engagement, and revenue. Still, they have no real control over the underlying systems that affect them. These metrics often rely on the performance of disconnected teams, including content, engineering, brand, and product, which don't always share the same objectives. As I said it before, and as I often say, I think this is a sign of this. Everybody's got to niche down to be more professional, it seems. And now you have a client who suddenly has contact with 4, 5, 6 different agencies, a TikTok agency, a web designer, an SEO agency, an email marketing agency, and the customer himself, the client, is not that well versed in this field, in none of these fields, and a lot of the synergetic energy of the results is lost. And now instead of being bigger than the sum of the parts, like 5 agencies, you don't have 5 times more, it becomes grinding and the things work against one another. That's why I think still, or why I also with my agency say, no, we're going to take responsibility for that. We take care of your marketing. We don't do everything on our own, but we analyze and we take the project coordination. We set up all the details with all the different agencies and with everything so that we know all of the different stuff. It's also one of the main reasons why I keep researching all these different fields, all these different topics, from content marketing to influencer marketing to web development to web accessibility to email marketing, SMS marketing, and so on. Because being informed is important. To be good enough to talk to the top experts and coordinate the 3 or 4 or 5 different agencies to reach and achieve the best result for the client. But let's go on. When my previous agency, Global Strategies, was acquired by Ogilvy, I recommended that our team be viewed as billing inspectors, not just an SEO package upsell added at the end, but involved at key phases when architects, engineers, and tradespeople had laid out the structural components. Absolutely nice. I love the building site metaphors. They work well for this kind of stuff. Ideally, we'd come in after the site framing, wireframes was complete, reviewing the plumbing, information architecture, electrical, navigation and links, and foundation, technical performance, but before the drywall and paint obscured what lies beneath. We would validate that the right materials were used and that construction followed the standard fit for long-term performance. However, in reality, we were rarely invited into the planning stages because that was creative and we were just SEO. We were usually brought in only after launch, tasked with fixing what had already been buried behind a visually appealing design. Despite fighting for it, I was never a complete fan of this model. It made sense in the early days of search when websites were simple and ranking factors were more forgiving. SEO practitioners identified crawl issues, adjusted metadata, optimized titles, fixed broken links, and retrofitted pages with keywords and internal links. That said, I have long advocated for eliminating the need for most SEO actions by integrating the fixes into the roles and workflows that initially broke them. A good SEO, a lot of stuff that I see where a company hires our agency or me to take care of SEO is, in my opinion, not even the job of an SEO. It should be a good web dev who does that. And that they miss at the construction phase of the page to do and implement best practices for SEO is kind of a shame. So let's go on. Same with web accessibility. Like, man, it should be a standard. It should be absolutely standard things SEO2 for web devs. And I say it again and again, you guys and girls got to learn that stuff. You gotta prepare stuff in a way that works. I've been doing audits to 100 websites this year, and like, I think over 60-70% had the wrong header structure. Just the basics of H1, H2, H3, H4 did not work because the H structure was used for design elements so that the font was looking nice, and it was completely, schematics were completely effed up. So through education, process change, and content management systems, CMS innovation, much of what SEO fixes could and should become standard practice. However, this has been a challenging sell, as SEO has often been viewed as less important than design, development, or content creation. It was easier to assign SEO the role of cleanup crew rather than bake best practices into upstream systems and roles. We worked around CMS limitations, cleaned up after redesigns, and tried to reverse engineer what Google wanted from the outside in. But that role of identifying and fixing defects is no longer enough, and in the AI-driven search environment, it's becoming obsolete. Search has changed, our role must too. Search engines today do far more than index and rank web pages. They extract answers, synthesize responses, and generate real-time content previews. What used to be a linear search journey, query, list of links, website, has become a multi-layered ecosystem of zero-click answers, AI summaries, featured snippets, and voice responses. Traditional SEO tactics, indexability, content relevance, and backlinks still matter in this environment, but only as part of a larger system. The new currency of visibility is semantic clarity, machine readability, and multi-system integration. SEO is no longer about optimizing a page, it's about orchestrating a system. This complexity requires us to transition from being just an inspector to becoming the commissioning authority, CXA, to meet the demands of this shift. What is a commissioning authority? In modern architecture and construction, a commissioning authority is a specialized professional who ensures that all building systems, including HVAC, electrical, plumbing, safety, and lighting, function as intended in combination. They are brought in not just to inspect, but also to validate, test, and orchestrate the performance. A commissioning authority. I like that term. They work on behalf of the building owner, aligning the construction output with the original design intent and operational goals. They look at interoperability, performance efficiency, long-term sustainability, and documentation. They are not passive checkers. They are active enablers of success. Commissioning authority. I like that word. Why SEO commissioning authorities? The modern website is no longer an asset. It is a network of interconnected systems. Content CMS structure, design and front-end frameworks, analytics and tagging layers, schema and structured data, internationalization and localization, page speed and core web vitals, AI answer optimization. Today's SEO, or whatever the latest alphabet soup acronym du jour is, and especially tomorrow, must be commissioning authority for these systems. That means being involved at the blueprint stage, not just post-launch, advocating for search visibility as a performance outcome, ensuring that semantic signals, not just visual elements, are embedded in every page, testing and validating that the site performs in AI environments, not just traditional search engine result pages, SERPs. The rise of the relevance engineer. A key function within this evolved CXA role is that of the relevance engineer, a concept and term introduced by Mike King of iPool Rank. Mike has been one of the most vocal and insightful leaders on the transformation of SEO in the AI era. And this view is clear. The discipline must fundamentally evolve, both in practice and in how it is positioned within organizations. Good. I personally think the whole of marketing has considered this to be more of a holistic approach of constructing a house where you say, yeah, you need the different people, but you also need someone who's overlooking all of these different people and knows enough of each of these traits to be able to judge if they did their work well or not. And to tell them, hey, listen, the plumber needs to do this. Your electrical plant, they don't work. Please adapt this. You two talk to each other. Oh, I see this problem will come up in this and this step of the construction. No. Yeah. Mike King's perspective underscores that treating AI-driven search as simply an extension of traditional SEO is dangerously misguided. Instead, we must embrace a new function, relevance engineering, which focuses on optimizing for semantic alignment, passage level competitiveness, and probabilistic rankings, rather than deterministic keyword-based tactics. The relevance engineer ensures each content element is structured and chunked for generative AI consumption. Content addresses layered user intent from informational to transactional. Schema markup and internal linking reinforce topical authority and entity associations. The site's architecture supports passage-level understanding and AI summarization. In many ways, the relevance engineer is the semantic strategist of the SEO team, working hand in hand with designers, developers, and content creators to ensure that relevance is not assumed but engineered. In construction terms, this might resemble a systems integration specialist. This expert ensures that electrical, plumbing, HVAC, and automation systems function individually and operate cohesively within an innovative building environment. Relevance engineering is more than a title, it's a mindset shift. It emphasizes that SEO must now live at the intersection of information science, user experience, and machine interpretability. From inspector to CXA, how the role shifts. SEO pillar. Old role, new role. Old role, billing inspector, new role, commissioning authority. Indexability. Check crawl blocks after build. Design architecture for accessibility and rendering. Relevance. Patch in keywords post-launch. Old, past, patch in keywords post-launch. New role. Map content to entity models and query intent upfront, guided by relevance engineer. Authority, old, chase links to weak content. New, build a structured reputation and concept ownership. Clickability, old, tweak titles and meta descriptions. New, structure content for AI previews, snippets, and voice answers. User experience, old, flag issues in testing. New, embed UX speed and clarity into the initial design. Well, all of that sounds nice so far. So, looking ahead, the next generation of SEO. As AI continues to reshape search behavior, SEO pros must adapt again. We will need to understand how content is deconstructed and repackaged by large language models. For that, I've got quite a few videos on my channel. Ensure that our information is structured, chunked, and semantically aligned to be eligible for synthesis. Advocate for knowledge modeling, not just keyword optimization. Encourage cross-functional integration between content, engineering, design, and analytics. The next generation of SEO leaders will not be optimization specialists. They will be system thinkers, semantic strategists, digital performance architects, storytellers, performance coaches, and importantly, master negotiators to advocate and steer the necessary organizational, infrastructural, and content change to thrive. They will also be force multipliers, individuals or teams who amplify the effectiveness of everyone else in the process. By embedding structured AI ready practices into the workflow, they enable content teams, developers, and marketers to do their jobs better and more efficiently. The relevance, engineer, and commissioning authority roles are not just technical additions, but strategic leverage points that unlock exponential impact across the digital organization. Okay. Final thoughts. Too much article space has been wasted arguing over what to call this new era, whether SEO is dead, what the acronym should be, or what might or might not be the part of the future. Meanwhile, far too little attention has been devoted to these structural and intellectual shifts organizations must make to remain competitive in a search environment reshaped by AI. I would go a step further. It's not just search environment. I think the whole field of marketing needs that. It's the same with content creation or with PPC campaigns or with email marketing campaigns. It is not interlinked enough. It is not communicated enough. It is not strategized enough to make a holistic strategy out of it. Suppose we as an industry do not start changing the rules, roles, and mindset now. In that case, we'll again be scrambling when the CEO demands to know why the company missed profitability targets, only to realize we're buying back traffic we should have earned. We've spent 30 years trying to retrofit what others built into something functional for search engines, pushing massive boulders uphill to shift monoliths into integrated digital machines. That era is over. The brands that will thrive in the AI search era are those that elevate SEO from a reactive function to strategic discipline with a seat at the planning table. The professionals who succeed will be those who speak the language of systems, semantics, and sustained performance, and who take an active role in shaping the digital infrastructure. The future of SEO is not about tweaking, it's about taking the reins. It's about stepping into the role of commissioning authority, aligning stakeholders, systems, and semantics. And at its core, it will be driven by the precision of relevance engineering and amplified by the force multiplier effect of integrated strategic influence. More resources, written by Bill Hunt. Bill Hunt, I liked your article. I think you didn't go the step further, but I understand you're an SEO expert. Let's see, you got Bill Hunt. Do I already follow you or not? Let's see. For you guys, I think it's really, really extremely important. Yeah, I'm already following him. Well, I already want to say. Same problem of too few. I like that article. As usual, you will find the link to the article below. If you like what I do, I go through news, trends, research papers, studies, all kind of fields in the field of marketing, be it SEO, email marketing, content creation, social media, PPC, and so. If you like what I do, consider supporting this channel. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks. It's free, costs you nothing, and it supports this channel tremendously. And if you're curious, of course, you can sign up for my newsletter down below, so you stay informed when I go live, when events are, and everything. And with that, this article is over, and we jump right up to the next article. Hey guys, going through some articles and news again. Today, does ranking higher on Google mean you'll get cited in AI overviews? Very important topic. We all want to know how to get our pages on the best positions in Google. SEO is a very important field. Some people say now, oh no, SEO is dead. It's not that. Well, how important is the ranking of the page in the SERPs? What does Href say to that? What is in that article? I'll share my personal opinion while we go through it with you. So, written by Sichuan Ong and Tibejua Guang. I apologize if I budget the names. I'm not good at that. So, let's go on. If you rank well in traditional search results, does that mean you'll get cited in AI overviews? We decided to find out. Okay, cool. Methodology. We pulled 1 million keywords that triggered AI overviews and extracted the top 3 links cited within those AIOs. A total of 1.9 million citation links in our database. We then analyzed the relationship between where websites ranked in Google's traditional top 10 results, whether and where those same websites got cited in AI overviews. Rankings matter for AI overviews, just not as much as you think. Okay. We calculated the Spearman correlation between ranking in the top 10 and being cited in the top 3 AI overview results. The correlation was 0.347. This is a positive, moderate correlation, which just suggests that higher SERP rankings are associated with a greater likelihood of being cited in AI overviews. However, it's not a guarantee. Percentage of pages cited in AI overview by organic ranking position. Percentage in AIO, not in AIO. Okay. Then organic position. As you can see, something in position 10 is way less likely to be in AIO. Okay. Okay. Even pages ranking number 1 only appear in the top 3 cited links in AI overviews about 50% of the time. So yes, while it's true that if you rank number 1 in the SERPs, you're more likely to be cited in an AI overview than if you were ranked lower. But that chance is a coin flip at best. Okay. Well, I mean, I would say it's a bit different because it's not, it's like, if I'm on place number 1, then I have already a 50% chance to be in the AIO too. It's like, okay, but then comes number 2, and the place number 2 has a high likelihood again, and number 3 has a high likelihood, just less. So it is still extremely important where I rank, because if I'm page number 572, it's not 50-50 if I get into the AIO or not. So just for the people who have sometimes a bit of trouble with statistics and percentages, is not an indictment that it's not important to be ranked, in my opinion. But let's go through it a bit more. When you're cited, your ranking matters. Here's where it gets interesting. We also looked at the correlation between the position of the cited URL versus the organic ranking positions. The correlation was 0.445. In other words, pages that rank higher in the SERPs don't just have a better chance of being cited, they also tend to be cited more prominently in the AI overview when they're included. Okay, wrapping up. From our research, it seems that Google does use some overlapping signals for both traditional rankings and AI overview selections. But the correlation tells us that AI overviews aren't simply repackaging the top search results. SEO still matters. Higher rankings improve your chance of AI overview citations. And if you rank high and get cited, you're more likely to be featured prominently in the AI overview. However, our study also suggests that there is something beyond traditional SEO. While we don't yet know all the factors Google uses for AIO selection, it's clear they're not simply lifting the top search results. Maybe, as our research suggests, it's all about your brand and web mentions. Factors that correlate with brand appearance and overviews. But before I go, I want to tell you an important thing that I haven't seen mentioned there right so far is the fan out theory, that if I give a AI a query, that it doesn't just take that query as it is. Let's, for example, say, best shoes. And then the AI takes that one query, best shoes, and makes a few queries out of it, like best shoes for running, best shoes for outdoor, best shoes for 2025, best shoes for da. And then it has these different pages with search results. Wait, let me make that. Yeah. So I just type in query best shoes, for example. Okay. And then it makes out of this best shoes for running. Like best shoes for running, best shoes outdoor, best shoes 2024 for men, just as an example. Okay, like 3 should be enough now. Yeah, and then we get results for this query, we get results for this query, we get results for this query, and like we have place 1, place 2, place 3, da 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 da. Just as an example, okay? The place over here. And now the AI takes a conglomerate of all of these results, combines them, and sees, for example, oh, just as an example, this page was for this query on place 1, on this on place 3, and on this on place 2. It is the only one that seems to fit with many different queries. This is our number 1 here now. And this will be our number 1. Oh man, that's awful graphics. Like, sorry, I hope you understand what I mean. Like, these 3 together will be this one. That's why it doesn't overlap exactly with the natural search queries, with the SERPs that you have just for best shoes. Because it takes multiple different queries and checks them out. But it's still important to rank well, because on the more queries you rank well, the more likely it is that your page is being picked as the AIO. Okay? They just wanted to explain that. Now let's go further. Factors that correlate with brand appearance in AI overview. Based on a study of 75,000 brands, Source, Ahrefs, Brand Radar, and Ahrefs Site Explorer. Branded web mentions, branded anchors, branded search volume, DR, numbers of ref domains, branded traffic, number of backlinks, ad traffic, ad cost, URL rating, and number of site pages. Spearman correlation. Okay? Then the article gives an example on how to do that with their tool. I'll link the article below if you want to use their tool. It's quite interesting. I like the article. So, while this loads, guys, I go through articles, news in the marketing world. So, if you like what I do, consider supporting the page. The easiest way for you to support this channel is by liking the video, by subscribing to the channels. It's 1 or 2 clicks, and you can help this channel tremendously with the support. Down below is a URL to a link. You can sign up for my newsletter, so you stay informed about news, events, all kind of stuff, my Q&A, live sessions, all kinds of stuff. And with that, the new video should be already popping up, and I wish you all the very, very best. Bye! Hey guys, stumbled upon another interesting article that I want to go through with you all on. Google says normal SEO works for ranking in AI overview and LLMs.txt won't be used. So, let's go through it. Written by Barry Schwartz. Google said it won't be crawling your LLMs.txt files and just do normal SEO if you want to rank in its AI overviews. Google's Gary Ilyas, I hope I'm pronouncing the name correctly, recently said that when it comes to ranking in AI overviews, all you need to do is normal SEO. He also said that Google won't be crawling and using the new LLMs.txt files that have become a popular topic in the SEO space. He said this at Google's own Search Central Deep Dive event in the Asia Pacific region yesterday. For those who don't know what LLMs.txt are, it's It's been stated by the SEO industry basically to implement that as a standard file that describes what the content of the different pages are. So it is in the root folder and it describes 4 AI bots to understand what is the content on this page. So it doesn't get distracted by other elements like the menu, ads, and so on. And it is kind of being debated if it works, if it doesn't work. It's not robots.txt. I made a video describing the difference between those two. If you want, I hope link below, link somewhere. But let's go on. Normal SEO for AI overviews. Kenichi Suzuki was at the event and he posted on LinkedIn, to get your content to appear in AI overviews, simply use normal SEO practices. You don't need GEO, LLMO, or anything else. This makes sense. In order for Google to get content for AI overviews, they need to be crawled by Googlebot and indexed by Google Search. How Google Search normally ingests content is how it also works for AI overviews and AI mode in Google. It also probably uses many forms of how Google ranks content within Google Search. Yeah, it's true. Google already said like, hey, we've been using AI for over a decade to analyze your pages, the content, and so on. With Mom, to with the algorithm of Mom and everything. They've been doing that for many years already. So do normal SEO if you want to appear in AI overviews. By the way, also made videos about how your ranking and appearing in the AI overviews correlates. We'll link it below too. LLMS.txt not for Google. Kenichi Suzuki also posted on LinkedIn that during a Q&A session yesterday, Gary Ilias said Google won't be crawling the LLMS.txt file. Gary Ilias clearly stated that Google doesn't support LLMS.txt and isn't planning to. It doesn't mean that other AI engines won't be doing that. Ray Martinez posted a screenshot of his log file showing how OpenAI is crawling his LLMS.txt file every 15 minutes or so. He posted this screenshot on X and wrote, log file analysis shows that OpenAI crawls my LLMS.txt file on a few sites. It's pinging our servers every 15 minutes looking for freshness. This is all while John Mueller from Google said that no AI system is currently using the LLMS.txt file. I mean, that was weeks ago and things change fast in the AI world. Why we care? When it comes to Google, it appears normal SEO is important. As Lily Ray wrote, AI search is booming, but SEO is still not that. Do normal SEO to rank well within Google's AI platform. Will those lead to clicks is another story. And LLMS.txt is a topic we covered here a lot, and it seems Google won't be using that text file anytime soon. Barry Schwartz, nice article. I would have liked a bit more information if possible, but I like the article nevertheless, so let's connect. Yeah, want to follow him. I hope he's still posting. So many are like, by the way, if you want to follow me, feel free. I have almost no one. X and Twitter doesn't work for me really, sadly. That's just the way it is. So back to this. A few important things. You find multiple videos on my channel about this, like what are LLMs, also how it seems that ChatGPT is using Google AI overview as a fallback. If it doesn't find index pages and information, it uses Google. It seems in a few tests that seem to show that. So ranking and SEO factors are absolutely important. I also recently found an article about how your SERP ranking influences how likely you are in the AI overview to be presented and in what position. You can find it all on my channel. As usual, guys, I love researching it all. For those who don't know, I have my own marketing agency. That's why I always stay to be in the loop, find the newest, freshest informations, learn everything that I can, and then decided to share all of that with you, prepare and reflect on the information, add my experience and a bit extra info for those who don't have as much experience as me. If you like what I do, if you want to support this channel, feel free to give me a like, to subscribe to the channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks, helps this channel a lot. If you want to support it, it's the best support you can give. New videos should be popping up already in the corners, and with that, I wish you all the very, very best.
Essentially, you get all of the all of the dangers of controlling a system concentrated in the most centralized way possible. So,
hello guys. Today I've got a very special guest. It's Professor Vardi. He's a world-renowned researcher in the field of computer sciences. His works have helped us as a species in technological fields quite a lot. It's really interesting. I know we're going not to get too deep into the field because I know many of you are not in the computer science fields, but I think his work and his knowledge touches upon almost everybody's life nowadays. Everybody of us has to deal with computers. AI is coming. We've got self-driving cars coming soon. And a lot of the aspects that we need to even make that possible are databases, are queries, are huge data amounts and stuff that he has research on and that I would like to talk about. The implications for society behind it, how it all developed in a historical sense, and many other topics that we're going to go through today. Dr. Vardi, it's a pleasure to have you here on the show. And thank you very much for taking the time to be here. Thank you very much. And maybe you want to start with a few words to the audience to give them an overview of who you are and what your research is about.
So first, thank you for the opportunity to have this conversation with you. I'm very happy to take my work and reach out to the bigger world. I grew up in Israel. At about age 16, which was many years ago, I discovered computers. And I fell in love in computers because computer gives you a world with very, very clear rules and very, very clear logic. And in fact, when you start writing programs and they don't work, at first you think, well, the computer made an error. And after a while, it gets into your head, no, the computer, it's possible that they make errors, but it's a very, very rare event. And so if your program doesn't work, you made errors. And that's a great lesson in humility. You realize that how difficult it is because computers are idiot savant. You have to tell them precisely what to do. You can't say, oh, I mean, I remember when I came to the United States and I missed from Israel and I missed some of my mother's cooking. So I would say, oh, I'm missing this dish. Can you give me the recipe for this dish? And she said, well, okay, it's all in her head. And she said, you put a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And I said, what do you mean by a little bit of? She said, just the right amount. And she had the intuitive sense, what is the right amount? And I wanted everything precisely. So computers are like me. They needed everything precisely. And human beings are actually naturally inaccurate. We do just, how much? Oh, just the right amount. So it takes an so learning programming on one hand teaches you to be very precise. It teaches you humility because you say if there's an error, it's 99.99999%, it's your error. Okay. Now at age 16, while it was intellectually challenging, the rules were clear. I knew exactly what the rules are. On the other hand, at age 16, I couldn't understand girls. That was a mystery. Well, I'm still working on it for many, many years, but at the time I was just completely clueless. Now I'm only half clueless, but then I was completely clueless. And so I fell in love with computers. And I went on my studies in Israel and I ended up doing my doctorate also in Israel on databases. I'll come back to it in a minute, what is exactly are these databases. And then I came to the United States to do advanced study. And you know how it is. I met my wife here. I was going to go back to Israel. I met my wife here and end up staying in the United States. And right now I'm professor at Rice University in Houston, Texas. So that is the story of my life in a nutshell, abbreviated form.
A short CV like that. Nice to represent. The people can have a little bit of the, as you said, I think it's a
well, academic CVs are not like resumes. Resume, you have to say 1-2 pages.
Yeah.
academic CV is what we call the whole Megillah. We put
Oh,
everything that happened, everything that happened. So
everything.
my CV, not resume, my CV is probably 50 pages. So
Wow. Wow. But
everything that happens.
it touched me when you said it, because I myself also started programming and stuff like that when I was younger. And the way you said it, like this, it's clear rules, the humility behind it. That's a very interesting take that I haven't reflected upon yet. But I think you're absolutely right with that, because you write something and there is an error, and you just know I have made the mistake somewhere logical, if it's in the conception phase, if it's a semicolon that I wrote wrong, but the computer is doing what I told it to do. Something about what I told it to do must be wrong to get that error, some order or something. And it's true. It's like, because for me, it was like in my whole life, even in other fields later on, it was like, okay, something went wrong. What did I do wrong to cause that result? It's really interesting, and never reflected upon if that might be from the programming experience as a young guy.
And you can blame other people. I mean, a lot of things, the way we cope with difficulties in life, we project out. We blame someone else. Okay, think about it. Even think about human relationships. They're difficult. Relationships are difficult. Sartre said, "Hell is other people." Okay. So what happened? You're in a relationship, and other person does something you don't like. You get upset. And you get upset at them. They did something. But the basic principle, and I have to say, my wife taught me that if you get upset, you are the reason for you getting upset. Now, the other person may have done something. It may be positive, not positive. But you getting upset, it's always on you.
Yeah, it's your choice, your decision to get upset.
It's always on you. Okay. And a friend of mine said, "No, I don't understand it." I said, "Look, suppose I tell you that I think you're an idiot. Are you going to get offended?" He said, "Yeah, of course I'll get offended." Well, suppose you go to a pet store and the parrot says, "You're an idiot, you're an idiot." Are you going to get offended? He said, "No, it's a parrot." I said, "You see, it's all in your mind. Same words. You decided to get upset in one situation, not to get upset in another situation."
Reminds me very much of the Stoic philosophy, and where I say, oh, the only thing I can control is how I react to things, not to the things outside. Really, I personally think it's a very mature, very good way of thinking about life, because, well, I can't change the other things, but I get to choose somewhat how I react to things. Are these trouble or are these challenges? Is that really awful what happened to me, or is it just, wait a moment, it's annoying, but my life is good overall. I don't need to react as if this was a big catastrophe now. It's just an annoying moment, or it's just a stressful day at work. It's not like my life is bad because of that. And I think this putting it into perspective of the whole life and situations and so helps a lot alleviate this highs and downs of emotional trouble. It's just my personal opinion on that.
So the computers are never trying to do something to you.
Yeah.
It does what it does. It's like the universe. Bad thing happen. Bad thing happen to good people. Nobody is after you. Yeah. It just happens. Okay.
So how did you get to that field?
So I said I got at age 16. I just fell in love with computers.
Yeah, but how did that happen? If I ask, did your father get
how did it happen? So it happened. It just amazing serendipity. Okay. I just from glancing in the newspaper, it caught my eye, an advertisement that the Tel Aviv University is going to have a programming 1 week intensive programming course. Okay. Now, this is 1970. I know nothing about computers. Nobody has seen a computer at this point. There are computers, but our computers are all the so-called mainframes, and they are in certain what we call glass houses, special air-conditioned rooms. I mean, I've never seen a computer before in my life. I kind of vaguely knew there are computers, but I had very little knowledge. What is a computer? Suddenly you can spend 1 week in the summer intensive course on programming. And somehow, and now I cannot go back in my mind and said, this intrigued me. So I went to my father and asked, it was going to cost some amount of money to register. The problem is the currency has changed since I'm in Israel many times, so I have no idea how much it cost.
Okay.
But I cannot imagine it was more than, let's say, $50. Okay.
Okay.
Not a lot of money. Okay. Just symbolic, almost symbolic. I said, can I ask you for the money? He said yes. And I went and I stayed with relatives to cut down on expenses. I stayed with relatives, and I took the course. And I said, once I took the course, that was it. It was clear that my future is going to be in computing. Now, academically, there was really there were no computer science programs yet at that point. Computer science programs started in the early 70s. So by the time I go to college, which is actually I went to college about a year. When did I go to college? About a year later, I went to college. And they have a minor in computer science. Just a minor, so it wasn't even a major. So I majored in physics with a minor in computer science. Okay, because it wasn't a major, it was just a minor. Yeah. So in United States, the first computer science program started in mid 60s. Okay, mid 60s. In Israel, it was a few years later, and within a few years it became a major and all universities. But when I went to college, it was just a minor. So I did major in physics with a minor in computer science, and then I had to do my military service. And then by the time I finished my military service, now it's 1978, and now I want to go to graduate school, and now I have to decide, do I continue in physics? I said, no, I'm going to computer science. So at that point, I went back and I went back in computer science. And actually the 70s was a years of very, very dramatic change, because the microprocessor was developed in Intel in the 70s. So by the time I go back to graduate school, people talk about microcomputer. And I say, whoa, what is a microcomputer? I just, for 4 years, I was out of this academic scene. So now I go back and there are microcomputers, and so the world has changed in a significant way. And I still look back at this young man who decided, no, computing is the future. Little did I know, right? No one had any idea that it will be the future, okay? That it will be the technology that runs our life right now, okay? I had no idea.
You were spot on with it.
But some, I was just, I can't say it was prophecy. I just loved it. I said, that's what I'm going to do. So I went to graduate school in computer science and never looked back.
Really interesting. Really. So, back at that time, it's like, wow. And I mean, back then, really, as you say, it wasn't that easy to tell how much human life, society, industries would change because of the computer. It was like not anywhere on the horizon yet.
At that time, if you look where computers were used, kind of big, like banks, insurance companies, and we'll come back to data processing, companies that had large amount of data, mostly the financial industry for sure, okay? They use computers, and scientists start using computing early on. In fact, the computers were invented to really solve scientific problems, okay? They were not invented originally to do payroll or to do bank statement. They were first designed, in fact, the ENIAC, the computer was built in the United States. The first computer was designed to compute ballistic table for naval guns. And in the UK, it was to break codes. Okay. The data processing aspect of computing came later, came after they're already built. But initially, it was all for scientific problem solving. So when I was an undergraduate in in physics and computer science, the people who are very heavy user of computers in the university were the physicists, because we were physics PhD students were sitting in a computer center day and night because they were using computer to solve their problems. And in fact, there was one reason for me to say, even the physicists, what they do is computing, so I might as well go to computing. They played a role in pushing me towards computing.
I ask because I'm curious. I would like to. What was the kind of stuff that the physicians back then were computing, were asking, were calculating?
So the physicists were always calculating in some sense, because if you think what physics is, you have theories, and you may, if you've taken some even in high school physics, you know, there are some physical theories. But how do you test the theories? You test the theories by running experiments. But the theories are, for example, you take Newton laws, they're equations. So what you need to do is then to do computation to figure out what should happen in the real world. If I drop a stone from the top of the building, how long will it take for it? You know, I have Newton's law, okay, and now I need to figure out how long it will take it to drop. So I do some computation, and then I go and I measure how long did it take it to drop. So physicists always, the bridge between theory and experiment was always computing. Nobody talks about it. They said physics is based on theory and experiments, but how do you bridge between them? Computing was the bridge. Computing took you from the equations to what will happen in the real world, and then you go and you measure what happened in the real world. Okay.
That's okay. Cool. Yeah.
Okay. So you've taken any kind of physics, yeah, there are nice theories, and you say you test the theories. How do you test the theories? You don't see the equations in the real world, but you compute to see how would things happen in the real world, and then you test it in the real world. So people computed in physics, but they had to do it by hand. And as the physics get more and more involved, it becomes more and more difficult to do this computation by hand. And so, in fact, that was even like in World War II, when you know, now Oppenheimer is out and we're learning about the Manhattan Project. They had to do all kind of computations, and they had armies of people doing computation. In fact, until the invention of the digital computer, the word computer referred to a person. It was a job description.
Really?
A person, people needed computing, and the person who computed, okay, take for example, a Mount Everest, okay? So tallest mountain in the world. How do we know that? Everest did not know that. There was an Indian guy, I'm sorry, I forgot his name right now, but he was responsible for the measurement and the computation that would tell us that Mount Everest is the tallest mountain in the world. And what was his job title? He was chief computer.
This is interesting. Thank you for that. It's like really interesting.
So computers were people. In fact, most computers were women, because women were very good at computing, because to do computing by hand, you need precision, no mistakes, no errors, and you need lots of patience. And it turns out that it seems that women are more patient and more precise in doing this. So if you look at pictures from the 1940s, you see rows and rows of women computing, and they were called computers, until digital computers were built, and now we move the name computer from a person to a machine. Okay, so this is where machines took over. So the first wave of machines is going to be scientific computing. Okay, so, and then people discovered, one of the things people discovered very early on, that you have to be very, very precise in talking to computers. And computers talk in, you know, it's a little bit like R2D2. Remember how R2D2 talks? Beep, 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 beep. So in some sense, that's how you talk to computers. You use what we call binary, zeros and one, but you basically talk to them digitally. And for people, this was very hard. So people gradually start to develop what we call higher level programming languages. How do we bridge what's happening in our head to this digital machine?
Can you just in very easy terms, can you explain for the people who don't have any experience in that? The computer understands 0 and 1. 0 means no electricity, no voltage. 1 means activated electricity voltage.
Right.
How do people tell this little thing that only understands 1 and 0 what they want? Like, for example, I know we've got the assembler, and then we've got the higher languages like C#.
So we got this went by sequence of steps.
Yep.
Okay. So one is, and this first of all, this observation that goes back to the 17th, 18th century. Leibniz was a famous German mathematician who discovered. He said, "Why do we count? We count base 10. Base 10 because we have 10 fingers. Okay, we have 10 fingers. Suppose, imagine that people only had two fingers. They would count base 2. So you can count in different bases. And what do I mean by a base? If you write the number 100, you write 000.
Yeah.
So the rightmost 0 refers to single digits. And the second 0 refers to tens, how many tens. And the third digit refers to how many hundreds. So we write 100 is 100. 900 is 900. We can write 999. It's 999. Okay, and you can do the same thing with binary, but instead of having units and then tens and then hundreds, you work with what we call powers of 2. So you'll have 0 and 1. Then you have how many 2s? So it will be 2 or 4. And then how many 8? It will be 8 or 16. So Leibniz realized that you don't need to count base 10, you can count base 2. And this was just a mathematical observation. But then people said, the first computer was actually base 10. But electronically, the first computer was base 10. But then people realized electronically, it's much easier to work base 2. No electricity means 0. You have full charge means 1. Very easy to implement computers base 2. But it's very hard for people to talk base 2. Okay. So we needed C3PO to communicate between us and R2D2. So people start coming up with, okay, how do we build the bridge between people and computers? So first, for example, somebody said, you know what? Also base 2, you get very long numbers.
Yeah.
So why don't we do base 8? Okay. So we take every group of 3 what we call bits, digital digits, binary digits. It's zeros and 1. You take a group of 3, now it becomes base 8. Or we take groups of 4 and it becomes base 16. So base 16 become kind of the common way to do that, first of all. But even for people, it become difficult. Then people start coming with the idea, for example, everything had to be done by writing in binary or octal or what you call hexadecimal, which is base 16. Then somebody came up with the idea, I'd like to write, if I want to compute to add, I would want to write ADD, okay? And then a computer program will translate it to 86. Maybe 86 is add. But why should I have to remember it? Let the computer do the translation. This was a brilliant idea. That to translate from more human language to computer language, the computer should do the translation. Think about it. This is a brilliant idea. We have a hard time talking to computers, so will be computer programs to do the translation. Okay. Now, of course, we use Google Translate, so we are very comfortable with this idea, the computer with translation. But this was to translate from human language to to computer language. Once that happened, people said, oh, we can have languages that are closer and closer and closer to the way humans talk. And so we start inventing what's called higher level programming languages. And initially, the programming languages became closer and closer to math. So one of the first higher level programming language was called Fortran, and Fortran stood for Formula Translator. And the idea was to enable for people to, for example, let's suppose I want to sum all the numbers between 1 and 100. So I want to tell the computer, sum all the numbers between 1 and 800, okay? And 100. And I just said it, it's very easy. But for the computer, it's you have to translate. The computer doesn't understand what it means. You have to tell him, start with 1, edit, increase by 1, edit, increase by 1, edit. You have to write this kind of program we call iterative program. Do it 100 times. Each time increment by 1 and edit, increment by 1 and edit. So Fortran enable you to say it almost in a way much closer to how a human think. Because the difficult for us with computer is to bridge with the way we think and the way computers think. And so then this started a whole, today, one major field in computer science is programming languages, which is how to make programmers more effective. And what does it mean more effective? We want to make it, on one hand, easier for them to say what they want, but at the same time, we want the programs to be efficient, to run fast, and we want to minimize errors. Remember, errors is the thing. When you write program, one of the first things you discover, it is very, very hard to be so precise because we tend to be, human beings are sloppy.
Really interesting. That's really, really interesting, the development of that. Thank you. I did not know it that close. It was like, I never understood, honestly, that bridge from the binary system, like with the punch cards and everything back then, to suddenly having language, programming language. Suddenly it was like, okay, here you've got the syntax, you've got the orders, you've got the commands, and suddenly it was like, okay, how did that step happen? It's really interesting.
It took, you know, I mean, the first computer, programmable computer is built in is not built, it's turned on in 1946. And it took a few years. I mean, I was fortunate to work many years ago with a person at IBM who was the developer of Fortran, of one of the first programming languages.
Cool.
Okay,
Cool.
His name was John Bacchus. He was very senior. I was very young, but I ended up being his manager, which was very funny to me because he was a legend of computers. He was a legend of computer science, and not everybody recognized the need immediately. One of the pioneers of computer science was an incredibly bright mathematician called John von Neumann. Okay, he was came from Hungary, and he was such a genius that he could multiply 8-digit numbers, 2-digit numbers in his head. Okay, most people will struggle with, I can do 2-digit numbers in my head. I will struggle with three-digit numbers. Okay, 2-digit I can still do in my head. 3 digits become difficult. He did 8-digit numbers in his head. So John Bacchus told me that early 50s, John von Neumann come to visit IBM. And at this point, he is the most famous mathematician in the world. And they tell him about the project. And he looks there with stone face. Obviously, they see that he's not impressed. And then they finally, after the whole thing, and they're trying to tell him, finally he sits there and says, okay, guys, why are you doing this? And they say, well, you know, programming for most people is hard, so we want to make it easier for people to program. And he said, nonsense. just give it to your students to do. So for him, he could think directly. He could think in binary. People joking, he could think in binary. So he just did not understand at all the challenge that most humans have a challenge being able to express themselves in such low-level language like in binary. So he was he was completely unappreciative of their effort. But they were right. He was wrong, because he was such a genius. He couldn't appreciate that you need to build tools for non-geniuses.
For the average person to be able to plug into something that works, but it's too hard. You need too much cognitive ability to easily use it. So wow, it's really interesting. This is really interesting thing.
So in fact, much of what we have done in computing is to make it easier. You don't have to be a genius today to use computers. Think about it. Today, practically, everybody has a smartphone.
Yeah.
Everybody is using computers. And they don't need to know computer science. This is the beauty of it now. They don't need to be computer science. They just need to be able to swipe left and right.
Yes.
They
No,
swipe
you
left.
don't, you don't need to know anything about TCP/IP protocols to surf on the internet.
Nothing. You swipe left, you swipe right, and you go on a date. Okay, that's it.
Yeah.
Okay. So we started with me at age 16 not understanding girls and building this technology, and today this technology helps you to get a girl, right? So to speak. So one of our really the major accomplishment is we took technology that used to be considered very, very difficult to use computers. When I got involved, to use computers, you have to write a program. It was very difficult. And today we have technology that is used by the masses. And we spent now, since the 1946, we celebrated just if you think about it, 2 years ago, it was the 75th anniversary of 2021. It was the 50th anniversary, the 75th anniversary of the first computer. So we have learned to build a technology that can be used. And of course, you still need the people who design him, have to know more about computing. The people who build program have to know more. But we have now billions of people use computers, and they need to know very, very little about computers. It's an amazing accomplishment. If you think now, who can design a high-rise building? Well, you say, engineers, architects. And now we have made these tools so easy that anybody can design, so to speak, a high-rise building.
Yeah, it's great. That's also the same like I had that when I learned mechatronics. It was like electricity, the light bulb, all of these things. There's like, be the first one to come up with the idea of a generator or of all of these things. Same with the computer. We're living and using stuff that is way above our level, to say it like that. Like the collective has managed to build something that we as individuals take granted or like use without us as individuals having any clue or any ability to single-handedly rebuild it. Like I could not come up with the computer on my own or build the assembler language and so on. It's really interesting how we as a group evolve further and further and further with our technology and stand on the shoulders of giants, so to speak, with each generation.
So this idea of shoulder of giants is one of the most amazing inventions of humanity. Okay, think about it. People during COVID, all these people say, "Oh, I do not believe scientists. I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical of the science." And I think, wait a minute. Suppose you're diagnosed with cancer. Are you going to say we need to take chest X-ray to see if you have lung cancer? I will say, no. I don't believe in chest X-ray, because who knows? What is X-ray? I don't believe scientists. All our life today, everything you do, you go on an airplane and you fly. Okay, you get into your car and drive the car. This is all based on the work of scientists and engineers. Okay, and if you say no, I don't believe them. Okay, go back to the cave. What if you say I'm not believing science? The answer is fine. Go back to the cave. That's the only thing left for you to do. Okay, nobody says, no, I'm not going to turn on the light because I don't understand how a fluorescent light bulb, or not even more. Now you have LED bulbs. I do not understand LED. Incandescent bulb, you can still somehow understand heat and light. Okay, but LED bulb, okay, no heat. How is light generated? I see no one. He said, no, I'm going to sit in the dark because I do not believe in the science.
I don't trust it. And let's be honest, there are even such people. I would not be surprised if we've heard about such people on the world too. But it's really interesting, isn't it, to see how far we have come with building up and building upon what others have built, and to upgrade it and to reiterate the better and better and better version, and easier and easier and easier version. And now we're on the, I mean, I don't know if it's too romantic, too optimistic or not, but like we are on the brink to the next step of the singularity of achieving general AI, to be at that point where we think, I mean, it's not like in the next year, but it seems reasonable in this lifetime that we will be there. Seriously. Isn't
So
it crazy?
I here is my biblical perspective on it.
Okay. I'm curious about your opinion.
Biblical perspective. So read, Genesis chapter 2. So what happened? God created man and woman, and he put it in the Garden of Eden, and they eat from the forbidden fruit. Okay? So they ate from the fruit of knowledge. And he says, now there were two fruits. One is there was a tree of knowledge and there was a tree of life. And if they had a tree of life, they would live eternal life. God didn't want them to happen. So God kicks them out, and he gives them, there is a punishment. The punishment is, in the sweat of thy brow, thou shalt eat bread. From now on, you don't have fruit. You can't just pick up fruit. You have to work for a living. And women, you're going to have birth will be painful. Okay. But who had the final word? We had the final word. Why? Because we ate from the fruit of knowledge. And we said, we don't like to sweat. I mean, essentially, if you want to understand humanity, is we don't like to sweat. So working hard, we don't like to work hard. So we start, but we had the fruit of knowledge. So we start making inventions, fire, throwing stones, building weapons, building tools, okay? And even to the point that we're going to have intelligent machinery. So it's the ultimate response to eating from the fruit of knowledge. We are going to build our own tree of knowledge. This is AGI. So if you look at this contention between humans and God, you can almost say we had the upper hand.
Okay, so
this is all. I'm not talking in a religion sense. I'm looking at it I'm looking at it as a parable.
Yeah, I'm curious. Okay. What is it? Because as far as I know, this whole topic about the general AI is like, there are the people who say, oh, it's going to destroy humanity and so on, and the others think it's going to bring us into a new era of awesomeness and heaven, so to speak. Where are you on that spectrum? Do you think, oh, this is going to be catastrophic, or more like, hey, it's going to be great? Or what is your opinion on all of that?
So, we've invented technology, getting out of the biblical parables now. If you look more historically, we invented technology about a million years ago. That is to say, even pre-Homo sapiens in some sense. Okay, I don't know the exact dates, but we discovered fire. Okay, fire is technology. So at first, we discovered that when there is a fire in the forest, if we go after the fire, we go to the forest, we can find some roasted deer, and are much easier to chew than raw deer. This was a major discovery. This is much easier to chew. So if you compare, if you've seen some reconstruction of Homo neanderthal, they have big jaws. We have tiny jaws in comparison. Why do we have such fine jaws? So people ask, what is the natural healthy style of cooking? What is natural cooking? People argue about, about the paleo diet, whatever. The real answer of what is paleo diet? Cook diet. That's what we discover. That cooked food is easier to chew. If you look today, for example, gorillas, they spend hours a day chewing because it's raw food. It's hard to chew. Imagine that if you wanted a steak, you get a raw slab of meat and you have to chew it. Okay. That's what people have to do. Way back. I'm vegetarian. So I don't have these problems. But people, imagine chewing raw steak. Okay, so fire was an amazing invention. This really put humanity on a totally different trajectory. And in fact, in Greek mythology, it is viewed as such a magical point. You know, where did fire come from? Prometheus stole it from the gods. So this is the only way. How can we?
Yeah, agriculture is that important myth, important figure of how did humans get fire and how it changed from like these caveman dwellers or animalistic life to a human civilized
A human,
life.
right? So this is just
connected with fire.
And in fact, to me, even the biblical story is kind of a parable, because people wondering, well, how come we're different than all these animals? What makes us different, okay, from all the animals, okay? And the answer that they have, we ate from the fruit of knowledge. That was their answer, okay? So today we have other answers, evolution and etc. But we discover fire. And then later we discover that if you have a stone, you can toss it. And if you hit an animal with a stone, you catch the animal. You don't have to run and grab the animal. So we start making discovery about tools. And then we discover you can sharpen a stone. And then you can take off the skin from the animal. We made one discovery after the other. Now, in the Greek mythology, there are kind of two follow-up stories. Prometheus steals the fire from the gods. And Prometheus himself is punished. An eagle eats his liver every night, and every day, and it grows up again at night. So his eternal agony. Okay. But there's another part of the story, and this is Pandora's box. And so the gods sent Pandora with a box of gifts to humanity. When they open the box, all kind of pestilence and wars and all the bad things come out of the box. So already the ancient Greeks understood technology is not free. The technology always has costs. And this is something that we sometimes forget, you know, fire. Okay, if I tell you, for example, no more fire. Wait a minute. I mean, human beings, we cannot live without fire. Think of the heat in my house. You know, I mean, it's fire or natural electricity. We cannot live without it. Okay, but people still die in fire. Think what happened right now, just in Maui. We had these horrendous fires. Started probably by electrical transformers that issue some sparks and started a fire. So people still die by fire. So technology has always been, and this goes back, the Greek told us this in the story about Pandora. Technology has always been a double-edged sword. And kind of the story of humanity is how to use the technology, how to benefit from technology, and minimize the risk. I said, don't eliminate the risk, minimize the risk, okay? I drive a car, okay? Now we know that the fatality rate for driving in the United States, it's about 8 fatalities per billion VMT, vehicles mile traveled. Okay, so it's 8 over a billion miles. Okay, so I drive in a typical day, not a lot, maybe 5 miles.
Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Really, almost nothing.
I don't drive a lot. Yeah. Let's just make it easy. Yeah. Make it 8 miles. Okay. So and let's say 5. So if I have 5 miles and we have 8 over a billion, so it would be 40 over a billion. That will be it's a very small number.
Yeah.
So my risk is very, very small, but it is not zero.
Yeah.
And I know I'm taking some risk, very minimal risk, but I like the convenience. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, the car is just amazingly convenient. Okay. And I said, I'm not, there are people who spend way more time than me on the road. I spend relatively little time on the road. So we take risk. And this is always going to be technology that always risk with any technology. Okay. If you have electricity in your power, there is a risk of fire. It creates a risk of fire. Okay. All kinds of things can happen. So this is the challenge for humanity, always to be discuss the benefits and discuss the risks. The answer is about the risk of AI right now. What scares people the most, we don't know. This is the truth is, we just don't know. Everybody is speculating, okay? What if it becomes so intelligent? The problem is not just intelligent per se, okay? Because I can take the today you have, for example, the what we call the let's say the Google data center. You have huge data center. In terms of compute power, it's humongous. It dwarfs human ability to reason. But it does not have, human being and not only have intelligence, they have wants, they have needs, they have desires, they have intentions, they act on their intentions. So far, computers have none of that stuff, okay? They don't have this, oh, I want to become, what drives human being? They want to become famous. They want to become rich. They would like to have sex, and they translate these desires into actions, okay? ChatGPT so far has not said, I would like to get more famous. It's very famous, but the thing we know about fame, you can never have enough fame, okay? So ChatGPT said, it's the same with money, right? People don't say, oh, I have enough. Most people can say, I have a billion, I want 2 billion. I have 2 billion, I want 4 billion. ChatGPT so far has no intentions, okay? Now people are speculating what happens if we create artificial intelligence that is so powerful, it's how to form intentions. And I said, to me, this is a little bit in the realm of science fiction. And I'm not saying we should ignore this risk. But my worry is that by focusing so much on so-called, and these people who are promoting this are called doomers. Now we have a name for these people. I call the doomers.
Yeah. The doomers. Yeah, nice term.
I cannot have a mathematical proof that all these scenarios are impossible. Nobody can say that. But the problem is that, take for example, we know that there is a risk and non-zero risk that Earth will be hit by an asteroid, and we know it killed the dinosaur. It could be, life as we know it can be finished. People talk about, can we maybe with nuclear bombs blow out? We don't know. This is partly science fiction, but at this point the risk is incredibly small. On the other hand, there is a much more serious risk that life as we know it is going to become pretty unbearable on this planet because of the heat. So there is so-called clear and present danger, okay? That one should not ignore far out risks, but put them in perspective and weigh them against clear and present risk.
Okay. Do you think AI can help with these issues that some perceive in regards to, I assume now, for example, that you meant with the climate change situation? Do you think AI can help with that? And before you answer, just let me say something.
Yeah.
I think it's really interesting the arch we got now, because as you said, the idea of Pandora's box seems really interesting. As you said, we don't know the consequences of AI. We don't know where it's going to be, what really are the dangers, or what are the consequences of it. As you say, in the 60s and 70s, we couldn't have imagined what the computer would bring. And now we couldn't who can nowadays say what 2200 will be thanks to AI? We got no clue. And it's Pandora's box that we don't know. Is it Prometheus present to us, or is it Pandora's box that we're opening? I think that's really interesting.
I think my answer is both. It's both. Yeah. It's both. So we will find, people will find, we have humanity has been just amazingly creative.
Yeah.
Finding, coming up and just look at how much life has changed in the last, especially since the Enlightenment started. Yeah. The Enlightenment was the belief in human reason, okay? Yeah. And just imagine in particular, I mean, just, you don't have to go that far. Just I look at, my life, okay? And I look between this young man at 16 and the world today. And suppose that somebody had just described today's reality imagine that I get just the New York Times for today. Somehow I get to read it in 1970. It sounds like science fiction, right? It sounds like science fiction, all these things that you read in the paper.
Would be. I mean,
Would have been, right? Unimaginable. 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 You'll tell them everybody will have a computer in their pocket.
Just as an easy example, if you think about, for example, Star Trek in that time had like flat screens, touchpads, a communicator that you could take with you.
Yeah, this is it. This is all science. There was all science fiction, right? In fact, the funny thing is, they got lots of stuff right.
Yeah.
Of course, the beam me up Scotty has not happened yet. In fact, the main thing they got wrong, which is funny because this is a show about space travel.
Yeah.
And the thing they got wrong was space travel.
The one thing that,
the thing they got wrong was space travel. Space travel seemed to be much, much more difficult than people have imagined. I still think that all this talk about moving million people to Mars is just total science fiction, okay? But the technology part around it, except for beam me up Scotty, well, you look at it and you say, yeah, everybody now has a communicator. And much of the stuff much of the stuff has happened. Okay, so I think people will find amazing applications for AI. Now, what worries me about AI? I'm worried about people, not about computers. AI is just a computer. I'm not worried about computers. The day that computers, on their own volition, will start doing things, maybe I'm not saying you can never say it's impossible, but I don't see it yet. But what I do see is what happened when people use computers. So let me give you kind of an example. So Nick Bostrom is a British philosopher. And he wrote a book that got lots of exposure about 10 years ago.
Okay.
Super intelligence.
Okay.
About the danger of super intelligence. And he came up with a parable, and he called it the paperclip maximizer.
Yeah, the paperclip machine. Yeah.
So you tell your AI, make paperclips. So I would say, okay, I should make as many paperclips as possible because I was told to make paperclips, and I should make to fulfill my mission, I should make as many as possible. So it will end up figuring out how to turn the whole solar system into a paperclip factory. Okay. Now my answer is, we already have such machines around us. What are they called? They're called the modern corporation. Because the modern corporation is in some sense super intelligent because it figured out a way to harness, think of a company like Alphabet, hires very large number of very smart people, and they work towards a specific goal, okay? This is something super intelligent. No one person there can do what this whole collection, the hive mind of Alphabet is super intelligent, okay? Now, they're trying to maximize, not paperclips. What are they trying to maximize? Profits. So the parable is very accurate, except it's not worried about some AI in the future. It's about the modern corporation. The modern corporation, I claim, in some sense, you can say it's super intelligent. It tries to maximize profits. And for them, everything else is an externality. You know what economists say by externality? Something is not accounted for. So then the sustainability is not accounted for. Environment is not accounted for. So we're turning the hairs. We are now in August. We have now more than 3 months of temperatures that are above 40 degrees centigrade. Okay, this is, I mean, summer here in Europe, and we have humidity of 90%. You know, we are now celebrating. You know, we measure things in Fahrenheit, and today we said, "Ooh, today we're going to be just in the high 90s." Yoo-hoo! What a wonderful celebration! Today we're going to be in the high 90s rather than in the 100s. We've seen 110 here. So, what happened? Well, we have optimized for profits, and we did not take sustainability into account. That's what worries me. This power of AI, all these companies that are now investing billions in AI, OpenAI, Microsoft, Google, they're going to try to make money off AI. This is what worries me. What worries me is, what are they going to do to society in the quest of profit using AI? This is, to me, is the big risk. It's not AI by itself. You have to put AI in the socio-economic, political ecosystem. We talk about regulating AI. We don't know yet how to do that. We don't know yet how to do that. So right now you have, first of all, these corporations are immensely powerful. These are the richest corporations the world has ever seen. And they're investing billions and billions in AI. And guess what? They're not doing it out of the goodness of their heart. They're doing it, and it's not for the betterment of their kind. It's for the betterment of the bottom line. Why? That's the way they work. That's the way our society works.
It's crazy. I mean, thank you very much. I read about the paperclip. I've been studying these AI issues for a while. They're very interesting topics. I'll link some of the issues and the videos and such down below for the views. But you made a connection that I have to admit I have not made yet. It's like the paperclip machine is so dangerous because it's an AI that focuses only on its goal. And it's willing to do everything to achieve that goal. Like, and stop anything that could stop it from maximizing the amount of paper clips it produces. But as you said, companies are exactly the same with their profits. They want to make profit, and they will do whatever possible to stop whatever stops them from making profit. And now we've got the connection with these companies, these corporates will have that AI to achieve that goal. It's
achieve that goal. Achieve that goal.
Yeah.
So my worry is not
the proxy.
My worry is not the AI by itself would decide to make paper, to turn the whole solar system into paperclip factory. It's a company deciding how to use AI to maximize their profits. And they do everything legal. It's up to society to say no. This is okay. This is not okay.
This is not okay.
We in fact, take for example, people talk about the free market. The free market is an amazing marketing term. Why? What is people say the free market? Keep the state out of the free market. That's what they say. Keep governments to stay out of free markets. Now, what are the two fundamental bases? There are two important foundations for the free market. Number one is property rights. Okay, this is mine. I'm willing to sell it to you. You have to give me your money. Okay, this is mine. Okay. Now, who enforces property rights? Who defines property rights? And who enforces it? If I have a mortgage on my house and I don't make payments, the bank will foreclose. They will actually kick me out of the house. Who will do the kicking? The state will come and kick me out of the house. Number two, the second foundation, the second pillar, two pillars, property rights. The other one is contracts. If you sign a contract, it is binding. Okay?
Legally binding contracts,
Legally binding contract, you enter it willingly, it's legally binding. Who enforces contracts?
Again, the state.
The state. So this idea that somehow the state should stay away and the market operate by itself is a complete mythology. You know, in the United States, we have this famous commercial for insurance company called Allstate. And they hold their hands like this. I'm holding it in my good hands. You have to imagine these are the hands of the state. And here inside sits the free market. It operates because the state created a condition that enables it to work. So to say, no, the government should stay out of the free market, really? In fact, if you want to know what happens when there is a weak state, you can see, for example, why did the mafia develop in southern Italy? Okay.
When? Which time? Now,
well,
nowadays?
No. It goes back. It's like there is a history there.
So
and the answer was
city-state time, like Medici.
So it goes back. It goes back. If you have weak government, for example, if you make a loan, how do you collect on your loan? The person doesn't want to pay. So the answer was, the mafia want to make sure, the mafia want to say, either you pay or we break your knee, okay? You better pay. So we needed some kind of a contract enforcement. The mafia was better for contract enforcement. Eventually, they became by itself, they became a kind of a enterprise for crime, okay? But it started because if you don't have government, people say, oh, we want small government. Really? Go to Somalia. See what happens when you have weak government, okay? People who talk about they want small government, they have no idea what they're talking about, okay? It's all about the balance. Of course, we don't want to have a coercive government. It's all about the balance. So this idea that we should leave the free market alone is just, they told us a mythology. The free market is a creature of the state, and the state have a right, as we mean state is society, has a right to dictate terms.
It's like make it as free as possible would be a better take.
As free as possible, as long, in fact, you go to Adam Smith, who I
Yeah.
would talk about the invisible hand.
Yeah.
And what Adam Smith said, why do we need free markets? He said, for the good of society.
Exactly.
It's not, the purpose of the free market was not to make the billionaires rich.
Yeah.
The purpose of the free market was, he said, the survival of the species. He talked, it's a benefit to society.
Yeah.
So the free market is a marvelous human invention. You know, I go to the store and I buy a loaf of bread, and I
Yeah.
get a loaf of bread when I want it, and there's no central planning. It's just there for me at a reasonable price. So it is marvelous, but its purpose is to serve society.
And on the other side, you have the idea
Yeah.
for a new product. You can just try it out. You can market it. You can sell it. And if people
Yeah.
like it, you can make money. You can live with it. It's also a great idea. I mean, we gotta.
So
But yeah.
I'll finish with another. I like parable. There is a science fiction book
Yeah.
called "To Serve," or science fiction story, "To Serve Humanity."
Okay.
And the story is about some aliens that arrive.
Yeah.
And they're trying to make contact with Earth. And they have this book that finally people figure out that on the cover of the book it says "To Serve Humanity."
Yeah.
And eventually somebody is able to open the book and read what's inside.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a bunch of recipes from human flesh.
Wow.
So the phrase "to serve humanity" has two meanings, right?
Yeah.
One is to be in service to humanity.
Yeah.
And the other one is to serve humanity for dinner.
Yeah. Wow.
So we have to make sure that technology serves humanity in technology in the service of humanity. People first. It should be technology for people, human-centered technology.
Yeah.
And not that the goal is
cooked.
Not the goal is we are the feeding material for humanity, which I don't want to go into more details, and now we need to finish, but for some of these companies, we are the feeding material to make money.
Yeah, it's really nasty. Wow. Well, Dr. Vardi, I gotta thank you very, very much. I know we already took a bit too much time. We've talked more than we have scheduled. I thank you very much for the time you took. It was a really, really pleasant and interesting discussion. I made a few notes that I'm going to look into because it was quite interesting. Really nice take of yours. I'm really thankful that you took the time at all.
It's my pleasure. My pleasure.
And a pleasure. And I wish you and your family just the very best. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
All right, let's get right into it. Google Ads rolls out search term categories for RSAs. Interesting. Let's go through the article together. Written by Anu Adegbola. Sorry, I hope I pronounced the name correctly. The new RSA Insights tool helps you identify top performing search categories and optimize their creative and keyword strategies. Google Ads is testing a new feature that brings fresh transparency to responsive search ads, RSAs, a feature previously available only for PMAX campaigns. Called search term categories, the beta tool groups user search queries into intent-based categories and subcategories, including those that were previously hidden due to privacy thresholds. Why we care. The update offers advertisers aggregated performance metrics such as conversions, click-through rate, CTR, impressions, and search volume for each category, along with month-over-month trends. This empowers marketers to better understand which themes are driving performance and adjust campaigns accordingly. responsive search term categories your ad appears for. This is the part. Just so you see the screenshot where I found it. How it works. Search terms that triggered your RSAs in the past 56 days are analyzed and categorized by intent and attributes. These insights appear in the RSA asset details view and are especially valuable for broad match targeting, where intent often outweighs precise keyword matching. Low volume or unclassified terms are grouped under other search terms. All right, zoom in. You can click into categories to reveal related subcategories, associated metrics, and even view which campaigns surfaced under a particular theme. Google shows two default metrics, conversions and search volume, but others like CTR or conversion rate can be toggled on. As we can see, search term insight, understand the search term categories that your ads appeared against and your performance on each category. And then here's the different search categories. Dog waistcoats, low fat dog treats, are clothed bad for dogs, conversion and search volume. What's next? With this added layer of insights, advertisers are encouraged to replace low-performing creative assets, expand coverage into untapped keyword areas, and refine their ad copy to better align with users' search behavior. Google suggests considering budget increases if shifting strategy toward high-performing categories. Bottom line, Google's new search term categories tool could reshape how advertisers optimize RSAs, offering data-driven clarity on user intent while surfacing actionable creative and keyword insights that were previously hidden. First seen, Search Engine Land learned of this update from senior digital advertiser Georgy Zayakov, who commented that this feature will be especially useful with broad match, where matching happens more on intent than exact query. This is the official page of Google. Yeah, I'm right now in one of those that are erased. Google, no, please go away. Let's go through that. So, and Georgy Zayakov. Oh, in German. Nice. Okay, 10 hours. Let's see. I can't connect. Interesting. Can't connect. Sorry. About insights for responsive search ads. I always like reading the official papers and going through the official documentation. I don't know why many people don't do that. So, search terms insights for responsive search ads show the top search categories where your ads appear and how that changes monthly. Use these insights to make better decisions when you optimize your creative strategy. On this page, benefits, where to find search terms insights for responsive search ads, how it works, related links. Benefits. Use insights to identify how your customers are searching and engaging with your business on Google. In addition to that, you'll have the information that you need to update your ad strength and replace low-performing assets, build additional ads to reflect search categories where your ads appear, improve ad performance when you expand campaigns to include keywords that are currently not covered in your account. Where to find search terms insights for responsive search ads. Follow the steps below to view your search terms insights for responsive search ads. In your Google Ads account, click the campaigns icon, click the campaigns drop down in the section menu, click on ads, find and click on the relevant responsive ad, click view asset details at the bottom of the relevant responsive search ad, and click view more on the inside bar above the table. How it works. Search terms insights for responsive search ads provide you with the search categories where your ads appear. These insights help you to confidently update your assets and improve your ad performance. Search term insights analyze the search terms where your ads have appeared in the past 56 days and groups them into intent-based search categories and subcategories to provide you with key performance metrics for each. Search categories. Auto-generated groupings of the search terms that drive traffic to your responsive search ad. These groupings take all search terms into account, including those not exposed in the search terms report due to privacy reasons. The groupings are categorized based on customer intent and product and service attributes. Note, search terms that have lower spend or don't have an identifiable search category will be grouped together as other search. For each of these search categories identified, you'll notice the following aggregated metrics: clicks, CTR, conversions, conversion rate, conversion value, impressions, and search volume across all targeted countries. Check which search categories are driving performance. You can see here, for example, the search term insights card shows you the search term categories your customers use to find your business. The trends are reported monthly. There are two metrics for each search category in the default view: conversions and search volume. Note that you can select other metrics such as click, CTR, conversion rate, conversion value, and impression using the drop down in the conversions column. In the parentheses, you'll notice the month-over-month percentage change for each metric to view the direction of search trends. Here, these little, sorry, screen was too far up. This. Dive deeper into search subcategories. You can learn more about a particular search category by expanding a given search category to view its subcategories and more. Note, search terms that don't have an identifiable search category are grouped together as other search terms. Go over the search terms details to view the full list of subcategories, associated performance metrics, and search terms. You can also get campaigns where a theme has appeared. Update your campaign and creative strategy based on learnings. Okay, after you've identified which key search categories are driving the most demand toward your responsive search ad, you can leverage these insights to help shape your creative and optimization strategy. Consider updating low-performing assets with assets that align more closely with the top search categories. Consider shifting your creative or targeting strategy to align more closely with the top search categories. Consider increasing your budget alongside your targeting changes to give your campaign enough headroom to capture this new set of users. Okay, cool. Cool. Quite an interesting thing. I like that. As usual, more data is always good because more data means we can go through more stuff. And now, before I jump to the next article, if you like what I do, I go through articles, research papers, studies, trends, all kind of stuff in the broad field of marketing, be it SEO, web design, content marketing, PPC, whatever, email marketing, and so on. Well, I'm a full stack marketing agency owner, that's why. Consider supporting this channel. You can, if you're on the live stream, like this live stream, it helps me a lot. Or if you watch the clip of this, like the video, subscribe to the channel. It's just 1 or 2 clicks for you guys, but it helps really a lot to support this channel. And with that, we jump right over to the next article.
Hello, people. Today, I've got Arthur Aaron, the world-renowned researcher, as a guest on this podcast. It's unbelievable. I'm so nervous. I can't even get the words out correctly. Arthur has been researching for many, many years about topics that I think are relevant to each and every single person out there. It's about how humans develop relationships, how love works, how we can maintain relationships, which is also very important, and how we can make sure that they are long-term positive experiences, and how we keep that fresh feeling over a long time in that relationship, especially for romantic couples, marriages, which is very important for us. But we can also use these informations for all of our relationships, if it's friendships, if it's corporate culture, everything. So please, Art, it's an honor to have you with me. Please use a bit about yourself. It's so thrilled to have you here. Thank you very much.
That's very kind of you, Faye. What a nice introduction.
Well, so let's dive right into it. Let's make it pretty simple. I was really excited when I read your papers. It's about how you've coined a few terms that I would like to go through. One of the first things is to say it properly, the self-expansion model. I would like, could you elaborate a bit on what that means?
Yeah, it's a research. It's a name we use in research for a theoretical thing that has 2 key elements. One is that a fundamental human motive is to expand the self, to increase our abilities, our knowledge, our resources. One motivation is to survive, but another motivation is to expand, to explore, to grow. And so that's one part of the theory. The other part is, as it relates to relationships, is one of the ways we expand is by forming close relationships. Because in a close relationship, to some extent, the other becomes part of the self. And thus, I am not just me, but I'm me plus this larger thing that includes the other.
Yeah, it's interesting. So I become more than I have been before when I was in solitude, because now something else outside of me has become part of my identity, so to speak. Is that correct?
Yes. In fact, we've done lots of research showing that we actually mix up ourselves with the other person in all kinds of contexts. And when we think about it, they're sort of part of we call our cognitive structure of the self.
Could you, for the people who might not have the slightest clue, could you elaborate on that a bit?
Yeah. So, for example, one of the studies we did, we took people who are in close relationships and we gave them a series of adjectives to describe themselves, to describe the close other. And then later, in another context, we showed them these things and said, how true is each of these things of you? And for each one that came up, they would press a true or a not true button. Now, what we found is that the ones they'd said they were true of before, they still said they were true of. But if it was different from the partner, they were slower consistently across many, many items. In other words, they had a harder time distinguishing who am I when it's different from who the partner is. And of course, if I'm not something and my partner is something, I also have a harder time saying it's not me. So, and we've done a lot of one of the things we found is with a close other, when you look at pictures that are morphed with the close other to different degrees, you have a harder time distinguishing which one is yourself or which is your partner versus yourself and some stranger or some celebrity that you know quite as well. We've done a lot of studies showing this inclusion of other in the self. Another thing is when we ask you to think about yourself and to think about your partner, and we look at the brain responses. You're doing this in a fMRI machine or an MRI machine. We're measuring the neural responses. The areas of the self overlap more with the areas of the close other, where they come up when you think close other. So in many ways, and we've done lots of other studies on this with memory and so forth. And in fact, one of our main measures of closeness, just that sort of capture this, that's been used now in thousands of research studies, is we show people pairs of overlapping circles that overlap to different extent. And we say, which one is true of you and your partner or your friend? And what we find is that goes along with all these other, cognitive and neural measures, is the more you say we overlap, the more it looks like you do. And, in lots of ways, when we include the other in the self, when we experience something, they experience something exciting, we feel it, as long as we're aware of it. Yeah.
I think I've read a few of your papers. It's very interesting. One of the takes that I was also very surprised about was that you said it's even on the physiognomy even changes to get a bit more like each other with how the people look. And their looks change when they're long-term together slightly. I don't know. I wanted to ask because I just found it like a little sentence about it.
Yeah, that's not my research, but someone else did that study. Can't think of his name at the moment. I'm not a very good researcher. And what he showed is that if you look at people's pictures when they first got married, and then you look at their pictures, the two of them years later, people have a harder time distinguishing, who goes with who. They see them as more similar, even if they don't know. You're showing a bunch of pictures, who goes with which. You have a very hard time if they're just getting married. But after they've been together a long time, you have a very easy time saying, oh, these two people go together. These two people go together.
That's really interesting because I read it in one of your interviews and one of your papers about it. It was one of the ways how I got into all of your work. It was really interesting because I thought the idea of experiencing myself through the others, it sounds to me like a very, very interesting concept. Like in physics too, we need another object to observe an object. If there's just one, we won't be able to observe anything. We need the other to be able to discern what we are, who we are, how we are. It's I thought it was a very, very interesting take. And you also researched a bit on how we choose who that other person is going to be that we allow to get close, or let's word a bit wrong because it makes it a complete conscious decision, but you also studied how it happens, because it's not that conscious that we choose, okay, this is the person that I want to let close to me, or that's the person that I develop a closeness to. You even research how that develops, and that's a very interesting concept. How do people decide, or how does it happen that someone gets close to us?
Well, it varies in different contexts, but friendship and romantic are a little different in that context. But in general, we want to get close to someone we think is similar. Actually, being similar doesn't matter that much for most things, but thinking you're similar matters a lot. And in fact, when a relationship is going well, we tend to think the person's more similar than they actually are. If it's going badly, we think they're less similar than they actually are. But the similarity matters for a few things. Values and politics matter a little bit, but personality and background don't matter as much. But what matters is, well, of course, with romantic, the physical appearance matters to some extent, especially at the low end. Being unattractive makes it hard. Being very attractive is not a big advantage over just being moderately attractive, but it's the low end that matters. But probably the biggest one is thinking the other person likes you. That turns out to be really important. And when we gathered cases of, 1,000 cases of people reporting what happened when they fell in love with someone, very often it was the person did something that made me think they liked me. And at that moment, bang, there was that response. My friend told me, oh, that person likes you, don't you? Oh, wow, at that moment. Or I ran into this person again at the store, and I liked her. She seemed nice. And when I walked up to her, she smiled at me, and oh no, at that moment, bang. So that's often, but thinking the other person likes you is really important for initial attraction, and also for desiring to be with the person. As I say, having things in common, believing it. Also, in some cases, having differences is an advantage. So if I really like music and you really like science, if I think we can otherwise make it work, that's an advantage because it's more exciting. Because I'm going to learn from you and you're going to learn from me, and we're going to have, even more in our life.
Yes, that's an interesting question where when is it an advantage to be similar, and when is it an advantage to have different takes? It's like not that easy to discern for me when I read these papers. Some say, oh, it's great to be very similar because then you're going to get along well. For other papers, it's like, no, it's better to have some kind of tension, but not in, like, for example, psychology, not in the big five where say agreeableness or narcissism, because then you can't stand the other one. But like in hobbies and interests, it might be interesting to have different takes. What's your take on that?
Well, I think, when it comes to personality traits, if I am a person who gets angry easily, it's not better for us to have two people like that. or even depression. If we're both really depressed, yes, we'll understand each other better, but it's really hard to have a good relationship. Or if we're both really anxious. I mean, in general, the traits matter a little bit. Probably extroversion, introversion matter a little bit to be similar. But, again, differences can be an advantage because you can learn from each other. Different hobbies certainly can be, presuming you think you could get along in other ways. The person has to be reasonably desirable. And by that, I don't just mean physical appearance, but they have to have a background and, things like that. If the person is a homeless person, it can be harder, or if the person, if you're very well educated and they're not, it can be harder, that sort of thing.
So it's like the core values should somewhere align well, and it should be an alliance or a relationship where at least where the goal would go, both can accept that, like where it's going to develop.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing how sometimes it's like there are people from opposite political parties that are husband and wife, that are, like elected officials of two different parties. But so sometimes they make it work, but it can be difficult, especially if you're very, strong on something, and the other person's very strong on the opposite. Those value things can matter.
Well, for the viewers who don't know that, Art has researched also a very important topic, because we go there. That's like one of the questions of long-term success of relationships, and how if you're married to someone for like 10, 20, 30 years and you're still in love, that feeling of really still being in love. You researched if that's true, how it's happening, what effects it has, and how it was achieved. And I think now that we talked a bit about, well, how it's going to work and what does pair well, I think that's the perfect next question on how can I make it work long term.
Yeah. Well, we do know, as you said, that, I mean, we did one U.S. national survey that found that 40% of people who'd been married 10 years or longer claimed to be very intensely in love. Now, of course, that means only 20% of those that got married are still together. Only half of those that got married are still together, but still, that's more than we expected. And just to be sure that it's not just people saying it, we did a study where we put people who claim to be very intensely in love in the scanner. We've done a lot of brain scan studies of people who are in love. Most of them are of people who've just fallen in love. But when we look at people who've been married 20 years or so, who claim to be very intensely in love, you put them in the scanner, they look like people who've just fallen in love. I mean, there's a couple differences, but the key ones are the same. I mean, one difference is that they have more of a bond, a thing you see in animals that you have with people who've just fallen in love, and they have a little less anxiety. When you first fallen in love with someone, are they going to die if they found someone? There's all that tension, but over time, there's less of that. But still, the rest of it, that fundamental dopamine reward area, just like the effect of taking a drug, is very lively in those people. So it's definitely possible. And then the question is, how can you make it happen? And we don't know. We know a lot of what people can do to keep relationships lively. We haven't actually studied whether we're actually setting up a study right now to do this, a long-term study. We're analyzing some long-term results, but we do know that there are things people can do to make their long-term relationships very lively. One of them comes from my research on self-expansion. When you first fall in love with someone, that thing of including the other in the self and growing yourself rapidly is very exciting, very wonderful. It's novel, it's challenging. And that's something we seek as part of our self-expansion desire. So if you're been together for a while, you're used to doing the same things. Again, if you do something new and interesting, that livens, you associate it with the partner in the relationship. We've done a lot of studies showing this, as have others now. So doing things on a regular basis, every week or so, that's new and interesting with your partner, not just the same old, same old. One study we did, we had people for every week, we gave them a list at the beginning, name things, here's a bunch of things. How much do you enjoy them? How exciting are they for each? And then we the two partners did this separately, and we gave them a list of things. We randomly assigned the couples. Half of them were given a list of things that both had rated as exciting, but only moderately enjoyable. And the other half were given a list of things that both had rated as enjoyable, but only moderately exciting. And we followed them for 10 weeks. And the group that did the exciting one showed a big increase in the quality of their relationship. And others have done studies where they've done interventions where they had people do things and they followed them 4 months later. And sure enough, those that do something, sort of a date a week, with your partner that's new and interesting really can matter. And, my wife and I, she's a researcher in another area, but I collaborate with her and she collaborates with me. And actually the collaboration is pretty exciting, but, everything, we read about our research and other people's research that suggests that we immediately apply to our relationship. So we try to do this regularly. And, we try to regularly do things that are, we were able to, we're so busy with our research, both of us, we were able to take off half a day yesterday and or the day before yesterday. And we went out and, what can we do we haven't done around here? There's a zoo that has a place that goes up in the air, that takes you on a gondola way up to look at the people. Well, that might be interesting. And we did it. And it was just, part of it was so new, but it was also beautiful, but we're always constantly, looking for, we like to go to theater, which, theater and plays, they're often kind of new, but, one of the times I like to think about is we're walking back, we were in New York at the time, we're walking back from a play and we go by a bar and we say, our age, we haven't been in a bar in a long time. So we went in the bar and hung out for a while. Just doing things that are new and interesting are really valuable. Now, there's other things too. The new and interesting is mainly from my research. Another thing is having close couple friendships. Having a good friends that's another couple, that's deep, can really also help enliven your relationship. And so we do that. And another is supporting your celebrating your partner's successes.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, it's good to also support them when things go badly.
Yeah.
But celebrating their successes has even a bigger positive effect.
Okay. Really?
When I first saw that research, we had just submitted a paper. It was mainly her paper, a review of her research on highly sensitive people. That's what she studies, to a very top journal. And we thought, in science, it's always a little tough. We thought, well, we'll see. I don't know if this journal will take it, but let's give it a try. I'm home when the email comes in saying the editor loved it, the reviewers loved it. So I made a poster of that and put it on the front door. Because I just read to do this, because we had a great night. But, it's like, so these are some things you can do to really, there's things you can do to keep it from going bad that are also important. Of course, one of the biggest things people don't like to hear about, and that is your own depression or anxiety, is very hard on the relationship. It's hard on the partner, and it's hard on yourself. When you first enter a relationship, if you're sort of depressed, you're sort of excited, and then you get used to the relationship and you're down and you blame the partner. It's easy to do that. But, so the biggest thing you can do if you're anxious or depressed is to get therapy or learn to meditate, or, if it's serious, to have medications to do it. Another is stressors. Stressors
like
are
outside factors, like
what?
work, to money, and so on, or do you?
Yeah, or something serious like you lose a child, or something like that. But whatever happens, but even small ones or even moderate ones, your partner gets fired from the job, or you do, or or something happens. But they're really hard because we tend to not think deeply at those times. And so if our partner does something slightly bad, we say, "You've always done this and it's terrible." And it's hard to sort of stand back and we tend to not be very good under those times. It's a very hard thing. And another one, of course, is, people always say, what's more wonderful than falling in love? And I always say, well, what's the, iconic Western example in literature of falling in love?
Romeo and Juliet.
Yeah, how'd that work out?
But it's burned through in 3 days.
Yeah, right. But the thing is that in some cultures where families and clans really matter, it can be really hard on the relationship if your parents or even in Western modern cultures, if your friends don't approve of the partner, it can be really hard. So friendship, and so it's really important to try to connect your partner to your family and friends so that it's, they feel better about it. So those are some of the big things. And another thing that matters, of course, is, for the positive side, is the quality of your sex life. In a marriage, it's that matters a lot too, to work at that.
You gotta try to keep it alive and interesting and positive for everyone. Okay.
What?
And positive for everyone. It's
yeah.
I think what you said before, the idea of little adventures together, to like experience new exciting stuff, to try out new stuff to have, like, if you say once a week might be a bit too much for many people, but once a month, if you do something a bit extraordinary, once a month only, each year you have 12 little adventures together with your spouse. And I
Yeah,
think
they don't even have to be big adventures. Like if
Yeah.
you go out to eat, you're
Yeah.
going out to eat periodically,
Yeah.
try a different kind of food.
Yeah.
Go to a restaurant with a, it doesn't have to be dramatic, but even that can matter.
Yeah.
I've never been to a, this kind of food
Yeah.
restaurant,
Yeah.
try it.
Or as
Or,
you said,
even little things are, what?
Yeah. Or like, as you said, we haven't been in a bar for 5 years. Let's
Yes.
go into that strange looking local where we have never been in something like that. Or just another example, going to the city without a plan. Don't have a date. Just decide at 12 we'll be there and we'll look what we're going to do from there on. Just
Sure,
without
yeah.
a plan, just as an example, there are myriad, infinite many things one could do. And I think that's such a powerful move. When I
Yeah,
read
it's
that,
like we like to go on hikes.
Yeah.
And we do that, for our exercise. We do that 3 times a week or so. We go on a moderate hike. We try to always find a different trail. Now, there are only so many trails around here, but if we can't find a new one that's within driving distance, then we go to one we haven't been to in a long time.
Yeah, exactly. Wow. And you said like what I also want to point out, I think it was, to me personally, it was a very optimistic number. As you said, like 40% of marriages over 10 years are strongly in love with each other. Now, one could say, that's just, as you said, with the divorce rates, you could say, that's just 20%, but it's like, to me, that's still wow, it's still a wow number. Because if I think like in modern media, it's more portrayed like 1 in 100 or 1 in 1,000. That's like the lottery ticket. It's so rare that a man and the wife love each other after 10 years still. And then I read your paper and it's like, wow, 40% of people who are still together. That's awesome. That's really,
it surprised us too.
Yeah.
It surprised us too.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And I liked it when I read it then, that like, okay, maybe they just say so. Maybe they're just saying it. You never know what it's like. They're just used to each other and everything. And then I read further, and you put them into that MRI machine and said the dopamine reward systems show not exactly the similar, but very, very, very close images of the same happening. And that's like, could you, for the viewers who are not that well versed and not too much into the technicalities, like what does it mean that you see the dopamine reward system? What can they imagine what happens in the brain in those moments?
Well, it's the same thing as when people take drugs.
Yeah.
To enliven them. The reason our brain responds to things like opium and stuff like that is not because our brain was designed for that. Our brain was designed to have a response that's associated with opportunity for great growth, what we call self-expansion. And that area is used for things like falling in love.
Okay.
But it happens to be picked up by certain drugs.
Yeah.
So, this thing of so many people, more than we expect, are still in love. Not everybody likes to hear that. Because if you're getting married, you like to hear it. If you're in a relationship, it's like there's research showing we like to think we're better than them. But, if there's people like that, it's a little scary. On the other hand, it's a nudge to do something.
Yeah.
So,
wow.
but yeah, some people it's a little, oh no, I thought we were doing fine. We're okay, But no, but it's good to know because the quality of your relationship is really important.
Yeah.
There's research that shows that's not our research, but there's a lot of research that shows that how long you'll live is more strongly predicted by the quality of your relationships than it is by smoking or obesity. It's like a huge health factor.
No, because it's like the hormonal reaction, the neuro reactions, and so on, when you're going to sleep next to someone that you love and that you trust, completely different. It's a completely different game for your body and all of the healing processes, rather than being in solitude or being with someone you can't stand, the distrust and so on. May I ask something that I did not really find out from the papers that I read? I mean, maybe you haven't asked the people, but I'm curious, just your personal opinion. Of those marriages that were still strongly in love after all of that time, how many of them found the solution on accident, like, oh, accidentally just worked out on its own? And how many of them were consciously working on the relationship to make it work? What do you have any numbers or
We
any
did not, in the
opinions?
survey, we did not ask that question.
Okay.
So we don't know.
Okay.
You know, I would think that that would matter.
Yeah.
And it would be something worth including. It's a good question. Something worth including in another survey that we do. But
Okay.
to my knowledge, we haven't looked at, someone may have looked at that issue more generally of how much it matters that people try to make the relationship better. I'm trying to think. There was a new study that came out on how much people want to do self-expansion, whether it was to improve their, I think a study did come out showing that it's a positive effect. It's a new study, and I haven't looked at it closely, but there's a lot of research going on in this area.
Yeah, I think, well, we're social animals. It's like if humans want to be with other humans, I think everybody knows a heartbreak is devastating. It's like really,
it's a major cause of suicide.
Yeah. And
but
like,
on the other hand, I mean, relationships are really, but not just marital relationships.
Yeah.
I mean, I talked about relationships predicting how long you'll live. If someone's single, but they have really good, deep friendships or deep, extended family relationships, that also works very well for how long they'll live. I mean, having close relationships in general is just really valuable, and being, isolated or lonely is really hard on your health and your life and your mood. The quality of your relationships is also a huge predictor. It's the biggest predictor of how happy you are in life.
Wow. Well, I mean, absolutely logical. I can absolutely understand it, but it's still so powerful to hear that. It's like, wow, really, really. And I thought, to me, the point that you said before is like, making the other person feel that you like them is one of the it's like a huge thing to go through the world, to your friends, to your family, to your spouse, to your, even just to the person that you want to acquire, that you want to flirt with, that you want to get. It's like to be so honest or be so straight and confident, or even to risk your own emotional well-being. Let's be honest, getting, I'm not interested is always hard. So many people try to play the cool game, like, I don't mind really. It's cool if yes, if not, then no problem. And then you say, no. Let them know you are interested, you like them, you love them, you want them to know that you like them. Even if it's friendship or anything, it is a strong impulse for others to say, hey man, maybe that's not such a bad guy or such a bad girl. Hey, I never thought about it, but now that I think about it, not that bad. Could work out, could be interesting.
There's some old research that shows people used to think, well, I should play hard to get. There's some old research that shows it does not help, but it helps for people to think you're hard for others to get.
Wow, really?
If you're, you can see why. But but the other thing that came to mind when you're talking about this is in an ongoing relationship, once it's formulated, a huge factor is responsiveness. Is when someone tells you something, either, that's going on with them or anything, what really matters, we used to think self-disclosure mattered a huge amount. Turns out self-disclosure matters only because it provides an opportunity for responsiveness. And if you're responsive to deep things, that hugely helps and supports all kinds of relationships, friendships, marriages, everything, partnerships, that you understand, you can see why they're feeling that. and you care about, and if you can show that, that's a huge factor. Responsiveness.
I gotta admit, I learned that through business. That it was, or let's say not. I learned it through business. I understood it through business because to me it was always natural. It was a natural thing to just remember people, to listen to them, to like if I get to know you and we talk and you tell me you've got a little sister or this or that, or she's going to have a little test next week and we meet 1 month later. For me, it was always natural to like ask, hey, how was your sister? You told me last time she's gonna have a test, or how is your child? How is that? How did the company go? Da 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 da. And once I got older, like 20, 25, I realized, man, the people have really such a good feedback to me because it seems that that's a rare thing. It's really a rare thing for people to listen actively, to care about someone else, and to remember the other things. I started this then, like it's just my anecdotal evidence, nothing empirical. It was like if you have a group of people sit around the table, it's much more common for each of them to just try to tell their story, to just wait for the other person to finish so they can tell theirs, instead of interacting, as you say, respond to the story and to the dilemma, emotions, achievements, or trouble that the other person has. So it's
Yeah,
like,
and of course you can also, even in a context like that, you can show it to some extent non-verbally.
yeah,
You can when they're listening, you can show that you're listening. You're not saying, hey, you know, working at your computer or on your phone. You know,
wow, I can just imagine it's surely not a nice thing if you have a really close relationship like a marriage with a spouse for years and they're unresponsive to what you do and they don't care
yeah,
and they don't have emotional responses or intellectual, cognitive, conscious responses to what you said. They don't care, they don't remember. Wow, that's gotta hurt. I think
oh
I
yeah,
can imagine, wow, that gotta hurt.
yeah.
Man.
You know, but if you can show when someone says things, you understand it, you validate it. You don't mean necessarily you agree, but you can understand why they're feeling it, and you know, and you care. You know, if you can show that, you know, we call it, you know, understanding, validation, caring. If you can show that, even if it's not that important, but especially if they're saying something important, you know, and even if it's an argument, even if it's something they disagree with you about, you can say, you can try to, don't just claim it, but try to think, well, why are they feeling that? And you say, okay, I understand why you're feeling it. I have some different feelings, but I understand and I care. And so we can talk about this. But the handling conflicts is really an important thing
Or
for
also
all kinds of relations.
being honest and saying, listen, I don't understand why you react like that right now. I don't understand, but let's get through it. I don't understand what the issue is. I'm going to be honest. We have to communicate. We have to find out what is the issue. I don't know it. I don't understand it, and so on. It's like, even if you don't necessarily, because you said understand, and let's be honest, we all know sometimes humans are crazy and weird, and we just don't get the other person. But validating them in the sense that, listen, I care about you, even if I don't understand it right now, and I'm willing to put effort into understanding you.
Yeah.
I think that's also like really powerful for relationships. At least
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
witnessed it. Like, man, please help me understand what you mean. Please help me understand. And I just experienced it. It's like the people really, really took a positive thing from that away when after discussing it for an hour or 2 hours, you get to the point where you say, man, or hey, now I understand what you mean. And from that moment on, we're a bit closer because the other person realized, wow, he really took effort into it. And we all experience it with someone else too, who really tried to understand what our problem is. And it's like, that's so cool. That I think it's great that you've got empirical data on that really puts it into perspective, and that's wow. So just for a recap for our viewers, it's like if you want to have a good relationship, a healthy relationship, and that long term, if I took it correctly, is do some new, novel, exciting things with your partner, friends, family. Try to be understanding and responsive. Show them that you care. Show them that you're interested in them as a person. And if I may ask, for me, it sounded a bit like that, but I'm not too sure. Since I have the self-expansion through that other person. I experience myself, my life, and the reality additionally in more than just through me, through my partner. There, I think, comes the value in it. In I can't have a healthy relationship if I don't like myself. It's like, how does that come into the equation? Have you got any data or any information or read any studies on that? Because if I'm doing it to expand myself, but I don't like or I don't trust myself, or some another issue that people have, I don't think I'm worthy of having a good life. It's also an issue that sadly a lot of people have. How does that change the depiction of the partner or the relationship? Do you have
Oh,
any?
it's as I was saying before, your anxiety, depression, but also your sort of view of yourself, your self-esteem, like all of those negative things are very hard on the relationship. Now, people do manage to have relationships over and above that if so much else is in place, but it really is hard on the relationship. And the best thing you can do is try to get some help. What you're describing, some of this is called attachment insecurity. There's many aspects of this, but and sometimes if you have that insecurity and you've got a partner who just keeps putting up with you and supporting you, it can help you overcome it. But on the whole, the best thing is to get some help yourself. Get some therapy, or if it's not that serious, learn to meditate, do something that'll ease it. But if it's serious, if it's moderately, even, it's worth getting therapy, individual therapy to deal with it. And I mean, if you have a couple problems, couple therapy is another whole story. It can be helpful too. But I'm talking about for yourself. And if it's very serious, see a psychiatrist and get medications and that sort of thing. But it's really important. And it's as I was saying, on the downside of making it difficult to have relationships, it's probably the biggest factor.
Yeah. Wow. Well, that is gonna
It's
be.
just so hard to have people manage, but it's so a few manage, but it is so hard to have a good relationship when you're down on yourself or you're anxious or depressed or any of those things.
Well, I would say there are always those outliers. Like, yeah, they manage to do it, and it's like, but let's be honest, you want to put yourself into the best possible position. So if you've got
Yes.
issues with yourself, with the way you choose your partner, with the way you receive, if you receive that honest affection, that honest responsiveness, and something in you has a problem with that, no matter what, go and talk to people, try to get your help, no matter which way. Don't have a taboo about it. It's an important thing for yourself, for the rest of your life,
Absolutely.
and it's going to benefit your partner too. Because some people don't want to put in the work for themselves, but then convince yourself by saying, listen, my partner will have a better life if I get better and I get these things sorted out in some way. I think that's really
Absolutely.
important. Yeah. Wow. I'm a bit curious now. We talked about a lot about the romantic feelings, but as someone who's a bit business minded like myself, of course, I would like to ask a bit, how could I get, or do you have any advice, any information, or any inkling about the question? How could I use these informations in a corporate culture to form a good team? We know it's also 1/3 of our life will be at work. It would be nice if our work environment is also a pleasant one. I think, at least it's like from an interpersonal uh, dynamic. So how could I, either as a colleague just for my team, or as a team leader for my team, or as the CEO up to for the whole company, what could I do to make it as pleasant, positive, and productive as possible? Do you have a few tips and tricks for me?
Well, I think, I haven't researched that directly, but certain things we know in general would seem to apply. Again, this thing of your own state, your own mental health is going to be very hard in the work context as well, and it's worth working on. But many of these things, I would think that, many organizations periodically have some sort of adventure that people do together. We also have this procedure for creating closeness in the lab. It's called the Fast Friends, or it's been called 36 questions in much of the research. in literature. That can be done. You can take it's people talk about the 36 questions to fall in love. They weren't designed for that. They were designed to create closeness between strangers. And you can do it with people who know each other too. You could take a group of employees or workers and put them into pairs and have them do this, and they'll create some nice friendships. That's another thing. But and you can train people to listen and provide and if you're a leader, you can provide a model of that. I would think all of these things matter.
Leading by example, not by a poster on the wall that says friendship or communication, but really living it. But now you mentioned it, I mean, you're famous for it. It's like if someone Googles your name, you're famous for the 36 questions. It's like huge in pop culture. It was spread far and every. May I ask, how do they work and why do they work? It's like for the viewers, the link will be in the description below, just so you know, so that you can take a look at it. But how exactly? Why do they work? What in our caveman brain makes it work to like, okay, cool, that's someone I like now after these few questions. What is it? It's like,
well,
wow.
We developed this procedure so that in the lab we could randomly assign people to get close or not. So we could study closeness experimentally. And if you just bring people in who are already close, they have different histories, they've chosen each other. So we're able to randomly assign people to get closer to do an alternate task that they don't get, doesn't change much. So that's what it was designed for. So we looked at the literature on how people describe what happened when they got to know someone. And generally what happens is you reveal things about yourself both ways and more intimately over time. Not too much too fast, or it sort of puts the person off, but not keeping it at small talk. You move gradually from small. So the 36 questions gradually get more and more personal. And that's basically, and the idea is that you each answer each question. And now what we found since is that one of the main reasons it works is because it provides an opportunity for each of you to be responsive to the other about something that matters. Now, the other thing I should say is that within the 36 questions, we've thrown in 2 or 3 that also help build closeness, that just we threw in because we know there's research on that. And one is we have some items, an item a little later after they've done some back and forth. Name some things you've noticed you have in common. So that they're, and then another one a little later is name some things you've noticed you like about the other. Now, we never say name some things you don't like. So that's basically how the procedure works. And we did a lot of pilot testing on it. And we found that in 45 minutes in the lab, we can get people as close to, or almost as close to this person, they're a stranger, as to someone that they're really close to. Now, it doesn't necessarily last, but it definitely creates that feeling of it right on the spot.
And it's insane. It's again the same mix of responsiveness and conscious effort to listen to the other person.
Yes.
Wow. And
we provide an opportunity for that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Humans really like to have other humans listen to us and to like us, it seems. So we are very hardwired to react positively to other people being positive to us. Wow. Yeah. I think that's interesting. Really. Wow. I mean, well, Arthur, wow, it was such a great interview. I thank you very much for all of these informations. I hope that it will be spread to many people who will have a better relationship thanks to your research and your information. I thank you very, very much that you took the time to come here. And I wish you and your family just the very, very best. And I thank you. Can't tell you how much I thank you for that. Really, it was a pleasure. It was an honor, and I wish you the very best. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity the great questions, and the opportunity to share all this knowledge, my research and others, to really be helpful to people. Thank you.
We just read the article about how ChatGPT seems to use Google as a fallback, Google search as a fallback for finding stuff. And now we're going through what Google says. You don't need AEO or GEO to rank in AI overviews. Okay? Why is that important? What to expect of that? I haven't read the article myself. I don't read the articles before I go through them live with you guys. Important aspect in the industry right now, a few people or like many agencies try to say, oh, you need specialized different services, SEO is dead, you need completely different ball game, the rules are different and everything because AI search is now here with the AI overview or chatbots and so on. And some people in the industry say, nah, not really. So let's go through it together. Article is written by Roger Monti. So Google's Gary Illies confirmed that AEO or GEO is not necessary. Standard SEO is all you need to rank in AI search. What does that mean? Google's Gary Illies confirmed that AI search does not require specialized optimization, saying that AI SEO is not necessary and that standard SEO is all that is needed for both AI overviews and AI mode. AI search is everywhere. Standard search, the way it used to be with link algorithms playing a strong role, no longer exists. AI is embedded within every step of the organic search results, from crawling to indexing and ranking. Okay? AI has been a part of Google search for 10 years, beginning with RankBrain and expanding from there. Google's Gary Illies made it clear that AI is embedded within every step of today's search ranking process. Kenichi Suzuki, LinkedIn profile, posted a detailed summary of what Illies discussed, covering 4 main points. AI search features use the same infrastructure as traditional search. 1. AI search optimization is SEO. 2. Google's focus is on content quality and is agnostic as to how it was created. 3. AI is deeply embedded into every stage of search. 4. Generative AI has unique features to ensure reliability. Okay, let's go through them. There's no need for AEO or GEO. The SEO community has tried to wrap their minds around AI search, with some insisting that ranking in AI search requires an approach to optimization so distinct from SEO that it warrants its own acronym. Other SEOs, including an SEO rockstar, have insisted that optimizing for AI search is fundamentally the same as standard search. So far, I'm in that camp. I've got to admit, for me, it seems that basic SEO practices are what is important. Now, maybe you can argue about some little changes in how it's worded or like the LLMS.txt and such. But to me, so far, it seems very much that normal SEO is what gets you on the good pages of a search result, and the good search result places are what the AI uses to get AI overviews or what ChatGPT and all the other bots use. I'm not saying that one group of SEOs is right and the another is wrong. The SEO community collectively discussing a topic and reaching different conclusions is one of the few things that doesn't change in search marketing. True, absolutely true. The most common answer to any question is it depends. According to Google, ranking in AI overviews and AI mode requires only standard SEO practices. Suzuki shared why AI search doesn't require different optimization strategies. Their core message is that new AI-powered features look like AI overviews and the AI mode are built upon the same fundamental processes as traditional search. They utilize the same crawler, Googlebot, the same core index, and are influenced by the same ranking systems. They repeatedly emphasize this with the phrase "same as above" to signal that a separate, distinct strategy for AI SEO is unnecessary. The foundation of creating high-quality, helpful content remains the primary focus. Content quality is not about how it's created. The second point that Google made was that their systems are tuned to identify content quality, and that identifying whether the content was created by human or AI is not part of that quality assessment. Gary Illies is quoted as saying, "We are not trying to differentiate based on origin. According to Kenichi, the objective is to identify and reward high quality, helpful and reliable content regardless of whether it was created by human or with the assistance of AI." And next, AI is embedded within every stage of search. The third point that Google emphasized is that AI plays a role at every stage of search: crawling, indexing, and ranking. Regarding the ranking part, Suzuki wrote, RankBrain helps interpret novel queries, while the multitask unifies model MOM understands information across various formats, text, images, video, and 75 different languages. Unique processes of generative AI features. The fourth point that Google emphasized is to acknowledge that AI overviews does two different things at the ranking stage. Point one, query fanout generates multiple queries in order to provide deeper answers to queries using the query fanout technique. Okay, what does a query fanout mean? Just as a little example. Let's say I search for what are the best shoes. This is one query. And now the bot says, okay, that could mean a few things. We want to consolidate data. And instead of just using that one query of what are the best shoes, it creates a few queries. Like, what are the best running shoes? What are the best shoes in quality? What are the best shoes for sports? What are the best shoes for outdoor climbing? What are the best shoes in 2025? What are the best shoes for men? And so on. And then it has like a few different queries that it searches all on its own. It compares all the different search results that it gets, all the different pages, so to speak, and then conglomerates those answers into the overviews and decides which to link. Grounding. AI overviews checks the generated answers against online sources to make sure that they are factually accurate, a process called grounding. Suzuki explains. It then uses a process called grounding to check the generated text against information in its search index, a crucial step designed to verify facts and reduce the risk of AI hallucinations. All right, so the takeaways. AI SEO versus traditional SEO. Google explicitly states that specialized AI SEO is not necessary. Standard SEO practices remain sufficient to rank in AI-driven search experiences. Integration of AI in Google search. AI technology is deeply embedded across every stage of Google's organic search, crawling, indexing, and ranking. Technologies like RankBrain and the multitask unified model, MOM, are foundational to Google's current search ranking system. Google's emphasis on content quality. Okay, we already, it's just repeating the same. Okay. It's important, good quality, generative AI specific techniques, period, I gotta admit, these are the things I don't like about our modern internet, that it's always this SEO optimized articles that repeat again and again and again. But Google clarified that there's no need for AEO, GEO for Google AI overviews in the AI mode. Standard search engine optimization is all that's needed to rank across both standard and AI-based search. Content quality remains an important part of Google's algorithms, and they made a point to emphasize that they don't check whether content is created by human or AI. Important aspect, because some people were pretty nervous about using AI tools to write pages. Again, what is the quality of them? Will it be penalized or not? There was a lot of discussion. We'll see a lot of discussion about AI-focused search results too. Now, you at least heard it officially from Google. As usual, I hope you like it. I'll be going through a few more articles today. If you like what I do, if you want to support the channel, leave me a like, subscribe to the channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks. It's the best way you can support this channel. I'll have my link to the newsletter below. You can sign up so you stay informed for events, live Q&A sessions, other stuff. And of course, I think you will see other videos popping up now. As usual, I wish you all the best. Bye. Okay. Since a few of you have the question about the difference of robots.txt against LLMS.txt, I'll be going through it a bit in more depth, like very short, but a bit more in depth. Okay, so let's see the differences here. Okay, robots.txt and so, what are the differences? Can you guys see it? I should make it bigger, huh? So, like that. Okay. Yeah, kind of, good enough. Who cares? So this, what symbol do we need? Doesn't matter. Controls, search engines. Okay. Robots.txt tells Google, Bing, DuckDuckGo, all the others, how are the crawlers, the bots that these sites use, how are they supposed to behave? And we give them information about our website. Like, hey, here are the pages I want you to look at. Here are the pages that I don't want you to look at. Because, for example, my login page for my member site, that login page does not need ever to be seen as a search result on any of these pages. So those are then no indexed, for example. So basic view, robots.txt, how do I want the search engine to behave? LLMS text is for LLMs getting content and context. Okay? LLMS.txt is an idea that the industry right now has. It's not set in right now, as usual when things change a lot, and with the whole AI search thing and so on. We don't have real standards yet. It's just some pages have it already, some started it, it's been discussed in the SEO space and so on. Okay, so who reads robots? Let's see, can I get a little list? Yeah, I don't like this. Let's keep it simple. So controls, for you as a reminder again. Who reads it? Bing, Google, DuckDuckGo, etc. Okay? For this, who reads it? ChatGPT, Grok, what else does exist? Yeah, I'm sure there are many, like Gemini, Gemini, and so on. Like, sorry, I don't have all the names. Okay. Let me give it over here. So, this is one of the biggest, most fundamental differences when it comes to this. Okay. The robots.txt blocks the bots from accessing the wrong pages. The LLMs.txt is supposed to make the LLM not use up as much server bandwidth of our server, and it's supposed to make it easier for the LLM to know the information. For example, we all have a lot of ads, menu bars, impressum, all these other little imprint in English, and all these other little things on our page. And maybe that could confuse an LLM what this page is about or what the important informations are about. And so we give them the LLMs.txt and say, hey, this page, this blog article is about blah, 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 blah. And here's the short summary and here the information of that page. We can do it with a short summary. We can do it with just the bare bone text. We don't need to design it. We don't need any CSS style scripts, nothing like that. Okay. Location for both is in the domain, like in the main folder of the domain root, basically. And that's for now how it's being used. Root robots.txt is very much a standard already, accepted and very well known. LLMS.txt is not yet a standard, but a lot of people seem to argue for it. Also, recently, John Mueller from Google had a few words to speak about the LLMS.txt and how the header are supposed and everything. So you can watch that little article that I had somewhere. It will be shown. If you guys want a more in-depth explanation, please feel free, comment, like, tell me, then I will create maybe a little 5 to 10 minute video that goes in depth of robots.txt against LLMS.txt. I hope it helps for now. For a short overview. And if you like the channel, if you want to support, please like the video, subscribe to the channel. That's the best way you can help me and support this channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks for you. And if you want any more information, somewhere now a few videos will be appearing. Wish you the best, guys. Important. Well, such is life sometimes that we forget stuff. Let's get it on. Next article, how to get clients on LinkedIn, step-by-step process. Written by Charles Miller from the Copyblogger site. LinkedIn, one of the best platforms in my opinion for B2B. I love it. I get good stuff from there. I get good connections, of course. Now that I think about it, let me be a shameless guy. As usual, we go through that. How to get clients on LinkedIn, step-by-step process. I hope that article is nice and good. Here's my page. Yeah, shameless plug. Plugging it shamelessly. Feel free to follow me and to connect with me. I love talking to you guys. Oh, again, a few new connections. I love talking to you guys. I enjoy helping out people. So if you feel like it, add me. Now, where were we? We were with how to get clients on LinkedIn, step-by-step process. All right. How to get clients on LinkedIn. LinkedIn is one of the best platforms to find high-paying B2B clients. Exactly. But few people leverage it to its full potential. Simply messaging people on the platform, publishing an occasional post, or sporadically commenting on other posts isn't an effective strategy to get clients on LinkedIn. So if you've tried any of these methods without success, this guide will help you understand how to leverage the platform more effectively so that clients come to you rather than constantly chasing new opportunities. I've personally built a 7-figure career on LinkedIn, and this is the exact process I used. When I hear that, I always wonder, what does 7-figure career mean? I earned 7 figures over the course of my career. I make that every year. I make that in my whole life. I make it every month. Like, I don't know. But whatever. Should I cold pitch clients on LinkedIn? I'm a big fan of doing conversational cold outreach on LinkedIn and other social platforms. The thing is, you need to do it correctly, and you likely won't get good results if you don't have a persuasive profile and some content published on it. Also, watch out about the law. In some countries, it is not a law. Like in Austria or in Germany, for example, it's illegal. You are not allowed per telecommunications law to just cold call and cold outreach to people. Do people care? Nope. But I wanted to tell you, I don't know, maybe there are other countries out there too that have this not allowed. I'm not too well versed in the South American and Asian country laws when it comes to this stuff. And I think, oh man, cold outreach, man. Let's see. Let's see. I already don't like the idea of these mass spamming cold outreach messages that are just annoying, of which I think they still work. That's the sad thing. I think they work. You make some money with them, even if you burn a lot of bridges. But let's see. Let's see what he says. If you want to maximize the results of cold outreach and start getting inbound leads too, I recommend building a personal brand on LinkedIn, i.e. building a following on LinkedIn. When you have a large following, potential customers will reach out to you for your services rather than you pitching new prospects. Yes, this is a completely different thing than cold outreach. The downside of personal branding is that it takes a long time to build a following. Essentially, you're building relationships at scale, and great relationships take time to build. Yet over a long enough time horizon, here's the ROI of building a personal branding versus cold pitching. ROI on cold pitching versus personal branding. Well, we found a typo. Clients closed, time, cold pitching, personal branding. Over time, how many clients do we close? More if we have personal branding than if we have cold pitching. Thank you for this very, very nothing saying graph. I understand, yeah, but so far, I'm sorry, Charles. I'm not that into your article. Sorry, but we'll see. In short, yes, you can cold pitch potential clients on LinkedIn. However, don't rely on it as a long-term strategy, as creating content once and attracting clients organically is much more efficient. Therefore, I'll outline the exact strategy I use to help my coaching clients build a personal brand and get clients on LinkedIn. Coaching, okay? Oh, okay. Step 1, define your ICP and offer. A common mistake many people make is offering a generic service to a generic customer. Here are a few examples of generic services: ghostwriting, SEO, career coaching, graphic design. Instead, niche down and become the top expert for a particular service. Here are a few examples of more specialized services: LinkedIn ghostwriting, enterprise SEO, mobile graphic design. While niching down limits your pool of potential customers, it also establishes you as an industry expert, making you a more desirable candidate for a customer looking for that service. Well, yes and no. I want to say, if you are an expert, then yes, you have enough expertise for that specific field. If you are a beginner and you're not that well versed, it might be better to be, a jack of all trades. To just offer, hey, I'm a designer, I'll take whatever I can get. Here are general information and general content about the stuff that I can do. Just saying. Okay, just saying. I see many niche down and then realize, oh, hey, I can compete with the real people in this niche down area. So I'm just saying. For example, someone looking to hire a ghostwriter to build a LinkedIn profile will likely hire a LinkedIn ghostwriter rather than a generic ghostwriter. Yes and no. He would still rather hire the famous, very well-known generic ghostwriter than the nobody who has no clue and no experience but is a LinkedIn ghostwriter. Here, brand, trust, and reputation come in. Really important. I think it's dangerous to tell people these platitudes that easily without a bit of depth behind it. There's like, no, it's not always that easy, In addition to refining your service offering, it's also important to refine your ideal customer profile, the person you're selling your service to. The ideal customer profile, ICP, is the title of the person who will buy your service and additional qualifiers such as industry, e.g. health, marketing, finance, etc. Company type, e.g. e-commerce, SaaS, coaching business. Company size, e.g. 11 to 50 employees. Here are some examples of ICPs for each of the following services. LinkedIn ghostwriting, 8-figure founders who have sold at least one business. SEO, the director of SEO at an e-commerce company with at least 100 employees. Content marketing, the VP of marketing at a SaaS company with at least 50 employees. Email marketing, the VP of marketing at an e-commerce with at least 50 employees. Note, if you're selling a service, the person who will actually purchase your service is usually a decision maker at the company. For example, if you're selling a marketing service, the decision maker will likely be a VP, director, or CMO. A decision maker would not be an associate or junior marketing manager. VPs and CMOs are excellent for companies with under 50 employees, and the director of your service is often best for larger companies. Now, I will share my experience. Don't crucify me. Apologize, Charles. I can't just let it be like that. First thing, very, very, very often I experience when talking to my clients how they found out about me. I use LinkedIn. I post a lot of stuff on LinkedIn. I found out that often it is inside the team that someone finds out that someone else is targeted, like the person that really works with the technical stuff or the marketing department that wants to hire me because they're sure, hey, this guy knows what he's talking about. We want his expertise, we want his workshop, we want his information, and they read my content and follow me on LinkedIn. And then in an internal meeting, they put their hand up and say, hey, Mr. CMO, marketing department manager, or whatever, or CEO or boss, well, hey, we need this, that, and that. And I think the right hire, the right service would be blah, 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 blah. Then the CEO or the boss or whoever is in charge usually says, work it out and bring me some solutions. And then that person goes to them and says, here's 2 or 3 different ways we could handle this. And from them, I get chosen. Like, hey, my personal my personal suggestion is we go with Faisalov. His agency's great. He's won awards. He's well known. Well, da 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 da. And so I got introduced into quite a few of my clients. Just first and second, it was by many agencies or external services that just knew we need someone to help us fulfill something for our client. And so it's not the VP, director, or anyone, but just someone much lower who says, hey, I've got a budget, I've got my 10K to, for example, this video, this ad needs to be recorded. We need someone for the location. We need someone for the camera holding. We need someone for XYZ. And then that person contacts that other person. Just saying. So it's not just the decision maker in the high up positions. It's not true. Just not true. Okay. And I also wouldn't say it's like VP of marketing at an e-commerce with at least 50 employees. I personally think it's more important, are they national or international? How much money do they make? How many products do they have? It's more important. Way more important. But that's just my opinion. As you're refining your ICP and offer, consider these 3 factors to maximize your income and happiness. Earning potential, interest, expertise. Earning potential. Earning potential is determined by the value you deliver to the company. A misconception is that the value you bring to the table is tied directly to the quality of your work. However, value is also impacted by factors related to your ICP, such as their existing audience size, website traffic, and industry credibility. Therefore, you can typically charge larger, more established companies more money because they can leverage your services more effectively. Yes and no. The second thing is the tongue. Let me get. In big companies, the decision-making process is fundamentally different. Okay? In very small startups, in family-run businesses, and the idea is everything needs to work well. I need the end results. That's the most important thing. In bigger companies, that tends to change. Suddenly, it's not important the end result. It doesn't matter. What matters is I, as the employee, don't want to lose my job, and I don't want to risk my career. That's why the saying went back in the days, nobody got fired for hiring IBM or for buying IBM. It's like, I can make a risky choice and the company makes 10x the money, but I get no reward from that anyway. Or it could go wrong and I lose my job. Or I can go with the safe option that doesn't really benefit us. It might even be negative for the bottom line, but I will not get in any trouble. Many employees will choose the second option. That's important to understand. Okay? They want to be safe. That is extremely important for you to understand. And that is also why you can charge more in bigger companies. Because if I come now, let's say big national brand, international brand, and the marketing guy has a few suggestions, and then it's a well-known agency, and they say, well, for your page, we need $100,000 to do it properly. Okay? The other says, well, we can do it for 80,000. Okay. And now someone else comes and says, what? It's way too expensive. We can do it for 5,000. If that person hires the one for $5,000 and anything goes wrong, that person's head is off. Because everyone in that company will say, come on, you should have known they will be bad. They were so cheap. You can't expect anything good if it is cheap. That is an extremely important aspect behind it. It becomes dangerous to be cheap or too cheap because the one who has to make the decision may look bad for having chosen you because now you are a risk. If you charge the same as everyone else, then it's at least not his problem because, oh, he was too stingy. He should have known they will be delivering bad results because he's too cheap, because they were too cheap. Just saying, those are very important reasons why people choose like that, and that you have to understand when you negotiate with bigger companies. Okay, just wanted you to know that. I think that is a clip that I should get out of it Therefore, you can typically charge larger, more established companies more money because they can leverage your services more effectively. Also, because they want it more important. Like, I don't want to Q&A session. If you got questions, I think that's a topic that I should do a whole video on, or a whole session on what the difference is working with big companies. Now, interest. You're much more likely to stick with a service you enjoy executing. Consistency is a significant factor that determines long-term success, so pick something you genuinely enjoy. Yes? Okay, good. Expertise. You don't necessarily need to be an expert, but it will help you close clients faster if you have some experience in case studies. Otherwise, you can gain experience by working for free. Many points that I could say about that. Many points. You don't necessarily. First thing, you don't need to be an expert. True. It won't help you close clients. Sales skills are sales skills. Expert skills in whatever are expert skills. You can be the best programmer in the world. Doesn't mean that you get clients easier than someone who is bad at programming. Okay, those are not the same. It's completely different, has nothing to do with each other, and it's important to understand it. It has nothing to do with each other. Period. You need selling skills to sell. Some people just have an overlap of natural selling skills and expertise in their field, so it comes off as well. But it's still that they have in general the sales skills too. Yeah? Second thing is, working for free is good for case studies. You can sometimes also get cheap case studies. There are a few methods you can go if you want to hear more about this from me. I built like a dozen businesses or so for beginners over the years, like with consultations and so on. So feel free to ask me about that. We can do a live session about that completely. Step 2, build a compelling professional LinkedIn profile. Right, we were on LinkedIn. Back to topic. Create a professional branded profile immediately sets you apart from your competitors, and it only takes about an hour to execute. First, get a nice headshot. A professional headshot is best, but you can also dress up and ask a friend to take the picture with the phone. Next, select the color scheme and fonts. You can browse websites you like and then use a tool like What Font and Color Pick Eyedropper to find the exact colors fonts they're using. I think he's giving an example here. Then save the exact font names and colors in a doc so you don't lose them. Next, use a free tool like Photo Room and you can remove the background from your headshot and replace it with your new color scheme. Okay? The banner image should communicate two things. First, the value you offer. Second, a proof point to prove that you can actually deliver on your promise. In my own banner, I communicate what I offer, a LinkedIn growth blueprint and proof points in the form of client result screenshots. Okay, that's cool. Okay, looks nice. To design your banner, you can use a free tool like Canva. Canva has many templates for such thing. Your LinkedIn content will attract leads, but you won't actually close them on the LinkedIn platform. Instead, you sell them through email. Therefore, optimize your LinkedIn profile to capture as many emails as possible by using the tagline and CTA on your profile to direct them to your free lead magnet. We'll discuss how to create a lead magnet later. Okay, the banner, like here, this will be this. Here he's got the banner, the picture with the same color, mentioning this. But the banner image and tagline communicates what you do. But before people buy, there'll be more proof. There'll be more proof that you can deliver on your promise and that you've helped other people just like them. They'll want more proof. They want to be I don't know. In my bio, I lay out specific results I've delivered for several different client personas. About results I've delivered to my clients and customers. Agency owners got 7 clients in our first 6 weeks. Freelancer went from 0 to 20K a month in 5 months. Course seller, 196% sales increase in 3 months. SaaS SEO examples. I'll link the article below so you can go through it in detail. I've also had thousands of professionals get jobs, connections, and more. Having a powerful personal brand is a career cheat code, and I've cracked the code and building them. Here are 3 ways you can do the same. Okay. Then introduce your audience to your paid service offer for those ready to take the next step. Step 3, engage with your ICP. A key part of landing clients on LinkedIn is building real relationships with people. So create a list of people on LinkedIn who fit your ICP and consistently post on LinkedIn. For example, this person would be a great fit if you're offering influencer marketing services to companies with over 500 employees. Okay, home chef. However, check how often the person posts on LinkedIn. If they aren't active on LinkedIn, there won't be any content to engage with, making it difficult to build a real relationship with them. You can see how often this person posts by scrolling down to the activity section in the profile. Activity, 1,900 followers, 3 weeks. Here you see 3 weeks, 1 month. So you can see that. Once you have a list of people who fit your ICP and post consistently, save the LinkedIn URLs in a Google Sheet. Then check that sheet 2 or 3 times per week and engage with the content they post. The best way to provide value to someone posting content is engaging with the content. So commenting on your ICP's posts is an easy way to start building a positive relationship with them. In addition to commenting on your ICP's post, it's also a good idea to engage with industry leaders and build relationships with them. These relationships can lead to speaking opportunities, content collaborations, and other opportunities that will help you establish yourself as a thought leader. For example, if you offer content marketing services, this person would be an ideal individual to engage with and follow. Andy Crestodina, co-founder and CMO at Orbit Media, SEO, analytics, AI content, strategy, and website optimization, 130,000 followers. You can also find other thought leaders by looking at the people who are commenting on their posts. Once you have a list of people to engage with, block off 50 to 20 minutes in your calendar each day to engage with them. Step 4, content creation. People won't magically find your LinkedIn profile. You have to post content to appear in your ICP's newsfeed. LinkedIn content is an entire topic on its own, but the 80-20 rule comes down to these 3 factors. Creating content that's relevant to your audience's pain points, packaging the information in formats proven to capture attention on LinkedIn, maintaining a consistent publishing schedule. Okay? To ensure you're creating content that's relevant to your audience's pain points, write out the most common pain points your target audience typically experiences before reaching out to you. For example, if you offer SEO for SaaS businesses, some of the problems your ICP, e.g. a VP of marketing, might feel include the SEO drives traffic but not demos. The website isn't ranking anywhere for its main keywords. Traffic has been steadily declining due to AI overviews. If you don't know your ICP's pain points, ask them. These discussions will not only make your content more effective, but they will also help you tailor your services to be more effective. For this, ask them. I personally think, just me, I always had good times with real life business network events where I can sip a drink, we can shake the hands, we know each other, we can talk, and like on a personal level. I just like that really much. If you don't have any clients right now, another option is to look at your competitors' top performing content, e.g. other people who offer the same services as you, and identify the pain points those posts address. For example, below is a fairly popular post from an SEO consultant. You can see that the pain point he's discussing is that SEO takes months. Here, I want to warn you guys, okay? The difference between vanity metrics and being successful. Let's say it this way, okay? I know many people who, for example, push up the values through all kinds of little hacks and tricks, like on LinkedIn, for example. I know people who like send out as many invites as possible to connect, because in most cases the connection will follow you back automatically if they accept it. And then at the end of the month they clean it out, and because you only see 500 plus connections, but you see the followers. So it's like, oh, they've got really many followers. But those followers don't really care about them. They don't know what they do. They don't care who they are. They don't know the service, nothing about it. Just say, okay? On the flip side, people then take the content. They see, oh, X posted that, and he or she had a lot of engagement. I will do the same, and I will get a lot of engagement with that. Great. Well, now the problem is, you don't know if that person made business with those posts. Okay? Why I say that? Because I've seen, I remember, oh man. Let me just look it up if I find. just show you. Okay? Important for you to understand the vanity metrics behind it. There. Like, no, 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 no. I don't care about you. Man. Annoying. Well, Business Insider, I would have given you now quite a bit of people, but you didn't want to. Shame on you. Then let's go to this. Yeah. Medium.com, you get more. Influencer with 2.6 million followers failed to sell 36 t-shirts back in 2019. But there are many cases that are like that. So don't fall for the vanity metrics. You want business metrics. And most people don't share them, honestly, with you on these social media platforms. So you'll have to get a bit of a feel for that. For example, in this summer, a new law came into effect for web accessibility. Okay. And I kept posting on LinkedIn about the topic for quite a while. And I posted it again and again and again. And since my audience is not really interested in law, and I'm not an expert in law, people didn't care that much about, the law when I describe, hey, here's the law, here's that. Just, I got 0 likes, 0 engagement, 0 nothing. 2 or 3, but I still did 1 or 2 posts about that for like 2 months to keep people knowing about it and inform them about it. 2 or 3 months later, I was at a business network event again. Agency owner came to me, hey, Face, you know about that whole web accessibility stuff, right? I said, yeah, I do. Well, I've got 150 clients who need their website audited. Can I forward them to you? And I said, yeah, of course you can. I said, how do you know that? Oh, well, I've seen you post about it all the time. That person did not like it, did not comment it, did nothing like that. But they knew that I knew about it, and they saw that I was an expert in that field. Okay? So I just want to give you that information. Don't follow the vanity metrics too much. You want to make money and you want to get clients, not to get likes. You're not an influencer. Because I see too many go into that influencer game like, oh, I need more engagement and more likes and more this and that. And some of them lose clients that way because instead of doing content that makes clients feel, okay, I can trust that person with my business, they put stuff out there that is just off-putting to some clients who think, okay, no, they might get a lot of feedback and a lot of emotional reactions, but they push away some of the business context with that. Okay, just wanted to tell you that. So, for example, below is a fairly popular post from an SEO consultant. You can see that the pain point he's discussing is that SEO takes months. Sarvesh Srivastava. Therefore, you could take that pain point and write your own post about how you help clients achieve certain quick wins. Once you have a handful of relevant pain points, the next step is to create content that addresses those pain points in a compelling format. This is where frameworks come in handy. Here are a handful of frameworks you can use to craft compelling content. Personal failure story plus lesson learned. Case study. I used to think, but now I know. Myth busting. Behind the scenes. How I do X. List of tools, resources to accomplish X. Contrarian opinion. Yep. You can then apply the pain point to just about any of these frameworks. If you need help, you can ask ChatGPT to apply the pain point to that framework and generate several versions. If you're auditing your content, make sure that it fulfills at least one of these 2 objectives. Evokes an emotional response, obviously and immediately useful. Okay. For example, this post evokes an emotional response. It took me 3 months to get 1,000 followers in LinkedIn, then I hit 3,000 in 24 hours. I was going nowhere on LinkedIn, then one day I got a reply from Justin Welsh and things took off. I was going nowhere on Twitter, then one day I got a retweet from a big account and things took off. Content success comes slowly, but then suddenly. Keep posting and networking until you get lucky. Okay. On the other hand, this post is obviously and immediately useful. 5 clever ads, the persuasive principle behind why they work and how to apply them. 5 clever ads and their lessons. Okay. As you're creating content, pull from your own personal experience as much as possible, because personal experience-based content is inherently unique as nobody else has lived your experiences. It highlights your experience and expertise in that subject. which makes you more trustworthy to potential clients. Consistency is the third and final piece of a successful LinkedIn content strategy. The more you publish, the more data you'll get and the better you'll become. Step 5, content distribution. If you don't have any followers, people probably won't see or engage with your content when you start publishing, even if the content is high quality. I would say if you begin, it won't be high quality, just by definition. You'll be a beginner. But keep posting. No shame in that. You all suck at first. Some of these people you engage with will likely reciprocate and start engaging with your content, but don't expect much engagement during those first few months. If you want to expedite the process and get more engagement faster, you can pay for engagement from industry leaders. However, spend a few months honing your copywriting skills before paying for reach. If your content isn't great, most influencers won't agree to engage with it. Even if an influencer does agree to engage with mediocre content, the engagement won't help if the content doesn't resonate with the new people seeing it for the first time. Once you've built a substantial following and consistently earn a dozen comments per post, you can form an engagement pod with other people in your industry who have similar engagement rates. Another option to gain traction fast is publishing original data that answers a controversial question. Here's a great example of original data that generated a lot of engagement. New research, how much do Americans search Google in a month? Roundup lists of tools and top LinkedIn people to follow are also excellent for generating engagement. Finally, consider posting your LinkedIn content on other social media platforms as well. I discuss my content distribution process in more detail in the personal branding guide, but here's an overview of how it works. Start with the tweet, repurpose with TweetPic, Instagram, long form becomes carousels, Pinterest, Threads, LinkedIn, long form becomes carousels, long form becomes blog post. Okay, step 6, create a funnel. One of the drawbacks of social media platforms is that they control your content's reach, so your content may not reach all of your followers. LinkedIn can also ban you at any moment, erasing your audience overnight. Therefore, use LinkedIn as a platform to connect with your audience and earn their trust, but then capture their email address with a lead magnet. For example, my lead magnet is a free course on growing a personal brand on LinkedIn. Notice that I make the CTA to my free course very clear on my LinkedIn funnel. I mention it in my banner, image, and say in the tagline, get my free LinkedIn course. With arrow down, just hit the view my newsletter button and subscribe. When people click view my newsletter, they're immediately taken to my website, which is essentially a landing page. You can easily create a free landing page like this on Kit. On the landing page, the main tagline should clearly define the value they'll receive from the free course. You can also include reviews and testimonials of the free course itself to increase conversions. Get a full-length personal branding and social media growth course for free. Once you have prospects' email address, you can nurture them and build more trust to eventually sell them into your paid service. If you're not sure how to make a free course, just create a series of PDFs or videos that outlines a blueprint you implement for clients. Then your service is essentially the done-for-you version of the free course. When people can see that you have a proven process, they often trust that you can execute and prefer to just pay you to implement it for them rather than doing the work themselves. Notice that I also include a direct pitch for my paid services in the About section on my LinkedIn profile, as some people visiting my LinkedIn profile may have followed me for a while and are ready to buy. Pitch for it, again, the About section, here's the pitch for his services, down below, describing what he does and how much it costs. The landing page for the service doesn't need to be fancy. You can use Typeform, Google Forms, or a Calendly page to collect their information. Here's what mine looks like. The personal brand is hard, blah, 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 blah. He's got some copy. My service makes it a lot easier, and they start at just $300 per month. As you can see from the photo, my clients are growing, earning, and getting great ROI. On the page, I simply restate the pain point, growing a personal brand is hard, and then state that I solve it and provide proof with screenshots. Step 7, stay consistent. The final step to get clients on LinkedIn is staying consistent. In the beginning, it can be discouraging if you don't have a lot of engagement, but it's important to get the reps in and hone the craft of LinkedIn copywriting. To have you remain consistent, you can use a tool like Stick and have an accountability partner hold you to your commitment. Okay, it's an interesting thing. I don't know what it is. Let's take a look. It's also a good idea to block off time in your calendar once per week and create content in batches. Getting started on LinkedIn can be challenging, but the long-term ROI is worth the effort and investment. Absolutely true, in my opinion. It worked wonders for me. I made nice money with it. It was great. I get clients through it on their own. They contact me, say, hey, Face, I know I've seen you're someone who knows about that. It's a great way when the clients come to you. I've had speaking engagements in Austria, Switzerland, Germany, thanks to it, because I had a good reputation. Absolutely worth the effort, in my opinion. Get more help growing on LinkedIn. These are the exact steps I teach my coaching clients to help them build their personal brands. Harvest and consistent. Okay, this is his own plug. I will link it below. So if you want, you can take a look at it. Charles Miller. Charles Miller. You got no LinkedIn. I would have hoped now to find you on. And no link to his LinkedIn, nothing. Now, that is a bit of a shame. That is a bit of a shame, in my opinion. But still, interesting article. I'll still add him on LinkedIn because I like that article. I think I'm not on par with all of what he said. I think mostly it is right. Absolutely, he's correct. There are just some caveats where I think it's repeated so often and misunderstood by some people that it can be a bit dangerous. That's all. But it's not wrong. What he said is absolutely right from what I've seen so far. So, get on LinkedIn, post more stuff. He didn't mention how much. I personally think people post way too little. I know, oh, once a week, and they feel like, oh, they're doing so much. I personally, for my clients, I tell them once per day should be the goal. Have one post per day. It's not that hard, and once you're in that rhythm and understand how to efficiently create content, it works absolutely nicely. So, well, that's where I am with that. I hope you liked the article. As I said, link to the article will be in the description below. If you like what I do, that I go through news articles, new trends for marketing, different social media platforms, email, SEO, and so on, consider supporting the channel. A like or a subscription, click on the subscribe button, 1-2 clicks, and you help this channel out tremendously and support it, and it costs nothing. If you want more information about what I do, about the events that I do, the live Q&A sessions and everything, consider signing up for the newsletter, link in the description below too. And with that, I wish you all a very, very, very best. So, next article. Google adds locations of interest targeting to AI Max for search. Interesting. Written by Anu Adegbola. Google adds. I like her articles. I gotta say, I like her articles. I've got her on Twitter, X already. I like her. I know it's. I could just go to the original source, I know, but I like her. I like the way she presents the stuff and sometimes gets extra data. Okay. Google adds AI Max for search lets advertisers target users based on location interest. Not just where they are, but where they want to be. That's a cool new feature if they roll it out. Google Ads added a new targeting feature to AI Max for search campaigns, locations of interest. The rollout appears to be early stage and not yet widely documented in Google Ads help resources. How it works. Locations of interest is an optional ad group level setting in AI Max for search. It allows advertisers to target users who are searching for or have expressed interest in specific geographic areas. You can select multiple locations of interest per ad group. These work in addition to campaign level location targeting and don't need to match. Okay, interesting. So, what does that mean? If I search for example, I'm from Vienna in Austria in Europe. My sister lives in America in California, close to Los Angeles. So I search around for Los Angeles and other areas there. I might go to travel there. So it could be that if I go there, it would be good that ads that are local there, like restaurants, theaters, or whatever, shops, whatever I might like, might be well delivered if I saw them. Even though my location is somewhere else, it's still a location of interest. And now we can set that for our ads. To say, hey, I want you not just to show it to people who are there, but to people who are interested in that area. Why we care? Advertisers can now go beyond the user's physical location and reach people based on where they intend to be. That opens up more strategic, intent-based targeting for travel, local services, events, and more. Absolutely. Zoom out. Same again for concerts, for example. Like I'm right now in Austria, Vienna, but it might still be interesting if I'm declared interested in that area by Google, that Google can say, hey, you know what? He might be there at this time. Let's show him ads for concerts or events or whatever in that area. Zoom out. Location intent has been a staple in display and YouTube campaigns for years. This update brings that same sophistication to search, where user behavior often signals high commercial intent. Bottom line, AI Max for search just got smaller, giving advertisers more precision to match ads with user intent, not just geography. First seen, this update was highlighted by Google Ads specialist Adrian Decker, who credited senior Google Ads specialist Arpan Banerjee for update. Well, thank you for sharing this information with me. I think it's great. We should look more into it. And before I jump right next to the next article, if you like what I do, if you enjoy that I go through these articles, give a bit more context, my expertise, my experience to them, consider supporting this channel. Give me a like, subscribe to the channel. It's 1-2 clicks. It's free for you, costs you nothing, and it helps this channel tremendously. And with that, we jump right over to the next article. This seems interesting. The company got hit by Google. We got hit by a Google penalty after publishing 22,000 AI pages. Here's what happened. How we lost all our organic traffic overnight after publishing 22,000 AI generated pages, what we learned from the penalty, and how we rebuilt with a better approach. Again, the image is our red closed image. Written by Mickey Palais. Here's the image. As you can see, they had over 60 million impressions and lost it all overnight, basically. Okay, so we got hit by a Google penalty after publishing 22,000 AI pages. Here's what happened. A few days ago, I posted on LinkedIn about how our website got completely wiped from Google after publishing over 22,000 AI generated pages. In the LinkedIn post comment, we said they were around 50K. We stand corrected. I thought it would just be a quick story to share, but it got way more traction than expected. More than 600 comments and 500,000 impressions. A bunch of people asked questions in the comments or DMs, so I'm writing this to go deeper and explain everything, what worked, what didn't, and what we're doing differently now. We got penalized by Google a few months ago as we were launching Get Invoice, now Tailride, and that is also the reason why they had to rebrand. We went all in on programmatic SEO. We created thousands of pages using AI targeting long tail keywords we knew our ideal users were searching for. And it worked for a while. Our first users came exclusively from SEO. We were getting hundreds of clicks and millions of impressions, see screenshot, but then it backfired. Google flagged our domain, pages started getting de-indexed, traffic plummeted overnight. We learned the hard way that shortcuts don't scale sustainably. It was a huge mistake, but also a great lesson, and it's one of the reasons we rebranded to Tailride. If you're experimenting with SEO, programmatic SEO, or AI content, happy to share our learnings and what we're doing differently now. This is not meant to be advice, just our experience. If you're thinking of doing SEO with AI or trying to grow a startup through SEO, maybe it will help. The beginning. Okay, just a moment. Let me go through the chat. All right. All right. Let's continue. The beginning. We launched Get Invoice, now Tailride, in the third week of November 2024. It's a product that pulls invoices from different sources like emails and portals, extracts the data and forwards the information to accounting softwares or other destinations, mainly useful for automating boring finance stuff for small companies. From day one, we needed a growth channel. No audience, no brand, no money to throw at ads. So we decided to test programmatic SEO. I had been reading about AI plus SEO and how some companies were ranking fast with long tail, low competition keywords. So we said it wouldn't hurt to try it. The idea was simple. Scrape source content like Zara's return policy, prompt it through AI to turn it into a structured blog post, publish it automatically to our domain. No tools. We built the whole flow ourselves. Also, we weren't manually reviewing the content output. We just published it. The initial success. We started small. About 300 return policy pages explaining how refunds worked at major e-commerce stores like Zara, Uniqlo, Nordstrom, etc. These started indexing and ranking. Pretty quickly, we were on page 1 for searches like Warby Parker return policy and Shop Bob returns. It worked, so we scaled. Here are 2 examples of how these pages looked like. Removed now. Well, let's see. Zara return policy. Yeah, gonna load. I don't know why my internet is so slow. You can see that these contain very little content, around 200 words, and there's a section that is the exact same one in each of the return policies, the how to return section. Well, I'm gonna... Oh man, that looks bad. Okay, return policy summary, how to return, it's the same, but see return policies for other companies. Okay. Just a few information about that. Okay. We went from 300 pages to over 22,000 in just a few months. We added Swift code pages, 4,000, a bunch of what is financial term pages, 5,000, and more. The pages were linked internally, added to the sitemap, and submitted to GSC. Here we have a couple examples for these new pages we've created. Swift code example page, financial term example page. These pages had some more content than the first one, but for the Swift code pages, they had a very high amount of duplicated content between them. Most of the sections were the same in each page. For both of them, the content was really unrelated to our product and it was not original content. It can easily be found in lots of places on the internet. Let's take a look. Okay. Baka said, okay, how to read a Swift code, what is a Swift code, search for Swift code, okay, understand this is what it looks like, what is the Swift code, where can I find my Swift code, okay, okay. What is 10K? Definition, key points, okay, explains it a bit frequently as question accessing a 10K, okay. You can see in the images that the pages did have internal links between them and they were on the sitemap, so discoverability shouldn't have been a problem. In February 2025, we were getting 130 clicks per day organically. These weren't high intent keywords, but we did get some signups and conversions. Not a ton, but enough to prove that it wasn't completely useless traffic. Okay. Yeah, thanks to everything being responsive. I can't zoom in anymore. I can't zoom in and see it better because it's responsive. It doesn't change the size. Thank you. So here, get invoice, we see the pages, the clicks and everything. It did work. Okay. Just wanted to see that and know that. So caption, screenshot of Google Search Console's queries that got us the most amount of clicks in the last 12 months. At the time we were excited. We thought we were onto something, but in reality we were about to get crushed. The penalty. On February 28th, the traffic dropped to 0, literally overnight. Someone suggests it's fake. It's not. The numbers are in Spanish format. No messages in Search Console, no warning, no gradual decline, just flatline. At first, as you can see, guys, it's over 60 million. This line right here is 60 million impressions here. They're at 60 million. Over 60 million were there. And overnight, it's nothing. At first, we thought it might be a bug or a crawl delay, but the index page count started falling too. Over the next 6 months, we went from 20,000 plus index pages to 1, the homepage. We still don't know exactly what triggered it, but we're pretty sure it was algorithmic. No manual action, just a quiet kill. Some people asked if we got hit by the March 2025 core update, which Google started rolling out on March 13th. But I don't think that's what happened. Our drop started on February 28th, 2 weeks before the update even began. That's why I'm convinced this was algorithmic, but unrelated to that specific core update. June 2025 core update, March 2025 core update. After the traffic drop, we also made sure to remove all the pages we had created with this method, hoping that Google would not notice and would somehow remove the penalty. This didn't happen, and there were never signs of recovery. Never recovered again the page. Ouch. That hurts. Ouch. Never. I think this is an extremely important information because many others are like, oh, I saw, oh, they bounced back. How we bounced back? They did not bounce back. The page got penalized, and it never show signs of recovery. That's extremely important. If you're a little startup and you can easily pivot and you can rebrand yourself and everything, that's easy to do. If you're an established brand, it's not so easy. If you had done that with an established brand, it could be damaging to extreme. A rebrand. To make things even more fun, we got hit with a cease and desist from getmyinvoices.com around the same time. They said our name Get Invoice was too similar. We'd honestly never heard of them when we launched. Total mistake on our side, but that combined with the SEO wipeout made the decision easy. Rebrand everything and start from scratch. So that's how Tailride was born. We launched a new brand on July 10th, 2025. New name, new domain, clean slate, and now everything is different or will be. What we did wrong? Pretty much everything. Looking back, there were a lot of red flags we ignored. We published way too many pages, way too fast, with basically no authority. Our DR was 0 when we started. The content was technically original, AI rewritten, but not very valuable. It was surface level, no real insights. Most of the keywords we targeted were completely unrelated to our product. We ranked for stuff like dual digital option and Forever 21 return policy. Cool for traffic and some conversions, but Google didn't like it. We didn't build trust. To Google, we probably looked like a spammy site trying to game the system. If I had to guess, it was the combination of thin content plus irrelevant intent plus scaling aggressively on a weak domain that did it. Was AI the problem? No, AI wasn't the problem. AI is just a tool. The way we used it was the problem. You can use AI to create good content, but what we were doing was basically repackaging scraped data and wrapping it in fluff. It ranked because the competition was weak, not because it was good. What we're doing differently now. The rebrand gave us a reason to reset, so we completely changed our SEO approach. Now we do proper keyword research using Ahrefs, only go after keywords that are directly relevant to what Tailride does, publish one high quality page per day, not 500, have a human write and edit each article, sometimes using AI to outline or assist, but never fully automated, include images, structure, and actual depth in every post. We are already ranking again, not huge traffic yet, but we're showing up for stuff like invoice tracking, OCR expense management, how to keep track of invoices, stuff that actually brings relevant users. Also, our domain rating is now 31. Before the penalty, we had only reached 18, so we're starting stronger than before, just slower and smarter. As we can see here, a bit of the metrics, see the DR evolution, check some of the new pages we've created here. You can see that now there's a lot more content. The content, well, let's compare it. Let's compare. The content is original. There's a lot less new pages, 1 or 2 per day. So as you can see, yeah, a lot of text and that looks nice. Okay, cool. The other page, same image, text. Yeah, okay, it looks nice. Design technique, not the best, but it looks nice. All right, I can respect it. So, questions we got and our answers. A lot of people asked the same few things after I shared the post, so here's my take. What was the biggest lesson? Don't publish garbage. Thin content, bad targeting, and spammy scale will kill you. Focus on content that actually helps your user, not just content that ranks. Was this because of AI? Not directly. The issue wasn't AI, it was scale plus quality plus trust. We tried to automate something that really needed more care. Could you have avoided it by posting slower? Probably. If we had done 1 or 2 AI-assisted articles per day, we might have been fine. The speed made it obvious to Google that we were gaming the system. Here's the question. Is that true, though? I mean, they had, what, 20,000 pages. If they publish 1 page per day, that's 20,000 days. I mean, 20,000 days. Just consider how many years that would be. Okay? What? 20,000? I'm not bad. In my head, 300. Like, not quite. 80 years, 100 years, you know. Would you still do programmatic SEO today? Yes, but only with a strong domain, clear relevance to your product, and enough authority to back it up, not as a shortcut. What would you do differently if you started again? We do keyword research first, focus only on queries related to our product, build authority with fewer, better articles, and ignore everything that doesn't align with user intent. Final thoughts. Getting penalized sucked. There's no sugarcoating it. We lost all our traffic overnight, had to rebrand under legal pressure, and basically restarted the business from zero. But honestly, it forced us to get serious, to stop hacking things together and start doing things properly. Now Tailride has a clear identity, a cleaner strategy, and an actual shot at long-term growth. We're still small, but at least we're not invisible anymore. Respect. Okay, respect. I can respect that. If you're using SEO, programmatic SEO, or AI content at scale, I just say this: build trust, add value, and don't rush it. If it feels like a hack, it probably won't last. And if you're curious what we're doing now, you can check us out at Tailride SO. We're building a simple way to manage your invoices that expenses automatically. Bonus, we paid Leas LSM to record the 20-minute video audit of our domain. If you're curious, you can check it out here. Well, that was an interesting article. Okay. So, what do we learn from that? Don't use hacks. If it sounds too good to be true, if you think that you can rush out all kinds of stuff and use automation to get rid of everything, it is very likely to bite you back in the ass. And I mean, look at that, dropped like nothing. Like nothing. Wow. Okay? Dangerous. So, as usual, if you like what I do, I go through such articles, reviews, papers, trends, and everything in the marketing space, from SEO over social media to email marketing and all the others, ads, and so on. If you like what I do, consider supporting the channel. Leave a like, subscribe to the channel. Both of those things are just 1 or 2 clicks for you, but they help the channel tremendously. And most likely you see other videos already popping up. And with that, I wish you all the very, very best. So, let's get started today with the first article. Who is laughing now? Let's stop the decline of humor in advertising. Okay, cool. Written by Kantar. No, by
How did it all start? Your price.
Next article today. Let's go through it. Why a site de-indexed by Google for programmatic SEO bounced back? That's going to be interesting. Let's see. A company founder shared how Google de-indexed the site because of programmatic SEO and what they did to recover from the mistake. Okay. Let's see. Let me get through everything. Just a second. All right, great. Now let's continue. The company founder shared the experience with programmatic SEO, which they credited for initial success until it was de-indexed by Google, calling it a big mistake they won't repeat. For those who don't know, just a little. Programmatic SEO is a SEO strategy that uses automation to create and optimize a large number of website pages, often targeting thousands or even millions of keywords. So I don't waste too much time explaining it. For those who don't know, some people, some companies and agencies want to rank well, and they say, well, I could use AI and automation. I can go use the AI, check out which are the best keywords that I have. Then I have the AI automatically create for each of these keywords multiple multiple blog posts, article pages, and so on. Like, for example, if I have a local service, local service in city A, city B, city C, city D, and so on, and then use a bit of information about a city to, prop it all up and have thousands, if not tens of thousands of pages going online. So, getting out of that problem once you've done it and Google punishes you for it is interesting. Quite curious to hear how it can be done. So, the post shared on LinkedIn received scores of supportive comments. The website didn't receive a manual action. Google de-indexed the web pages due to poor content quality. Programmatic SEO. Okay, he would have explained it anyway. Programmatic. Oh, by the way, article is by Roger Monti. Programmatic SEO, ACAP SEO, is a phrase that encompasses a wide range of tactics that have automation at the heart of it. Some of it can be very useful, like automating site-wide meta descriptions, titles, alt text for images. SEO is also the practice of using AI automation to scale content creation site-wide, which is what the person did. They created 50,000 pages targeting long-tail phrases, phrases that are not commonly queried. The site initially received hundreds of clicks and millions of impressions, but the success was not long-lived. According to the post by Mika Pellet, let's look at the post. Google flagged our domain, pages started getting de-indexed, traffic plummeted overnight. We learned the hard way that shortcuts don't scale sustainably. It was a huge mistake, but also a great lesson, and it's one of the reasons we rebranded to Tailride. Okay, wow. Wow, I had to just look at this. De-index, bam, that's going low. Ouch, that hurts. We got penalized by Google, Michael Palais. A few months ago, as we were launching Get Invoice, now Tailride, we went all in on programmatic SEO. We created thousands of pages using AI targeting long tail that it worked for a while. Our first users came exclusively from SEO. We were getting hundreds of clicks and millions of impressions, see screenshot. But then it backfired. Google flagged our domain, pages started getting de-indexed. Traffic plummeted overnight. We learned the hard way that shortcuts don't scale sustainably. It was a huge mistake, but also a great lesson. And it's one of the reasons we rebranded to Tailride. If you're experimenting with SEO or AI content, happy to share our learnings and what we're doing differently now. Okay. There's the full blog post by them. But we can go through it later. Thin AI content was the culprit. A follow-up post explained that they believed the AI-generated content backfired was because it was thin content, which makes sense. Thin content, regardless of how it was authored, can be problematic. One of the posts by Pellet explained, we're not sure, but probably not because AI. It was thin content and probably duplicated. Rasmus Sorenson, LinkedIn profile, an experienced digital marketer, shared his opinion that he's seen some marketers pushing shady practices under the banner of SEO. Thanks for sharing and putting some real-life experiences forward. Programmatic SEO had been touted as the next best thing in SEO. It's not, and I've seen so much garbage published the last few months and agencies claiming that the SEO is the silver bullet. It very rarely is. Joe Youngblood, LinkedIn profile, shared that SEO trends can be abused and implied that it is a viable strategy if done correctly. I would always do something like SEO under the supervision of a seasoned SEO consultant. This tale happens all too frequently with an SEO trend. What did it do to fix the site? Okay. The company founder shared that they rebranded the website to a new domain, redirecting the old domain to the new one, and focused the site on higher quality content that's relevant to users. They explained less pages plus more quality. A site double-point search for the domain shows that Google is now indexing the content, indicating that they are back on track. Takeaways: programmatic SEO can be useful if approached with an understanding of where the line is between good quality and not quality content. Well, now this was a bit of a clickbaity article, I'm going to admit it. Roger, I'm going to admit it. I liked it. The information is interesting. Thank you very much. But this is a bit clickbaity. The answer is a simple, they move to another domain. Okay, that's not how I get it back or how I got a site de-indexed. It's not de-indexed. It didn't bounce back. The site didn't bounce back. They just made a new page. They changed the name. They changed the brand. They changed everything. And now that is not bouncing back. Okay, that is not bouncing back. It's doing a new thing and making it better the next time. It's not a bounce back, guys. But it is really interesting because it shows how dangerous these things are to do. If you use programmatic SEO like AIO or an agency that says, hey, we can pump out 1,000 articles on your site in 1 month, just pay us a little and we get that with AI and so on. It's not the AI that's a problem. The problem is if the content is bad, Google will de-index you and then you can't be found. Once again, then you will look like this. This is going how your this do you see this here? Bam, nothing. From over 60 million to zero. That's what happens if you do stuff that Google doesn't like. Okay, just so you know. As usual, I love going through these articles. I love learning new stuff, helping you guys, going through it with you. If you like what I do, if you like me going through articles, review papers, research, and other stuff, leave a like, leave a comment. The best way you can support the channel is to like the video or to subscribe to the channel. Just 1 or 2 clicks, and that helps me out a lot. With that, I wish you all the very, very best. And
Hallo Leute, heute habe ich Alfred Grant von der Grant Farm bei uns. Und der Alfred hat sogar mehrere Geschäfte, mehrere Firmen und Businesses, die allesamt im nachhaltigen Bereich tätig sind. Die Grant Farm ist eine davon. Sie haben auch eine Forschungseinrichtung ein wenig, wenn ich da den richtigen Begriff nehme. Wir werden mehr Details darüber erfahren, nämlich den Grant Garten und als weiteren Betrieb auch Vermigrant. Über das alles habe ich einige Fragen und bin sehr neugierig, mehr davon zu erfahren. Alfred, vielen herzlichen Dank, dass du dir die Zeit genommen hast, heute da zu sein. Erzähl
Sehr gerne.
Erzähl meinen Zuschauern mal ganz kurz so, was macht ihr, wer seid ihr? Was kann ich mir erwarten da?
Ja, mein Name ist Alfred Grant. Ich bin Biobauer auf der Grant Farm und auch den Grant Garten gibt es dort. Und ich bin Unternehmer. Gemeinsam mit meinem Geschäftspartner Leopold Fischer betreiben wir die Vermigrant Naturprodukte GmbH. Dort gibt es alles zum Thema Regenwurm, Regenwurmkompost, Regenwurmhumus, Wurmkompostierung, torffreie Kultursubstrate, Komposttees und ähnliches. Und auf der Grant Farm wiederum, dort ist Landwirtschaft. Wir sind ein Forschungs- und Demonstrationsbauernhof und wir betreiben auch eine Marktgärtnerei. Dazu hoffentlich noch später ein bisschen mehr Informationen, wo wir Gemüse für die Region anbauen auf kleinen Flächen.
Okay, wow, das hört sich gleich nach einigen verschiedenen Dingen an. Wenn ich da neugierig reingreifen darf, als erstes in die Forschungsgeschichte, was ist ein Tesca? Was kann ich mir da darunter vorstellen? Wie der Agrarfeld ist ja seit Jahrhunderten, Jahrtausenden für die Menschheit bekannt. Wonach forscht ihr da? Welche Ergebnisse sind da noch herauszusuchen oder was möchte man optimieren? Wie kann ich mir das vorstellen ein wenig?
Ja, wir arbeiten sehr eng mit der Wissenschaft zusammen, schon seit fast Jahrzehnten kann man sagen, begonnen durch die Kompostierung mit Hilfe der Regenwürmer.
Ja.
Damals hatte ich darüber kein Wissen, überhaupt kein Wissen und bin dann direkt zur Universität für Bodenkultur gegangen und habe dort die Professoren ausgefragt sozusagen. Und da hat sie dann eben die Kooperation mit der Wissenschaft ergeben und später dann 2018, nachdem wir schon sehr viel Forschung jedes Jahr gemacht haben, gemeinsam mit den wissenschaftlichen Partnern und Partnerinnen, war dann die Idee, den Forschungsbauernhof zu gründen oder unseren Betrieb weiterzuentwickeln, die Landwirtschaft weiterzuentwickeln in einen Forschungsbauernhof, wo, das ist der große Unterschied zu davor, wo wir begonnen haben, die Themen aufzuschlagen und zu sagen, okay, das ist unsere Herausforderung, das ist unser Problem oder das ist unsere Idee, um ein Problem zu lösen oder das ist unsere Innovation, die wir haben und die tragen wir jetzt an die Wissenschaft heran. Das heißt, wir sagen, hey, da gibt es ein Problem, rufen unsere Partner aus der Wissenschaft an, wir haben ein riesiges Netzwerk mittlerweile, Gott sei Dank, und rufen die dann an, schicken E-Mails und sagen, ey, habt ihr irgendeinen Studenten, den das interessieren würde? Wie können wir eine Masterarbeit initiieren? Können wir gemeinsam an einem Forschungsprojekt teilnehmen und so weiter? Also so kann man sich das vorstellen.
Okay, super. Sehr interessant. Das ist super. Zusammenarbeit mit der BOKU und mit vielen anderen Stellen. Okay, das ist super. Erzähl einmal für die Zuschauer ein bisschen wegen Regenwürmer. Was ist daran so besonders besonders im Agrarfeld? Die sind ja in der Erde, wenn es regnet, jeder kennt es, dann kommen sie raus. Warum sind sie forschungswürdig?
Genau, also der Regenwurm, den kennt ja jedes kleine Kind. Im Kindergarten gibt schon, es gibt die Lieder, hörst du den Regenwürmer husten zum Beispiel.
Quite interesting to me. I'm in marketing and everything, and
so let's go through it. AI won't fix your zombie marketing processes, but you can revive them. I like it when people are a bit feisty in their headers. I like that. Let's go through it. Written by Robert Rose. We'll see how it goes, Robert. Marketing processes often linger after everyone's forgotten their purpose, and AI is no substitute for institutional memory. Try this human-driven approach to unearth new ways of working. Okay. And unspoken. Do we watch the video or do we want to read the article? You know what? Since I watched the video, should I watch the video? What do you guys say? Yeah, we're gonna. An unspoken law of inertia often governs marketing teams in older organizations. We've always done it this way. But ask someone why, and the room suddenly gets very quiet. That workflow, no one remembers who created it. That monthly report, no one has read it since the last Twilight movies hit theaters. But someone keeps sending it. Somewhere along the line, the rationale and the people behind these decisions vanished, but the rituals stuck around. Legacy, baby. Now layers in a few strategic reorgs, tack on some martech, and you've got a marketing machine that runs efficiently even, but nobody can explain how it works or why it exists. True. On point. Absolutely true. I like what I see so far from this article already. I like it quite a lot. Sounds great. Really appreciate it. Yeah, there's a lot of legacy information that is being lost. I remember I worked with, or I led, depends on the context, however you want to see it, but it was a charity organization, and I was like higher up, and I implemented a new rule, which was for a while pretty interesting and helped us a lot because we had so many volunteers. There was a huge turnaround of people who maybe have time in the summer, but then they start studying or like in between times. And I made a budget to buy notebooks, little, not laptops, but like little old-fashioned paper notebooks, paper, pen and paper stuff. And I told them, listen, you have it always with you, all the comments you have, all the ideas you have, I want you to write them down. And at the end, either when the notebook is full or when you leave, you give that notebook to us. And it was a pretty interesting thing because you could see many ideas that people had, many considerations. What is good, what is bad, what did they think, what random ideas did they have? And we periodically went through those notebooks. Just saying, okay? It's really, because people were then asking, well, why is it done this way? Why is it done this way? And it helped go through it. Well, okay, people don't understand why it's done. And if they understand why it's done, they can come up with better solutions because they understand, hey, wait, I'm just not just following it. I understand what the goal is, and I had an idea that makes the goal even more achievable or achieve it more efficiently. Or 10x the goal, whatever. How to always drink water, stay hydrated. So let's go on. The problem with the lack of understanding is that when people try to change processes, no one is sure which ones are holding everything up, and everyone's afraid of sawing through a support beam. Maybe that 6-step review process exists for a reason. Maybe that fusty old channel is still doing something worthwhile. Every change feels risky because the current stack may be inefficient, but it hasn't collapsed yet. Typically, disinherited confusion is the stuff of hallway grumbles. They are harmless inefficiencies that might lead to a slightly more complex technology implementation process, kind of thing you patch as you go. But the pressure to view AI as a potential replacement for marketing team members introduces a new twist. Now, teams aren't just losing institutional memory over time, they're actively replacing it. When AI tools stand in for humans, they quietly erase the institutional memory of why things were built the way they were. Here's the kicker. AI doesn't inherit wisdom, and it doesn't arrive with any pre-installed. It has to be taught. Yet when no one is left to explain the why behind the what, there's no teacher in the room. So sure, the early adopter senior exec gets what they want. The machine keeps running faster than ever, but it's learning from a system no one understands. The forgetting isn't just continuing, it's accelerating. Really interesting aspect. Yeah, true. If you outsource too much of that to the AI and no one understands the why, wow, yeah, true. Erasing institutional memories. If there's any foundational principle that surpasses speed in modern business culture, it's efficiency. And AI is emerging as the shiny new rationale for reorganizing marketing and shedding headcount for efficiency's sake. We don't need the team, we've got tools, goes the logic. Yes, tools do remember things, but they only remember things that were formally documented. They remember the final slide deck, not the institutional wisdom gained in the sometimes heated whiteboard sessions behind it. They store the final messaging framework from the agency, but not the emotional customer interviews the team conducted to shape it. Also, in my opinion, this is exactly the reason why a good employee who stays with you for a while becomes more and more and more worthy, because they learn, they understand what you want, how you want it done, they know the customers, they know the product, they know all these little things that are not official and not formalized anywhere, and yet can apply it. They get an intuition for what is right and what is wrong if they're good employees. So I personally think that's worth a lot. The strategic, also just another side tangent, completely different, but they help you through hard times. If your whole team is new and you go through hard times, the morale drops differently than if you have a few guys or girls in your team that are longer there and say, oh, don't worry, I remember back 3 or 5 years ago when we went through X and we had this and we had to crunch and da da da. You see, we made that too and we managed, and afterwards we had a great event, and the management thanked us and we got some time off or another bonus and something worked well and we were all blah 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 blah. It helps keep the morale of the new people high up, because they say, oh, okay, this is not something extraordinary and there is something waiting at the end of the tunnel, so to speak. The strategic memory that lives between the lines, the judgment, the context, the why, the wisdom gets lost. That's a memory that fades when humans leave and no machine can summon it back. When you replace people with technology, any technology, you're not just automating tasks. You're also quietly erasing institutional memory. There's value in the swap. Efficiency, scale, maybe even effectiveness. But there's always a cost too that's usually hidden and almost always delayed. AI might crank out tomorrow's blog post, but it doesn't know why the blog exists. It doesn't remember that a heated debate in an offset strategy meeting sparked the post. It doesn't care that the brand team once banned the word innovative from headlines out of sheer fatigue. Spoiler, overuse stole all its meaning. Marketing operations in the dark. Forgetting isn't just an AI problem, it happens even without the robots. Strategies outlive their creators, rituals survive without reason, and no one can quite explain how the machines still run. 3 CMOs ago, some teams set a content or brand direction that made perfect sense at the time. Then they left. Their deputies left. Even the intern who vaguely remembers why the blog went from daily to weekly to whenever someone remembers is long gone. I see zombie ops processes that aren't quite alive but won't die either, even in small organizations. Things just lurch forward, quietly devouring resources and making it harder to do anything outside the "this is how we've always done it" box. Maybe you've seen it in your company. A 70-step approval workflow no one understands. Standards such as a taxonomy that haven't changed since 3 acquisitions ago. A social media governance plan that was last updated when TikTok was still called Musical.ly. A weekly newsletter that exists because it always has. Even core marketing elements start to become rote. What began as strategic difference... Rote? What is rote? Sorry, I'm not a native English speaker. Rote. Mechanical or habitual repetition of something to be learned. Okay, a poem learned by rote in childhood. Okay, just repetition. Okay, what began as strategic differentiation starts to drift until the offering no longer matches the market, but no one wants to touch it. The product reflects yesterday's assumptions, not today's needs. Marketing legend says this feature was a game changer in 2019, becomes the explanation rather than a reason to evolve. New teams follow the roadmap but misunderstand the intent, the results. A business that looks aligned on paper but feels out of step in practice. Whatever the reason, turnover, tech, or time itself, a feeling of urgency about marketing's institutional memory is growing. But what can you do about it? Generally, I think that applies to everything, not just marketing, just so you know. How to reset institutional memories. Until recently, inherited confusion was mostly background annoyance, something you could fix in the margins. You patched what needed patching and carried on. So it's tempting to think the answer is just as simple. Update the strategy, swap out the broken parts, rebuild the messaging, refresh the content plan. Easy, right? But that approach only works when the problem is isolated to one channel, one team, or one tactic that needs a reset. Today, the entire marketing engine is being optimized at once. Tech stacks, org charts, workflows, and brand narratives are all in flux, and in that kind of environment, surface level updates don't cut it. It's marketing gentrification. Slap some shiny new processes on the facade and call it a transformation, when what you need now is a structural reset. Here are my suggestions on how to approach one. Audit like an archaeologist. Take on the important and yes, boring initiative to treat your current ops and brand materials like ancient ruins. What's here? Why might it have existed? What layers were added later? Document everything, even if it's nonsense. Figure out what still works. Don't assume everything's bad. Some rituals may have real value. That old webinar series still pulling leads. That brand voice surprisingly resonant. Keep what works. Question everything else. Again, don't change. How is the saying? Don't change a running team or don't touch a running system. Like if it works well, don't change it just for the sake of changing it. Only change what needs to be changed because you think it will work better that way. If it works, great. Don't touch it. Leave it. Talk to the ancestors if you can. Reach out to former employees or consultants. Ask what constraints or ideas shaped the original strategy. Try to reassemble the initial wisdom of the day. It's like assembling original versions of ancient texts. You can conceive better new ideas if you understand why the old ideas made sense. If that's not an option, look to industry benchmarks to rebuild missing context. Design and evangelize a new strategy that the existing team understands. Craft something new that your current team understands and believes in. Write it down, explain it, make sure every piece has a clear why behind it. Then tell the story of the strategy. This is the important part. Don't just unveil a PowerPoint and call it a day. Roll out the new approach with context and conviction. Treat it like a rebrand. People need to feel the purpose behind the shift. All right. Phase it in and let it breathe. You don't need to launch the new system all at once. Pilot it, tweak it, make space for feedback. The goal is to co-create something sustainable, not dictated from above. This process doesn't have to be anchored in speed. It's institutional change. It's meant to stick. Institutionalize the wisdom. Man, screwing the word up. Create living documents, not stone tablets. Make knowledge sharing a habit, not a one-time event. Use mentorships, rituals, postmortems, and culture to make the strategy stick. This here is the absolutely most important part of it. Don't make it. That I love. What's your name again? Robert, you're point on. I like what you say. On point. I like it. It's important to have a system that runs that makes this standard. We have new choices. We have new experiments. Why do we do it? How do we do it? For example, for me, my agency, we screenshot all the landing pages and then summarize them. Like, okay, here was version 1, here's version 1.1, version 1.2, version 1.3, here's version 2, here's version 2.1. So that if you're a new employee, a new hire, and someone says, oh, that doesn't work, we need to do it differently, you don't waste the time of the new employee who, hey, I just know it doesn't work. Let's get the results done. You have your time and your ability to say, hey, go through the archive. You can see our old measures. This is how it looked. These are the values. As you can see, and if you go through 100,000 of these screenshots, you will get a feel for, okay, it seems this and that works better. This and that works better. All of the best working pages have this and similar. This not, this yes, this not, and so on. So just saying, that's worth a lot. Systemize it. Have people give after project? What worked? What didn't work? Why did it work? Why do they think it did not work? And what should be done and implemented to make it work better next time? Keep those reports. Have an archive so that new workers or any employees that you have can go through them and sift through them. Like, get all of that knowledge and all of that experience, or at least as much as possible of it, in the archive, so that someone who's very motivated and you can go through that for the first few weeks and get on page with all the knowledge and all the experience that your company has had. AI can't remember what it never knew. Here's where I think if you have all of those informations, sooner or later it will even be possible to systemize it for the AI, to have that big database where you say, hey, here's all we know, here's all the feedback we ever got from our clients, here are all the projects, there you go. Help us be better. As you begin your AI journey, whether it's a forced march, an eagerly awaited adventure, or something in between, take time to ask what's more important. Optimizing for output or preserving what makes us coherent. Slow down, ask hard questions, invite your team to dig through the rubble with you, because the only thing worse than repeating the past is repeating it faster. It's your story, tell it wise. About the author, Robert Rose is the chief troublemaker at Seventh Bear, where he helps business break free from stale marketing, rediscover the creativity, and actually make an impact. Robert Rose, it is. Only LinkedIn, no Twitter, no X. Nope. Shame. Okay. I like this article. Really, really interesting. So, as usual, before we go to the next article, yep, we've got one more for today. I like that article a lot. Really great. Really on point. I think it's a great article. I liked it. I really, really liked it. I've seen it so often in companies that they don't preserve the knowledge and the wisdom that is hard and expensively paid for. You pay the employee, you have issues with the customer, you lost customers, you tried out stuff, you invested into projects, ideas, tools, and everything, and then you just don't save that knowledge and experience. It's like a scientist doing experiments and not recording the results of the experiments. Really. So, for all of you, I go through articles, news trends, research papers, white papers in the broad field of marketing, be it as right now just the business side of it, if it's SEO, web development, PPC, social media content, content creation, influencer marketing, email marketing, and all the different fields that exist. If you like what I do, if you want to support the channel, feel free, like the video, like the channel, subscribe to the channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks for you, but it tremendously helps this channel. And with that, I'm going to jump right over to the next thing. If you're watching live, like the live stream and give a comment. The more you interact with the live stream, the more the platforms like me. Okay? So, up to the...
You often discuss inflation, deflation. Which of these two is more likely to happen, in your opinion? Because as you said, inflation means the buying power gets lower, so we need to use more and more nominal value to buy the same thing. Mm-hmm. On the other side, if the economy crashes, the demand crashes too, and usually the lower the demand is, the cheaper the prices become, because, well, if everyone is broke, nobody's gonna buy for example, now the houses. And if the bank can't give me a loan, and if nobody can afford it, all of these houses, someone has to buy them, and they can then buy it, as they say, for cents on the dollar. So how does that play out?
Ask an SEO, how can we recover a 30% drop in organic traffic from a site migration? Interesting topic. Many site migrations cause issues. Some are done pretty bad. Article is written by Kevin Gibbons. And with that, I'm going to go through with it. I haven't read it. As usual, I'm going through it live with you guys. Post-migration traffic crashes are common. Learn what to check first and how to recover SEO performance step by step. Ask an SEO, feed Kevin Gibbons. This week's Ask an SEO question comes from an e-commerce business that followed best practices but still lost traffic after migrating to a new platform. Well, gonna see what are the best practices they mention. We recently migrated our e-commerce store to a new platform, and despite following all the recommended SEO practices, our organic traffic dropped by 30%. What recovery strategies should we prioritize, and how long should we expect before seeing improvements? This is a common frustration many e-commerce businesses face after platform migration. But why does it happen? And more importantly, how can you recover lost traffic? Let's dive into the likely causes of this issue and explore the most effective strategies to get your organic traffic back on track. All right. As usual, drink water, stay hydrated. Why organic traffic can drop post-migration? So, why does this happen? And more importantly, what can you do to fix it? Understanding why this happens is key to finding a solution. Without pinpointing the root cause, any recovery efforts can feel like a shot in the dark, and that's the last thing you want. Tracking issues. After migration, it's surprisingly common for something small to go wrong with your analytics setup. Maybe the Google for Analytics tag wasn't added correctly. Maybe your Google Search Console properly wasn't verified. A property wasn't verified. Even a tiny mistake, like a misconfigured setting or a missing bit of code, can make it look like traffic has fallen off a cliff when really it's just not being tracked properly. The upside, these problems are usually quick to spot and easy to fix. It's always a good first step before diving into deeper SEO troubleshooting, because the issue might not be your traffic at all, just your data. Well, that's something nice. It's equivalent of, have you checked if the cables are in it, if it's plugged in? Technical issues. If your tracking is working as it should and the traffic drop is real, the next step is to check for technical SEO problems on your new site. And this almost always starts with redirects. During a migration, especially if URLs have changed, redirects are crucial. One missing or incorrect 301 redirect can break the connection between your old and new pages, making Google think important content has disappeared. Also important, don't mistake 301 and 302. Those are very different redirects and they have very different purposes. I assume the article will mention it. If not, I will explain it. But we'll see. I hope it should be mentioned. So that can quickly tank rankings and traffics. Make sure all old URLs point to the right new ones, and using proper 301, not 302 redirects, and there are no long redirect chains slowing things down. Okay, no, it doesn't seem to go through it. What is the difference? Just short explanation. It is important to know the one type of redirect is, hey Google, our page has moved forever. It is never going to be back at the old page, at the old URL. We want you to always forever forward it to this new address. That is 301. Then there are other things like our server is just having a little trouble right now. We want you to just use this redirect for a while. Or this is just a redirect while we are working on this content itself. Both of those are different cases and Google treats them differently. That's why it's important to use the right redirect. If you guys want more information about this, leave a comment. I can go through it in more detail and really do an in-depth dive of the different redirects and codes and so on, if you guys want that at some point. So, for you, just important, if you migrate your page, Google again which redirect to use. Or demand your agency to use the right ones and ask them if they know the differences and so on, so that you can check if they know what they're talking about. Other common technical pitfalls: broken or removed internal links. Staging broken or removed internal links, that means page A has a link on it to page B, but because I have a new domain, for example, it links to the wrong page. Okay, and then it doesn't work anymore. Staging URLs accidentally left in canonical tags or no index rules carried over from development. Yep, no index rules means, oh, Google, don't look at these pages, don't index them because I'm not finished or because of whatever reason, and not changing that up. And then Google doesn't index those pages, those new pages. So I would say that's still in the setup above, but okay. Any of these can stop Google from crawling or indexing your site properly. And if that happens, your content won't show up in search at all. It's also worth checking your XML sitemap and robots.txt file. Make sure your sitemap is up to date and submitted in Google Search Console, and that robots.txt isn't blocking important sections of your site. Really important. If it's set up wrong, that can cause a lot of troubles. Also, Google recently said they don't look and they don't use the LLMS.txt. You can completely ignore that. At least for Google, or so they say. Not like Google has always been honest. I'm just saying it, okay? Just saying it. On-page content. In some cases, ranking drops can be caused by changes to page content itself. Even small changes like missing H1s, altered metadata, or content now rendered in JavaScript can have a big impact. So you will need to double check the content on your pages to identify if anything has changed. But don't forget that Google will need time to re-index and trust your new setup, especially if you didn't submit an updated sitemap or if backlinks still point to old URLs. Although you may see some big changes in your SEO performance initially, monitor it for a little while to see if things settle back down on their own. Steps to recover organic traffic, because that's what we want. Crawl your site. Look for redirect problems and broken links. The first thing you should do is crawl your site. Tools like Screaming Frog or Sitebulb are perfect for this. There are many different bots and tools that you can use. Check out if the H structure is correct, if the metadata is existing. Check if all of the links work. Just a little broken link crawler works perfect for that. All of these things, okay? Let them run through once. Crawling your site helps you identify technical issues such as broken redirects, incorrect or missing 301 redirects, and redirect chains. During a migration, URL changes are common, and improper redirects can create huge SEO setbacks. If you have old URLs pointing to pages that no longer exist or haven't been properly redirected, Google might struggle to index your site correctly, impacting traffic and rankings. Another key issue to spot during crawling is orphaned pages. These are pages that exist on your site but have no internal links pointing to them. Without internal links, Google may have a harder time finding and indexing these pages, which can hurt your rankings. Okay? Fix redirect problems immediately. Exactly. Once you've identified any issues with your redirects during the crawl, fixing them should be your priority. Absolutely. Absolutely number one. If you have any issues with redirecting, immediately get onto that. Redirects are crucial for preserving SEO value during a migration. Check that all old URLs are properly redirected to the new counterparts using 301 redirects if your URLs have changed. Ensure that there are no redirect chains, as these can slow down page load times and confuse search engines. What is a redirect chain? Page A redirects to page B, redirects to page C, redirects to page D. All of that, the whole time is calculated for the first link's time to load. Even if you think you've set up redirects, it's worth doing a detailed check. Missing or incorrect redirects are one of the top causes of traffic loss after migration. Remember, each redirect is a connection that ensures the SEO equity of your old pages gets passed on to your new ones. Tackle potential on-page issues. If you've ruled out any major technical errors, focus on the content itself. Okay, that gets a bit more complicated, or like more work. This is way, you can't automate this. This is work. Compare your post-migration content with the version you had before the migration. Did anything change that might have negatively affected your rankings? Ensure that all your pages are optimized for the target keywords, including title tags, meta descriptions, header tags, especially H1s, and body content. It's also worth revisiting your product pages to ensure they meet Google standard for quality content. This might involve adding more detailed product descriptions, improving product images, or enhancing user-generated content such as reviews. Update your XML sitemap and Google Search Console. Once your on-page content is reviewed and technical issues addressed, the next step is to update your XML sitemap to reflect the new URLs if applicable. Submit the updated sitemap to Google Search Console so Google can easily find and crawl your pages. This also helps Google understand that you've made changes to your site structure and allows it to index the new pages more quickly. Don't forget to monitor Google Search Console closely. Regularly check for crawl errors and use the URL inspection tool to request indexing for important pages that may not have been crawled yet. So again, if you migrate with your page, you need to have extra looks and be way more alert about the data in the first time, in the close time after the migration. How long does SEO recovery take? Recovery isn't an instant process, unfortunately. Typically, sites begin to see improvements within 4 to 12 weeks, but several factors can influence the recovery timeline. If your migration involved significant changes, like a new domain or a complete overhaul of your site structure, Google may treat your site as if it were brand new. In this case, it can take longer for Google to rebuild trust and restore organic visibility. Sites with many pages may also experience slower recovery time, as Google has to crawl and re-index more content. And as some of you know, you get like a load of tokens where they say, well, we can use up infinite amount of processing power just for your page. So they say you've got a certain chunk of processing power, and if you have way more pages than they can process, they do some part of your website, then skip it, go through a list of other, and then they come back to go on and go on. So it can take way more time. The content on your site can also affect recovery time. If important pages were altered or lost valuable content during the migration, it might take longer for Google to recognize the changes and rank your pages again. Long-term lessons and preventive measures. A smooth migration doesn't start on launch day. It starts way before. SEO needs to slot into your QA and development process from the beginning. That means making sure things like redirects, content structure, and crawlability are all working before you go live, ideally in a proper staging environment. Issues can still happen when you go live though, so remember to crawl your old site before launch. That way you can run side-by-side audits of your old and new sites and catch issues early. It's also a smart idea to have a rollback plan just in case. That means having backups and knowing what to do if something goes wrong. Final thoughts. Recovering from an SEO drop after migration can be frustrating, but unfortunately it's often part of the process. By focusing on the right technical checks, reviewing your on-page content, and giving search engines time to recrawl and reindex your site, you can get things back on track. Keep a close eye on your data, be patient, and use this as an opportunity to strengthen your overall SEO health. There are a few more resources. Kevin Gibbons, interesting, was a good article. I like it. That was good. Do you have only articles? Kevin Gibbons. Well, sign up with you. For all of you follow, I like what he wrote. I want to know more about it. So, for all of you who know about this, I go through articles, trends, fashions, research papers in the field of marketing, be it SEO, web development, email marketing, ads, social media, and so on. If you like what I do and if you want to support the channel, like the video, subscribe to the channel. It's 1 or 2 clicks. The best ways you can support this channel. And with that, I wish you all the very, very best, and the clip is over.
We've seen it in India or other countries. It's like the cash will be just declared illegal. Not illegal, like, okay, you will be fined, but like, okay, you can't use it anymore as a currency. Like, I can't use the shilling and the Germans can't use the Deutsche Mark anymore because no, now we have the euro and you can't pay with the other stuff. So a few of them say like, go in on gold. And with the gold prices, there is a very interesting take about the differences of the physical gold in the market and the paper gold market and what the different central banks are doing right now. It's like, you're the expert on this. Could you tell us a bit, or my viewers, like, okay, what is going on with the central banks, with the paper market, and with the physical market of gold? Because is gold a hedge against this? Is it not really working? What is your opinion on that? All of that. Sorry if the questions is a bit all over the place. Let me clarify. What do you think about the central banks, the CBDC, and the role of gold in the future?
Central banks are throughout the last couple of decades, they've either been sellers or buyers of gold. When you look at all.
Hey guys, today I've got an extremely interesting guest for the show. You won't believe it. It's Professor Robert Lang. He's a very well-known researcher in multiple fields, especially in engineering, from I personally stumbled upon him during one of my more personal, how should I say, adventures into curiosity of laser research and mechanics, especially about folding stuff. It was a discussion about solar panels in space and so on. And I couldn't believe upon what a gold mine of interesting takes I stumbled. Robert Lang has created something really, really, really interesting to me and many other people, as he's combined mathematics, mechanics, engineering, and the traditional art of origami. It's a really interesting thing. Professor Lang, it's a pleasure and an honor that you took the time being here on this show. Thank you very much. If you're so kind, would you give the audience a little intro about who you are and what your research is about?
Sure. I mean, you've covered some of who I am. I've been an avid practitioner of origami since childhood. I became interested in mathematics in high school, and that led me down an educational and technical career path. And but all along, I'd always done origami. And about 20 years ago, I decided to switch my primary focus from lasers and optoelectronics, which had been my career for many years, to full-time origami. And that's what I've been doing pretty much for the last 20 and a bit years. Surprisingly, though, a lot of the origami has turned out to take advantage of my technical background and draw me back into technology. And so, as you mentioned, I got involved in the mechanics of folding structures and applying my mathematical background, and in some cases the skills and techniques I used in lasers, been able to apply those to analyzing folding. And that's had benefits in creating technological objects, things that fold, like solar arrays, which you mentioned, antennas and other. And it's also had benefits in the art, allowed me as an artist create figures and shapes that I wouldn't have been able to do if I hadn't been able to draw upon these mathematical tools.
Yeah, it's really interesting. After finding out about the whole stuff, I looked at your research papers. Some of them will be linked below. There was also stuff like airbags. It's people who are not used to think about it in this way don't realize how many things need to be folded in our society, or in all kind of different technological processes, or like in every car there's an airbag inside. You also worked, as far as I understood it, with other entities that have important issues or problems in that kind of field, or like questions and optimization attempts. But I would like, before we get into the too technical, I would like to stay a bit on your personal experiences. How did your journey with origami start, if I may ask? You said you already started it very young. What was it like?
Yeah, I started at the age of 6, and I found a book that had some folding instructions for several of the traditional Japanese designs, Flapping Bird, Talking Crow, one or two others. And at that time, when you're a little kid, always looking for things to do and challenges, figuring out how to fold it by following the directions was a little bit of a challenging puzzle. But one of the things that was also really attractive about it was that I didn't need any special materials to make any origami shape. All I needed was a sheet of paper, and paper was all around, basically free. So I learned to fold those things, and I'd fold them over and over. And I also started experimenting a little bit. Could I change some of the folds in those shapes to get more features? And my parents saw that I actually had an interest in this, and so they would periodically, for birthdays and gifts, get me origami books. And also we'd go to the library pretty regularly, and I could look for origami books in the library and found that there were indeed origami books that had folding instructions for lots of things, not just the traditional Japanese designs, but at this period of time, the late 1960s, early 1970s, this was kind of the blossoming of the worldwide art of folding as new people were figuring out how to design and fold new things. And so many of the books that I found were not books by Japanese authors. There were some of those, but there were also books by American and British authors who were also creating new origami designs. And that, having access to that just sort of fired my enthusiasm. There were all these different shapes. And I wanted to be able to fold everything that existed in any book. But I also wanted to fold things that weren't in any book. I mean, I wanted to fold something that I couldn't find instructions for. And so that then triggered or induced me to spend time trying to come up with my own designs. Wow. And I found I had a little bit of a knack for it and did come up with quite a few of new original designs of my own. And then that, I guess that's, once you're creating your own designs, you'll never run out of challenges. If you're only folding from books, eventually you found every book. But when you're creating new designs, there's always a new challenge on the horizon. And that's the way it's been now for the last 50 years.
Wow, really? Wow, really cool, really interesting. Now I gotta ask, is like, was it more just a casual hobby or was it more obsession like? So should I imagine little Robert sitting each day there doing origami, or was it like, nah, every now and then and you did other stuff too? What was it like?
Oh, it was kind of a mix of those, meaning I would get into moods where I would be pretty obsessed and focused on origami, and that was all I was doing. And then set it aside and work on it and do other things. So it's an obsession that came and went.
Tidal waves coming in and out. It's interesting.
I will say though that a big change happened when I went off to college.
Okay.
So I went to Caltech, which is a very challenging school. I mean, everyone, I was sort of the science and math nerd of my high school, but every single person at Caltech was the science and math nerd of their high school. And so it was, you're competing in a higher league.
Yeah.
The work was incredibly hard and challenging and, had to rev my brain up into a higher gear. And I found that I think as a byproduct of that, it revved up the origami part of my brain too. Okay. And so a lot of, I think my real deep passion for origami developed during those college years.
Wow, really interesting. How came the decision to go to Caltech, or like how did it develop in your personal journey that you realized, okay, these things are interesting to me? What about those things was interesting to you? What about the things that you were going to learn in Caltech were interesting to you? For example, recently I talked to Moshe Vardi, and he was in computer science. And to him, he said computer science was such a humbling experience for him, where it was like, okay, every mistake that there is, every error he knows he has done, it's not the machine. And that humbling experience was so interesting to him that it really drew him into that field. So and that's kind of like the question of what about the mathematics field that you went into drew you in?
Yeah, okay. So the thing that got me hooked on math in high school was not my high school mathematics courses, which were okay, not terribly interesting, but recreational mathematics, the books of Martin Gardner, whose books and magazine columns inspired a generation of mathematicians and computer scientists.
Wow.
And I was one of those. And so, and I loved math, the kind of math I learned, was introduced to in his columns. And learned math like number theory and took some summer courses in more advanced math. And that really fired my interest in math. And so I thought, okay, I'll go to this great school at Caltech and study math. And the interesting thing then was once I got there and started taking the a freshman calculus class that almost all freshmen take together, I thought, this isn't as fun as, as the math I remember for high school. It's all like proving epsilon, delta, open versus closed ball sets. And it wasn't it wasn't fun the way the old stuff was. But one of the things that's really nice about Caltech is they say you don't choose a major before you come in. And you pick your major at the beginning of your sophomore year. You spend your freshman year taking core courses, but also taking a variety of other courses to learn about different fields. And one of the courses I took was a course on digital electronics, where we learned how to go from transistors to gates to flip-flops to logic, and to microprocessors. And I loved that I could see the whole, for the first time in my life, I could understand the entire connection between how electrons move around in a device, all the way up to the basic programming language I had been doing in high school. And so I declared my major as electrical engineering, because I wanted to build things like that. And I loved, and I did indeed enjoy building things. And I think that was part of why I loved origami. I loved building these folded things. During subsequent years, I took courses related to electrical engineering, including a laser course that was especially fun. So I thought, well, I'll do electrical engineering, but I'm going to sort of shift my focus more to lasers and optoelectronics, which are adjacent to electronics. And so that's how I got into lasers. And when I ended up doing my PhD, I changed my major to applied physics so I could focus primarily on lasers and optoelectronics. And so that's what took me into that field. Took me then into my first professional job at Jet Propulsion Lab, doing research on lasers and optoelectronics, and then to a Silicon Valley company that I was with for almost 10 years, doing lasers and optoelectronics, but with the goal of manufacturing, not just learning about them for research papers, but manufacturing and selling what were we thought the best lasers in the world.
Wow, that's interesting to hear. I understand so well that what you're talking about, because I had the same kind of experience with the digital stuff when I started with it the first time, that we soldered together a little flop and the gates and the diodes, and then and suddenly it made click, and for the first time this digital display showed a 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, and suddenly it was, oh, now I understand why a byte and what a bit is and why it shows on the display what it is supposed to show. It's like I've got a bit of a mechatronics background, and to me it was like, wow, it was always a black box of, we type something into stuff or press buttons and this thing does something. And nobody could really explain to me, like in high school or before that, like, how is that? All the explanations were so shallow that it didn't really explain it. So I understand that the kind of feeling where you finally look behind the curtain and it's really so interesting that you get pulled in completely. It's really, really interesting. And then you went into applied physics and focused on optics and laser. Very interesting. How long was that? How long did you stay in the field of laser technology then?
Well, total, I guess, of about 20 years, because 3 years for PhD, postdoc, then 4.5 years at JPL, and then about 10 years at Spectrodiode Labs, or SDL. And that took me up to 2001. There was at that year there was a lot of turmoil in our industry, and at the same time I had come to the conclusion that my career path in lasers was pulling me away from origami. And one of the things I'd wanted to do was write a book about how to design origami. And I felt like I came to the conclusion that I would never write that book unless I was working on it full time. So that sort of provided the test, the red pill or the blue pill, as they say.
Yeah.
Am I going to stay in lasers and then probably never write that book? Or am I going to go write that book and then see what happens? And I chose the latter, wrote the book, see what happens. And what happened was I found that I could make a pretty good living doing things related to origami, consulting, teaching, lecturing, and commissions.
Wow, really? How was it? Was your job that, how should I say, that taxing? Was it that much time in it, or was it just a wrong headspace and you couldn't get into origami at home? What was it like? Why couldn't you do it like simultaneously, or what was it like in the laser field that made you feel like you didn't get enough energy for origami anymore?
Yes, it wasn't so much the nature of the job changing as the nature of the book I wanted to write. All my previous books, and by that point I think I had written 6 books, and they were all what I would call recipe books. Here's step-by-step instructions to fold different things. And that was something I could work on nights and weekends. So, I designed something, I'd spend 1 or 2 weekends doing the drawings for that, figure, and then I could put it aside, and then the next weekend come back and do a new figure. And so I could do it a little bit at a time, out of order, didn't really matter. And that worked for all those other books. But for this book about how to design, it was like the difference between writing short stories versus writing a novel. And this was a novel. I had to hold in my head the entire story of, what do you need first? What do you need second? I had to know what the whole story was, even when I was writing chapter 1 and writing chapter 2. And that was the thing that I realized that wasn't going to happen when I was just having little bits of time here and there to work on it. That was why I needed the full time, to be able to sit down and for an entire day or for an entire week, not think of anything else other than the part of the book that I was writing down. Now, admittedly, there were also aspects to the job. There's a lot of turmoil in the industry. By that time, I was in management, and so I had kind of gotten away from the technical joy of research that I had started out, solving problems and doing mathematical analyses. I was managing people and groups and budgets and that kind of thing. So that was certainly less fun, but the real impetus was that book. That was the thing that made me make the change.
Wow, really? What was the feedback like from the people that knew you back then, where I said, okay, I'm gonna quit my job, I'm gonna go all in on this origami book? I'm curious, were they like patting your shoulder saying, hey man, have fun, do it, or were they like, oh man, you're crazy?
Well, I didn't really say why I was leaving. I just said, I'm going to go off and do other things. And because it was a period of turmoil in the industry and people were being laid off, and I had to lay off people in my own group, when I'd tell people I'm going to go off and do other things, they'd say, yeah, I can understand. and that was that. We didn't really get into it very much.
Okay. No, you didn't tell family or anything about it?
Oh yeah, but again, I didn't go into details. Okay. I just said,
wow,
I'm leaving that. I'm gonna work on other things, and left it kind of vague.
How long did it take for you to write that novel, so to speak, that one specific book that's changed it all?
It was probably about 2 years, I think, till I had the manuscript basically done. And one of the things I did when I left when I left my job, I still did consulting in lasers for for about 2 years. And at the end of those 2 years, but I also tried to, the consulting was only like a day a week at most. And I also tried to follow up on leads in the origami world that I just never been able to follow up on before because I had a full-time job already. And by the end of those 2 years, the book was done. I had lots of projects in the origami world from following up on leads, and I realized I didn't need the laser consulting anymore. And in fact, the laser consulting was kind of a distraction from what now looked like a full-time origami activity. So then at that point, I stopped lasers completely and just focused entirely on origami and have been doing that pretty much ever since.
Wow, that sounds like such a happy end story, so to speak, going all in, trying your luck with your passion, with your hobby, and it all working out for you. Well, wow, great for you. Really, really, I like that story. It's great. And now tell me a bit about, you had the time, you had the mindset, you focused on origami for a while, you stepped away from the research world, as far as I understand it. But then you stepped back into it too. What was that like? How did your brain come up with new solutions for other problems or for other research from the time that you had with the origami by focusing on origami so much? What was it like?
Well, a problem I was interested in, even starting back in my college days, was how one could design origami mathematically. And so one of I'd call it another hobby or a hybrid hobby, was trying to develop a mathematical theory of origami sufficient to allow me to design really complex figures. And I developed some ideas that were based on representing origami shapes as portions of an origami figure with circles. And the basic idea is kind of like this. If you think about an umbrella, when it's all folded up, you have a long skinny flap, you know, and that flap could be in an origami figure, an arm or a leg or an antenna or something like that. And when you open the umbrella, it forms a circle when it's flat. And so that says, if I want to make a long flap, I need a circular region of paper to do it. And the paper that goes into this flap can't be used in a different flap. So if you want to make, 5 flaps in a shape, you have to find an arrangement of 5 circles of paper that don't overlap because you can't share the paper from one flap to the other. And so that was the general idea. But then I also started working out how you go from that arrangement of circles to figuring out the specific folds you need to make them all fold up together. And one of the ways I kind of exercised this idea was, as I developed the mathematical theory, I'd tried writing a computer program that implemented those ideas to solve design by representing them as circles. And by the mid-1990s, I had a program that worked quite well. In fact, that I could use to design things more complicated than I could have done entirely by intuition.
Wow.
And because I have always had friends in the mathematical and computational field, a friend said, you should submit a paper on this to a computer science conference because you've written this program. And with his encouragement, I did. And kind of amazingly, it was accepted. And so I went to the Symposium on Computational Geometry and gave a talk about the algorithm for designing and showed the program, and then showed an origami figure that was computed. Whose base was computed by the program. Well, that went over really well, but it also, I didn't realize at the time, it got my name into the scientific literature in the theory of folding, of which there wasn't very much. And so from that point on, when there were engineers who were working on a problem that involved folding, and they'd say, well, let's go do a literature search and see if there's anything out there, they'd find my name and contact me, and I get to consult, and sometimes I could help them with an origami problem. That's how the airbag folks got connected to me, and some of the first space telescope people from Livermore, and so then when I started going down this full-time origami path, I already had some of these consulting projects, and I would talk about them. And that story of applying the Japanese art of origami to modern problems, I think, had a real resonance with audiences, and things snowballed a little bit. It led to more consulting gigs, but it also led to, I think, other people working in this field to come into it. One fact, and then we're also fortunate that an incredibly talented, brilliant young man got interested in folding problems in those early 2000s. Eric Demain, who became, I mean, he did probably 3 PhD theses worth of work for his thesis, became, I think, the youngest professor ever hired at MIT. And when he was hired there, he said, I'm going to make part of my research, some of it's going to be on the theory of folding and origami. And he helped bring, I think, legitimacy to the field, as well as he has solved many important problems over the years related to folding. Wow. And so there, it got this sort of critical mass of both knowledge and respect within the engineering and science fields, and then that has just fed on itself as more people have come into it, have realized that we can use folding to solve scientific problems, and then they've gone ahead and done that.
Wow. Wow, really, really interesting. Really nice to hear the story of how that developed. I gotta ask, what was it like to is it with the space telescope, or like with the airbags where lives are saved? What was it like to know that your work that you started basically as a child with origami, just as a hobby, became something that for us as society has brought objective benefit? Like you did stuff for so many people who don't even know anything about neither folding science nor about origami nor any of that, and yet your work directly, and even more so indirectly, touches their lives. How does that feel?
Well, of course it feels very good. I think more of the effect is probably indirect than direct. There's a few of the projects that I worked on directly that I hope to, that I see benefits, but I'd say I think the ripples have expanded much more indirectly. That when I was consulting with BYU, for example, which I did for many years, and we educated students, and now these students have gone out and are making their mark. In fact, just in the last couple of days, I had one former student of Professor Howells at BYU, who I was involved with when he was consulting there, and he's now making folding things in space with a company whose primary goal is deployable structures in space. And so seeing that second order effects out there is, I think, even more satisfying than the much smaller number of original impacts. Although I will say there's one original impact that I do have high hopes for, which is NASA's Starshade project.
Please tell us a bit more about that.
Yeah, so NASA's Starshade project it's one I consulted on it several, maybe 5 years ago, but developing the mathematical model for the folding pattern.
Mhm.
And then the team at JPL took that model and expanded it, refined it, and even more importantly, figured out how to engineer it and build it. I think the plan is sometime in the 2020s for the mission to launch. What it is it's a component of a telescope where the camera and a device called an occulter fly some kilometers apart, and they look for it's designed to look for planets around other stars. And so if you do have a planet orbiting another star, the way they're detected now is when the planet goes in front of the star dims very slightly. But we'd like to image the planet directly, but it's very close to the star, and the star is very, very, very bright, and the planets are not. So to image the planet, you have to block out the light from the star, like putting your thumb over, over the sun to see something right around it. And so this device called the occulter is a key element of it. It's about 30 meters across, and it looks like a giant sunflower. And the petals are precisely mathematically defined to suppress in such a way that they suppress the scattered light, the diffracted light that would otherwise kind of leak around. If you just used a disk to block it, light would still be scattered around the edges of the disk. But if you use this kind of semi-magical sunflower shape, it suppresses that scattered light. But it's 30 meters across, and so it still has to fold down. And they're using this fold pattern that I wrote up the mathematics for and wrote computer code for. That in fact goes back to some of that code goes back to the very first consulting project I did for Livermore, and so I'd really like to see that actually fit.
Kind of cool. It's really, really cool. I mean, like the whole science fiction space age and your research is being used for it. I think that's really cool. It's really, 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 wow. Interesting take with the form that the disc wouldn't work as well. May I ask, just out of curiosity, ever took inspiration from, like, because it just crossed my mind now that you spoke about it, like how plants open and close, or not at all for you, for your stuff?
Well, I certainly recognize origami folding patterns in certain plants. Particularly, there are certain leaves that use what's called a multiple reverse fold. That as it develops folded as a bud, and then when the bud expands into a leaf, it unfolds. Now, in plants, we have two things going on at the same time. There's the unfolding, but there's also just expansion. The surface gets larger. So it's not directly related to origami, but they do still derive benefit from the origami aspect of it, because when the thing is folded and then unfolds as it expands, it can get big faster by this unfolding. And that means it can start collecting light and hitting the chlorophyll and producing the sugars that enable the rest of the plant to grow. So folding is a benefit to the plant, even though it's a mixture of folding and expansion.
One step ahead in the competition against the others. At the beginning, when they have to rise and grow and get as much resources as possible to not. Wow.
There's the phrase "nature red in tooth and claw," but nature's also green in leaf and fold.
Yeah. It's not just lovely dovely. It's kind of tough out there, so to speak. Really interesting takes from yours. I enjoyed this interview a lot. Thank you very much for all of these informations. I gotta ask, what it is like nowadays for you? Are there still many other projects? Do you just sell courses, books? What is it like? How can I imagine what your origami career is like nowadays.
Well, it's things started
Oh.
changing a lot when COVID happened.
Okay.
Because a lot of all of the traveling that I'd been doing stopped for a few years.
Yeah.
And also some of the longer term research contracts reached their end of their natural life during that time. And so there's been kind of some turnover.
Okay.
So I have a few research projects that are now starting up, more consulting. In fact, I'll be going back to BYU in a few weeks to kind of meet a new crop of students and hopefully provide some guidance there. I've got mathematical problems that I'm working on that relate to the mathematics of design. Some collaboration with Eric Demain and with another pioneer of mathematical folding, Tomohiro Tachi, a professor at the University of Tokyo in Japan. So we've got a couple projects that are brewing, some art projects that are coming along. I can collaborate with a couple of artists on turning origami into sculptures for the art market, for people who are art collectors, and still follow up on the occasional commission here and there. And just before you called, I saw an email come in from a company that seems to be looking for a commission for something related to advertising. We'll see if that works out. But that was my bread and butter for the first, a big part of my bread and butter for the first few years that I was full-time origami. And while it's nice to have those jobs still come along every once in a while.
It's kind of cool. It's really cool to hear. I'm very. I know also that your time is very valuable. I took a bit longer than I had originally asked for, but it's really interesting to talk to you. Do you have a few more minutes for me to push just one or two more questions?
Sure, go ahead.
All right. I'm a bit curious, if I may ask. Of course, I know there are like NDAs and stuff, and you can't talk about everything, but can you tell us a bit about the research or consulting that you might be doing or are doing right now? Or is it like top secret, not yet to be discussed?
Yeah, the one,
of course, no names or anything.
One active consulting contract I have going right now is under NDA, and they're very serious about it. So
okay.
No
problem.
I'll say some of the two main areas for origami applications have been space and medicine. But the medical applications are almost always heavily NDA.
What, medical? Just as a general question, then how is that field interesting for medical field in general? Just a general question. Yeah, where do you put something in the body? Right.
So for medicine, you want to put things in the body, and nowadays you want to do it through as small a hole as possible. And so that means whatever the functionality is that you want once it's in there, that device has to be much smaller when it's going in. And so they can use folding to create the mechanisms, and then those mechanisms open out and deploy once they're inside. And then very diverse functionality once something's inside. It could be for imaging, it could be for grasping, it could be for just moving things out of the way, and lots of other applications. But the thing they all have in common is it's got to be very small on the way in.
Oh, wow. Really, 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 really interesting. May I just, and now another question, because I'm just curious. Origami is traditionally paper. The material is paper. But as you said, you've been working on many, many other ideas, many other problems that don't work with paper. How likely, or have you ever, or would you ever consider working with something else than paper, like for example very thin aluminum sheets for the figures, or is that where you said no, that's heresy, I won't do that because it's got to be paper? What about other materials?
Oh, I've done origami with many other materials. I mean,
Okay.
in my view, the definition I like of the modern art origami art form is just a form of art where folding is the primary means of creating it, but no restriction on material. And even for decades, people had used paper metal laminates, foil paper, as a folding medium. So that's all. I mean, and this is even going back into Japan. So there was never a stipulation that it must be only paper. And so if I run through the things I have folded, mylar, polymers, wood veneer laminates, thin metal foil, metal mesh, various polymers. And certainly when we find applications of origami in the real world, the material is very rarely paper. It's very often some type of metal or a synthetic polymer or something of that ilk.
Wow. Wow. Thank you very much for that insight into that interesting field. I gotta be honest, as I said, I stumbled upon your work from a completely different field, from mechanical laser stuff. And I think I got a personal curiosity because I was thinking of just as a little hobby, like nothing serious, doing a little bit of origami myself and to learn like 1 or 2 or 3 basic figures. Like it for sure, like this little, what is it? A swan, or like the little bird that's like the very first thing anybody knows about origami. And that's kind of a shame to not know how to fold that one, because it's a nice thing to be able to do that for little kids, to have a little so really, really interesting. Thank you very much. Wow, I could keep on talking to you, and I'm so curious about many, many, many other things, but I know your time is valuable. Professor Lang, I thank you very much for taking the time. It was an honor and a pleasure talking to you. I wish you and your family only the very, very best. Thank you for taking the time of being a guest here. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
I love how you've got 2 parts in your content often. It's like, okay, the news cycle of daily stuff where it's like, okay, what happened right now? What is the important things that are going on in the economy? But you always take time to explain in simple terms for the viewer, like, okay, what is behind it? What is inflation? What is deflation? What are the different movements in the markets? What are the different cycles that we go through? I think that's a very nice thing, because a lot of channels or a lot of
time to turn the microphone on again. I think that's enough of today. I've been streaming now for around 7 hours again. Got to take a little break, eat something, and today I need to go shopping, buy something, and then I'll keep on working most likely for a few hours. Maybe I'll do a second stream later on, maybe not. I'm not completely sure yet. Depends heavily on how all of this works today. I'm not sure, just not sure yet. But I wish you all the very best. As usual, I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope I could help some of you with the questions. I hope you liked the articles and everything that I did. And with that, I wish you all the very, very best and tune myself out. Bye.